Chapter 222. Other than the gift bag and the school bag, this time's 515 red envelope frenzy was definitely a must. There was no reason not to snatch the red envelopes. Set the alarm clock. Seeing Yin Zhaoge appear before them with that massive stone pillar, Jun Luo and the others all had dazed looks on their faces, not recovering for a long time. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Jun Luo, who had originally been eloquent, actually stuttered a little. Brother Yin, what is this thing? Yin Zhaoge had a nonchalant expression on his face. In entering the Great Western Desert this time, I originally had an errand to attend to investigate some remains. As for this thing, it's an item from the ruins. It's quite valuable, so we have to find a way to bring it back to the sect. Looking at the massive object propped up by Yin Zhaoge's palm, Jun Luo could not help but swallow her saliva. If I were to bring it back to Broad Creed Mountain, if it were to be like this all the way, wouldn't that be a little too spectacular? Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, saying in a persuasive tone, Luo, haven't you always been looking forward to the life of the pugilistic world? There's no need to explain a flashy life. Jun Luo's little face scrunched up like a bun as she muttered softly, I keep feeling that it's not like this. Yin Zhaoge smiled, not answering. Among them, his heart was filled with sighs. Jun Luo and the others were just the beginning. He could foresee that for a very long time in the future, he would have to face similar problems from others. What made Yin Zhaoge's head hurt a little was that this was not his original intention. However, even though he had refined the stone pillar, it was still limited to uprooting it from the ground. Yin Zhaoge was well aware of the origins of this stone pillar. It was none other than a broken pillar of the Divine Palace that year which had fallen into this world. However, after this pillar of the Divine Palace had broken apart, Yin Zhaoge still had to carefully study and analyze whether or not any other changes had occurred within. The result was that Yin Zhaoge was currently still unable to freely control this massive stone pillar. He could only let it be as big as it was. The radiance that had chased away the black dragon dread disappeared in a flash. At this moment, it had already disappeared. Even the light patterns on the surface of the stone pillars gradually dimmed and no longer shone. Apart from the unusual change in weight, everything seemed extremely ordinary, which was hard to believe. Just now, it was this stone pillar that shook the surrounding heaven and earth. Yin Zhaoge had once fantasized that when an enemy provoked him, he could just smash them to death with a stone pillar. For now, unless the other party was directly under his palm, he could only think about it. Raising the stone pillar and swinging it horizontally or vertically, there was temporarily no need to consider it. Yin Zhaoge had already experimented, and currently the stone pillar could only be maintained in an upright position. As soon as the stone pillar tilted, Yin Zhaoge's palm would immediately shake intensely. At the same time as it shook, the stone pillar abruptly grew heavy. Every time that happened, he would feel what Ahu had felt at that time. The stone pillar seemed to be infinitely heavy. Holding it in his hand, he felt as if his wrist was about to be dislocated or even broken. However, as time passed, Yin Zhaoge could vaguely feel that his connection with that stone pillar was getting closer and closer. The scene that flashed before his eyes became clearer and clearer. The weight of the stone pillar also became lighter and lighter. Even though it was slanted, its weight was still increasing rapidly. However, Yin Zhaoge was gradually beginning to grasp the intricacies of it, becoming more and more relaxed. The only problem was that the stone pillar was unable to shrink, to the point that Yin Zhaoge had to constantly carry such a huge fella through the streets. It was still fine in the deep mountains and ancient forests, at least there was shelter. In the great desert, while there were sand dunes rising and falling, not truly being completely visible, if one were to constantly carry a massive stone pillar over 20 meters in length, it would still be incomparably eye-catching. The Wind Domain and the Great Western Desert are not peaceful. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. It's practically like the words "come hit me" are written on my face. Seeing Yin Zhaoge and Jun Luo chatting happily, the two spoke casually, envious expressions appearing on the faces of the two Lien brothers. The younger, sickly-looking Lien Cheng was still all right, his gaze filled with envy and yearning. On the other side, there was also a Lien family disciple, Lien Ying, whose gaze contained some gloominess and restlessness. Like Lien Cheng, the gaze with which he looked at Jun Luo was also filled with deep infatuation. However, Lien Ying's gaze contained even more fanaticism and extremity. When his gaze fell on Yin Zhaoge, he unconsciously lowered his eyelids, not letting others detect the light flickering within. After packing up at the meeting point, they set off once more, entering the rampaging black nightmare storms outside, trudging arduously towards the outskirts of the Great Western Desert. After arriving at the meeting point, Elderly's mood instantly improved, The idle chess piece that I laid down earlier has finally come to reap the rewards. Beside him, Yao Shan still had a worried look on his face, feeling vexed over the failure of his earlier arrangements. Elder Li shook his head slightly, sending over a sound transmission with his aura chi. Prepare to move at any time, I've already sent the news out. That martial practitioner in the guise of Yao Shan controlled his expression well, not revealing the slightest clue or flaw. However, within his eyes, an excited glint clearly flashed through. There's still a chance? The fake Yao Shan immediately asked impatiently. The Yao Shan in the guise of Elder Li smiled. There's an interesting child, living in his own thoughts, not caring about anything else, unable to see the situation clearly, not knowing the severity of the situation. Many things, as long as one uses them appropriately, grasping the opportunity, even small matters that originally weren't that important might become especially valuable. As Elder Li smiled, he stroked his long beard. This was the real Elder Li's personal habit, imitated by him to perfection. He sent over a sound transmission. Very soon, another black dragon dread will descend. While it will cause our people to be completely exposed as long as we remain within the Great Western Desert most of the time, Broad Creed Mountain will also be very hard-pressed to do anything to us. However, if we succeed, the results will be obvious. While Yan Zhaoge is only a martial scholar, he is different from others. If we can slay him, the blow to Broad Creed Mountain might even surpass that of losing some martial grandmasters. Elder Li spoke slowly. Amidst his excitement, Yao Shan was also a little hesitant. This child has too many methods. Could it be? Elder Li glanced at him. Him uprooting that stone pillar is already a miracle, but I believe that it must have also taken up quite a bit of his own energy. Other than that, the wariness of those who have succeeded despite not having achieved their objectives will definitely be different from the wariness of those who have achieved their objectives and are satisfied with themselves. While I don't know if that sacred artifact fragment of his can be used, I hope that this second Black Dragon Dread will be of some use. As he stood guard, Elder Li gazed over to the other side. There Lian Ying's gaze had always been on Jun Luo, a crazed look gradually appearing on his face. A faint smile appeared on Elder Li's face. Just at this time, the howling of the storm in the distance grew louder, the terrifying Black Dragon Dread appearing once more. 5:15 starting point, is raining red packets. From noon onwards there will be a round of snatching every hour. A large wave of 515 red packets will depend on luck. All of you go snatch, using the starting point coins you snatch to continue subscribing to my chapters. Chapter 223. Other than the gift bag and the school bag, this time's 515 red envelope frenzy was definitely a must. There was no reason not to snatch the red envelopes. Set the alarm clock. The black nightmare storm which had originally already been rampaging suddenly grew violent once more at this moment, transforming into a violent black dragon dread, assaulting towards Yan Zhaoge and the others. Wherever the astral wind passed, everything including the desert sand, was reduced to dust. If a living person's cultivation was insufficient and they didn't have any special means to protect themselves, they were destined to die a tragic death. Yan Zhaoge knit his brows slightly as he surveyed his surroundings. Although the Black Dragon Dread was not commonly seen, it was still a famous calamity in the Great Western Desert. It was filled with uncertainty and no one could guarantee that they would not encounter it. Therefore, encountering the Black Dragon Dread where he had pulled out the stone pillar, other than carefully dealing with it, Yan Zhaoge did not think too much about it. After entering the Great Western Desert, in a place filled with black nightmare storms, there was nothing special about anticipating the Black Dragon Dread and carefully dealing with the sudden calamities and tribulations. However, in such a short period of time, he had consecutively encountered the Black Dragon Dread, which seemed to be chasing after him continuously. Yan Zhaoge had no choice but to pay attention to such a clearly abnormal thing. As Yan Zhaoge gazed at the black nightmare storm that swept through the heavens and the earth once more, many thoughts instantly flashed through his mind. Someone wants to harm me, or maybe they're here for the stone pillar ruins? Abyss? The Sacred Sun Clan? Remnants of the Black Nightmare Mountain? Remnants of the 5 spirit flags? Or someone else? To be able to control and form the Black Dragon Dread within a certain area without leaving a trace, it's highly possible that he's a remnant of the Black Nightmare Mountain with such an understanding of the power of the Great Western Desert. We also cannot rule out the possibility that the remnant descendants of Black Nightmare Mountain have allied with the Sacred Sun Clan, or colluded with the Decimating Abyss, or even themselves being important members of the Decimating Abyss. The power of the Great Western Desert was too tyrannical, but it was also mysterious and unpredictable, complicated and hard to understand. Whether it was Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan or Infinite Boundless Mountain, they were all currently facing the Great Western Desert. Still in the exploratory stage. In the post-Great Calamity Eight Extremities world, there had never been anyone who had truly been able to completely control the power of this land of great danger. However, if one had to say who had the deepest understanding of the Great Western Desert among all of them, if it was possible to borrow its power to a certain extent, then it had to be the Black Nightmare Mountain of the Wind region. After the destruction of the Black Nightmare Mountain, the survivors retreated into the Great Western Desert and were active in the area between the Great Western Desert and the four continents of the Wind region until now. Yan Zhaoge himself. Although he had never officially interacted with the remnants of the Black Nightmare Mountain before, he knew that they were savage by nature and good at forbearance. Their style of doing things was standard. In order to achieve their goals, they would do anything. At the same time, they were also very cautious. If there was even the slightest sign of trouble, they would retreat back to the Great Western Desert to hide. In recent years, although the number of survivors of the Black Nightmare Mountain had been decreasing, there was no lack of vicious and merciless experts among them. Yan Zhaoge's gaze swiftly swept through everyone present, his gaze deep and distant. The black dragon dread quickly swept over from afar. In just a few short breaths, he had already arrived in front of everyone. Everyone unconsciously gazed at Yan Zhaoge, hoping that Yan Zhaoge would have a way to get them through this crisis once more. Previously, at the place where the stone pillar was buried, Xiao Qin had been able to disperse the black dragon dread in one fell swoop because he had relied on the distortions of the Great Western Desert's natural weather power. At the same time, a profound concept of power had appeared within the stone pillar. This method could not be repeated. If they wanted to imitate him within a short period of time, even if Yan Zhaoge immediately buried the stone pillar back into the desert, there would also not be enough time to turn it over again. However, this did not stop everyone from treating Yan Zhaoge as their pillar of support at this moment, placing high hopes on him. Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept over everyone's faces once more, looking deeply at them all. He said, "Everyone gather around me first, don't get separated." Hearing his words, everyone immediately gathered around Yan Zhaoge. Elder Li and Yao Shan were the first to bear the brunt of it. As the two drew closer to Yan Zhaoge, they pretended to turn their heads back to look at the incoming hurricane, but had actually been secretly observing Yan Zhaoge's surroundings all along. Pan Pan, who was even larger than the average elephant. He was currently standing guard behind Yan Zhaoge. Anna, who, as per usual, stood guard behind Yan Zhaoge like a guardian. A cold light flickered within Elder Li's eyes. This time is different from the last time. Through the corner of his eye, he saw that youth Lianing currently gazing fixedly at the young girl Jun Luo's back. Lianing bit down hard on his lips, not even knowing that blood had already leaked out. In his eyes, he only saw Jun Luo walking towards Yan Zhaoge with a face full of joy, trust, admiration, praise and even worship. How he hoped that when Jun Luo looked at him, she would have such an expression. Lianing had not been doted on and cared for by his family since young, lacking love and a sense of security, even always being bullied and humiliated by those of the same generation. It was only when he had met Jun Luo that she had never looked down on him, even risking her life to save his life in the Great Western Desert recently. To Jun Luo, perhaps it was just an ordinary interaction between friends. However, to Lianing, he had received care and warmth from her that he had never felt before. It was just that he still wanted even more. There was always fear at the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't increasing, perhaps it would become fewer and fewer. Carrying with it a bit of a twisted, morbid state, it made it impossible for him to hold on tightly to that cute girl, the only light in his life. He couldn't bear to see her pay too much attention to others or treat him coldly. Every young man who approached Jun Luo would be treated as a potential opponent by him, including his brother Lian Cheng, who suffered the same fate as him. This also included that man in front of him who resembled a descending divinity. Broad-creed young master Yan Zhaoge. The gap between the two was really too great. He was just a concubine descendant of the Sand region's Lian family who lived at the lowest level, unable to see the day where he would rise to the top. The Sand region's Lian family was just a second-rate power under the rule of the Howling Windsword sect. And the Howling Windsword sect was just one of the powers of Broad Creed Mountain's boundless territory. One of Broad Creed Mountain's many principal elders, the first priest of the Howling Windsword sect. One of Broad Creed Mountain's many acting elders, even the head of the Lian family had to be treated as an esteemed guest. And Yan Zhaoge, at such a young age, was already able to make Broad Creed Mountain's principal elders lower their brows, and make acting elders bend their backs. The gap between him and Lianing, how was it just the difference between the heavens and the earth? He knew that Jun Luo's feelings towards Yan Zhaoge were more like those of worship and longing, and not that of love between a man and a woman. But even so, when he saw the two of them conversing so happily, it was still like there were millions of venomous snakes biting at his heart. Jun Luo and he had never conversed like this before. Luo Luo. This was the title that Yan Zhaoge constantly spoke of, something that he had dreamt of countless times in his dreams, yet was unable to say it no matter what. Why was the gap between people so great? When Lianing saw the way Yan Zhaoge and Jun Luo were conversing, he felt for the first time that he was actually so far away from the only light in his life. This won't do. So what if you're the Broad Creed young master? Even the Broad Creed young master can't snatch you away. Lianing bit his lips hard. A sickly and pale smile appeared on his face, as he suddenly pulled out a black short sword and pierced it into his own arm. Fresh blood dripped downwards, landing within the yellow sand, which suddenly turned snow white. 5:15 starting point, is raining red packets. From noon onwards, there would be a round of snatching every hour. A large wave of 515 red packets would depend on luck. You all go snatch and use the starting point coins you snatch to continue subscribing to my chapters. Chapter 224. Supporting the stone pillar, Yan Zhaoge gazed at the black dragon dread in the distant horizon, as well as the people surging over towards him. As he observed, Yan Zhaoge sent a sound transmission with his Orochi to Hu and Feng Yunxing, generally explaining the current situation. To be able to control the black dragon dread, one has to be at least a great grandmaster. At this moment, Hu's expression was solemn, completely devoid of his usual slickness and mischievousness. The other side not directly making a move, it is likely that they are wary of the martial grandmasters of Broad Creed Mountain here, at the same time also having the effect of restricting them. Feng Yunxing gripped the hilt of the black saber. Completely relying on the power of the black dragon dread's calamity, that grandmaster would not be able to get close, nor would he be able to control it meticulously. Thus, he does not have full confidence in achieving his goal. It would naturally be best if they can bury us with the black dragon dread. If they can't, then they can create chaos and cause us to be overwhelmed. Feng Yunxing looked at Yan Zhaoge. At this time, if someone were to make use of the chaos to make a move, their chances of success would increase greatly. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was deep and distant as he nodded slightly, not saying anything more. Suddenly, gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw that behind Jun Luo, that Lian Ying of the Lian family had a rather strange expression on his face as he suddenly drew out a black sword. Yan Zhaoge frowned. At first, he had thought that he wanted to harm Jun Luo. Just as he was about to stop him, he saw that the target of that black sword was, shockingly, Lian Ying himself. The black dagger pierced into Lian Ying's arm, and a wang sound rang out. Strange spiritual energy fluctuations emanated from the black dagger and the wound on Lian Ying's arm. Yan Zhaoge's gaze hardened. It seems to be a variant of some blood sacrificial technique. Some sort of curse seal was buried within his bloodline? Fresh blood dripped down from Lian Ying's arm and landed on the sand below. The sand was instantly dyed white. Light and shadow floated in the air, condensing into a faintly discernible giant rune. Then the rune imprinted itself on the ground. With the place where Lian Ying stood as the center, the snow-white color spread rapidly towards the surrounding desert. Suddenly the ground beneath everyone's feet shook violently. Like an earthquake, the white sea of sand suddenly became dangerous. The desert beneath their feet seemed to have turned into quicksand. Instantly it sank into the ground. Everyone was stunned. This is the White Dragon Dread? Everyone present was a martial artist. Other than Jun Luo, Lian Ying, and Lian Qing, everyone else was a martial scholar. Sensing that something was wrong, he tried to leap up, but he was unable to break free from the white quicksand. He only exerted a little force with his feet. Not only was he unable to pull his feet out of the quicksand, he sank even deeper. Regardless of whether it was forceful or gentle, the result was the same. They tried to activate their Gang Qi, but as soon as the Gang Qi came into contact with the white quicksand, it would immediately disappear. In the sky above his head, a black storm raged. The desert beneath his feet had turned into a quicksand well that wanted to bury him alive. His feet sank into the quicksand. No one dared to move. The more they struggled, the faster they would sink. While he was unable to move, he could only watch as the terrifying black storm approached him. Jun Luo cried out in surprise. There was nothing beneath her feet, and her body sank rapidly. Very quickly, nearly half of her body had sunk into the white sand. It was the same for Liancheng. However, Lianing was still standing steadily on the white sand. His footsteps were normal, which made him look exceptionally strange. Fresh blood continuously flowed from the wound on Lian Ying's arm, and his face grew paler and paler. Virtually no blood could be seen on his face at all, his entire person appearing incredibly frail. However, he was exceptionally excited, a sickly, excited smile on his face as he looked dazedly at Jun Luo. Luo, don't be afraid. It'll be fine. Lianing walked towards Jun Luo step by step, saying softly as he did so, as long as you hug me tightly, you won't have to worry about sinking into the desert. I can bring you along as we move freely underground. Like this. The black dragon dread storm on the surface is also nothing to worry about. Smiling dazedly, he spread his arms wide as if wanting to embrace Jun Luo. Look, Luo, I'm also not bad, right? Yan Zhaoge can save you and so can I. On Lian Ying's arm, that black sword was still deeply embedded in the wound, fresh blood dripping unceasingly. Hearing his words while they were in danger, everyone was also slightly dazed, some of them involuntarily looking towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge looked at Lian Ying, the same heart-blood curse. This is already no longer something that is purely within the realm of the martial Dao. It is more inclined towards mystical arts. However, this comes at the price of burning your own essence blood, resembling a sacrifice. While you have triggered the white dragon dread with your qi and blood, you won't be able to live for long. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, making use of the connection between the blood curse and the natural disaster. You will indeed be able to move freely within the white dragon dread for a short period of time. Those who come into contact with you will similarly be able to be brought along as well, not having to worry about the danger of the quicksand. However, that would also drag that person into the same heart-blood curse, offering their essence blood as a sacrifice for the curse. Very quickly they will follow in your footsteps, their qi and blood running dry as they die. You want Luo to die together with you? Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Jun Luo stared wide-eyed, looking at Lian Ying in disbelief. Lian Cheng, who had grown up together with Lian Ying, was even more dumbfounded, only feeling that this clan brother of his had suddenly become so unfamiliar that it was frightening. Meeting Jun Luo's gaze, Lian Ying's expression changed slightly, as for just that one moment he could not bear to see this as well as being at a loss. But very quickly he chuckled lightly, born in the same quilt, dying in the same hole, it can also be considered not in vain. Lian Ying gazed at Yan Zhaoge, still beats watching helplessly as Luo gets closer and closer to another man. Yan Zhaoge, you are a heaven's favored son, you are high and lofty, you will become a legend of this generation. Compared to you who stands above the clouds, how many people like me are like dust, living like mud? But so what? Just because you stand above the clouds, you can trample on us as you please, can you even snatch away the last bit of light in my life? Impossible. While I am weak, I also want to try pulling you down from the clouds, seeing how pathetic you look when you are covered in mud and water, seeing if you can still remain high and lofty like this. The thin youth roared agitatedly. At the same time, the white quicksand on the ground rampaged, a black storm howling within the sky. Other than the white dragon dread that had suddenly appeared beneath their feet, the black dragon dread formed of the black nightmare storm within the sky, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth, had already arrived before them, a terrifying black gale descending upon their heads. Yan Zhaoge's expression was tranquil as he supported the stone pillar, not moving at all where he was, the purple light of thunder suddenly flickering within his right eye. At the same time, flipping his left hand, a small black incense burner appearing within it before he casually threw it to Ah Hu. Take care of the white dragon dread as well as bring Luo and the others out. Even as Ah Hu acknowledged, he stared at Lian Ying with an unfriendly gaze. Although, I actually don't really understand what exactly you are so resentful about. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was focused on the black nightmare storm, not even looking at Lian Ying at all. Still, is it because I have been too gentle these past 2 years of cultivating my character to the point that everyone now wants to try stepping on me to climb higher, to prove themselves? Chapter 225. As Yan Zhaoge focused on the black nightmare storm, the purple light of thunder suddenly flickered within his right eye. Because of the black hurricane, the world was originally dark, but under the illumination of the lightning, it suddenly became bright again. Yan Zhaoge let out a light yell, a purplish-green thunderbolt shooting out from his right eye before landing on the massive stone pillar by the side. The surface of the stone pillar once again lit up with runes of light. Then it emitted a brilliant radiance that spread in all directions. Rays of light intertwined with the black hurricane and stabilized it once again. On the other side, Ahu held the earth-devouring burner in his hand as he crouched on the ground, allowing the earth-devouring burner to come into contact with the spreading snow-white quicksand. Although he was unable to actively activate the effects of the earth-devouring burner, just the contact between the two caused the earth-devouring burner to suddenly produce a strange suction force. It did not devour the white quicksand, but the sand rapidly changed from snow-white to its original appearance. Lianing widened his eyes at this scene. The smile on his face disappeared, but his expression became even more twisted. He grabbed the black dagger that was still stuck in his arm and waved it forcefully, widening the wound. More blood flowed out and fell into the sand. But compared to the earth-devouring burner's devouring, Lian Ying's actions were clearly only a drop in the bucket. He stood there in a daze, his body becoming weaker and weaker, and the scene in front of him becoming more and more blurry. The extreme excitement could no longer conceal the fatigue and coldness he felt. Lian Ying could finally feel his life slipping away from his body. His body gradually softened and fell to the ground. The black dagger stuck in his arm glowed with a black light, giving off a bewitching feeling. Lian Ying's skin was getting paler and paler, and it was starting to dry up. The talisman imprinted on the ground was still trying to resist the earth-devouring burner, but it was not its match in the first place. Now, without the nourishment of Lian Ying's essence blood, it became even weaker. The talisman seal light patterns also began to be absorbed by the earth-devouring burner. Ahu stood there. He reached out to pick his ear, expressionlessly glancing at Lian Ying, whose life was gradually fading away. Then he no longer cared about him and retracted his gaze. He walked towards Jun Luo and the others who were trapped in the quicksand and helped them out. Lian Ying's vision gradually turned blurry as he struggled to look at Jun Luo. He saw that the disbelief on Jun Luo's face had not yet faded. He was going to die. That wasn't scary. What was scary was not having that girl with him on the road to death. Was he going to lose the only ray of light forever? He once again returned to the world of darkness and despair. I don't want to, Lian Ying mumbled to himself. He twisted his neck weakly, trying to find the person who gave him the black dagger. This is different from what we agreed on. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be. Lian Ying's eyes were still wide open, unwilling to close, but they had already lost their luster. Yao Shan, who was disguised as Elder Li, also did not look at Lian Ying. To him, this chess piece had already served its purpose, and at the same time, its value had been exhausted. There was no need to waste any more effort on it. He was currently staring intently at Yan Zhaoge, gazing at the light of thunder that was emitted from Yan Zhaoge's right eye. That terrifying power made his heart palpitate, but it also made his heart slightly hot, and gave birth to an urge to possess it. Elder Li immediately suppressed the greed in his heart and regained his composure. Very good. The Black Dragon Dread has successfully used up the energy of his Saint Weapon Fragment, and has even drawn his attention. Turning his gaze towards Ahu, who was currently using the earth-devouring burner to restrain the White Dragon Dread, and at the same time saving people from the quicksand, the light in Elder Li's eyes grew even brighter. This servant with the cultivation of an apex martial scholar has also been successfully lured away. Elder Li sucked in a deep breath. He sent a sound transmission through his Orochi to his companion beside him. Now, do it. You tie down that Pishio, I'll take Yan Zhaoge's life. Saying thus, Elder Li, who had already slowly neared Yan Zhaoge's side earlier. His expression not changing, he continued getting closer to Yan Zhaoge's back. And Yao Shan also did the same, intentionally or otherwise, his figure intersecting, wanting to separate Yan Zhaoge and Pan Pan. Towards Yan Zhaoge. The two did not have the slightest intention of underestimating him. Even though they had already first used up the power of Yan Zhaoge's sacred artifact fragment, even drawing the tiger away from the mountain and drawing the attention of Ahu and Yan Zhaoge, they still had to fight for the greatest chance. They had to close the distance as much as possible before exploding forth and killing him in a single blow. However, not waiting for Elder Li and Yao Shan to reach the distance that they had anticipated, just having moved their feet, a strange change suddenly occurred. While his figure was massive, the eyes of Pan Pan, who had always been lazy, charmingly naive, clumsy and sluggish, suddenly revealed a fierce light. With a low, deep roar, Pan Pan suddenly exerted force with his feet, shooting madly out, resembling a mountain collapsing. His target was precisely Elder Li. Elder Li's pupils abruptly dilated. Was he startled by the Black Dragon Dread and the White Dragon Dread? Or is it that? Not giving him much time to think, while Pan Pan's figure was large, his speed was extraordinarily fast, his momentum like rushing thunder as he crushed and trampled over everything before him, his violent aura shocking to the extreme. That body that resembled a small mountain instantly arrived before Elder Li, pressuring over like a collapsing mountain. Elder Li's face was instantly ugly to the extreme. If he did not resist or evade with all his might, he would be stomped into meat paste by this massive beast before him. If he really exerted force to resist or evade, he would be exposed. While the imitation killing jade could normally mimic the appearance of the person being killed, even their aura being seemingly real, at the end of the day he was not a true Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioner. As soon as he exerted force, he would immediately be exposed. However, under these circumstances, no matter why Pan Pan had suddenly gone berserk, if it was the true Elder Li, what reason would he have to stand there like a block of wood, foolishly waiting to be stomped to death by Pan Pan? The Yao Shan impersonating Elder Li let out a long sigh towards the heavens, his figure abruptly retreating at an extreme speed. His Orochi and fist intent erupted, this retreat actually having a concept similar to the terrifying black nightmare storm within the sky that had yet to come. The scene of the illusory heaven and earth formed of his Orochi was that of the boundless black hurricane that filled the surrounding area. The direct lineage martial art of the former wind domain's sacred ground, black nightmare divine wind. The sudden change in the scene caught most of those present unprepared. Just looking at Yan Zhaoge's Pixiu suddenly going berserk, charging towards Elder Li, it had already left them a little unable to react. However, the change that happened afterwards left them all dumbfounded like wooden chickens. A Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioner, Elder Li, as an acting elder, actually executed a direct lineage martial art of Black Nightmare Mountain. While descendants of Black Nightmare Mountain were already extremely rare nowadays, this was, after all, the wind domain. How could those active here not recognize the direct lineage martial art of Black Nightmare Mountain, whose name had once shaken the Eight Extremities world? Yao Shan's face was expressionless. Having retreated, he knew that it would be hard for him to succeed today. Glancing at his companions from the corner of his eye, he saw that the companion who should have been in charge of restraining Pan Pan was currently also being blocked by Feng Yunxing. Yan Zhaoge now swiveled his head, looking calmly at the Yao Shan who had the appearance of Elder Li. So, is it that I have been too gentle these past 2 years, thus causing people to feel that I am easy to bully? Did you think that I was only asking about that surnamed Lien just now? It is you I am speaking to. Chapter 226. Yan Zhaoge's gaze fell on Yao Shan, who looked exactly the same as Elder Li. Not only can it imitate one's external appearance, even one's breathing can be imitated. Without actually fighting, martial practitioners of the same clan wouldn't be able to tell, Yan Zhaoge said coldly. Is it an imitation killing jade? Since it was an imitation killing jade, it meant that the original owner of this appearance, the real Elder Li, had already been killed. Looking at Yao Shan, Yan Zhaoge's gaze was cold, not carrying any warmth at all. Being stared at by Yan Zhaoge like this, even though Yao Shan had seen many things, he still felt a chill in his heart. While he didn't know where the flaw was since he had already been seen through by Yan Zhaoge, Yao Shan's first thought was to immediately retreat. With Yan Zhaoge already prepared, Yao Shan didn't have the confidence to forcibly kill him. Since that was so, staying behind and fighting to the death would have no value at all. It might even be a meaningless struggle, losing his life for nothing. Missing with a single strike, immediately retreating 1,000 li, planning a follow-up plan. This was what Yao Shan thought, but when he wanted to retreat, he discovered that it was far from being as simple as he had thought. Pan Pan's entire body was filled with a ferocious aura, completely different from that dumb, stupid, lazy look of his earlier, his entire body surging with white flames and black streams of water. The white flames enveloped Pan Pan's entire body, while numerous streams of black water expanded, instantly enveloping the surrounding area, resembling a cage as they trapped Yao Shan within. Yao Shan attempted to forcibly break through the obstruction of the black water cage, but just having been slowed slightly by the black streams of water, Pan Pan had already arrived before him, forcing him to deal with it with his full strength. After he had evaded Pan Pan's round of attacks, the black water cage before him had regained its original form, even stronger than before. As time passed, the black streams of water clearly grew more and more vigorous. Yao Shan had originally intended to forcibly withstand Pan Pan's attack, risking his life to break out of the encirclement. However, the white flames on Pan Pan's body gathered, its power extremely violent. This caused Yao Shan to despairingly discover that if he only cared about escaping, suffering a full-powered blow from Pan Pan, he would probably be heavily injured on the spot, completely unable to escape. This Pishio of Yan Zhaoga's was even more powerful than they had expected. Glancing to the side from the corner of his eye, he saw that his companion who had disguised himself had also been blocked. It was difficult for him to escape. Yao Shan's heart sank to the bottom. At this moment, who had returned from saving Jun Luo and the others. He bared his teeth and looked at them, chuckling coldly. Black Nightmare Godly Wind Technique, hee. I happen to be learning this technique as well. Why don't we spar? Hearing this, Yao Shan and the other man grunted but did not say anything. The other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners present all understood now, looking at Yao Shan who still had the appearance of elderly. They all had strange expressions on their faces. Hearing Yan Zhaoga mention the imitation killing jade, those who had heard of its rumors before immediately realized. Amidst their realization, the gazes with which they looked at Yao Shan also turned cold. Yao Shan looked at Yan Zhaoga rather unwillingly. You didn't personally make a move, and also didn't let that tiger make a move, instead getting your Pishio mount to pretend to have lost control of itself in shock to probe me. Am I right? Only when I was forced to dodge the Pishio's attack and revealed my martial arts foundation did you see through my secret. Yan Zhaoga smiled indifferently. You seem to have gotten something wrong. Now, it is you who are about to fall into my hands. Later on, it should be you who will answer some of my questions regarding the remnants of your Black Nightmare Mountain. And you, do you think that you still have the free time to ask me questions now? Yao Shan's brows were knit tightly. Having followed Old Man Li for a very long time, I have long since become his trusted aide. His habits and style of doing things, I feel that I am even more familiar with them than you, Yan Zhaoga. Where exactly did I reveal a flaw, causing you to grow wary? Why do I have to explain it to you? Yan Zhaoga chortled. Explain to you where your flaw is, after which I will introduce my plan in detail. How is it so troublesome? You only need to know what you will be facing next. Yan Zhaoga swiveled his head, saying mildly to Hu, I want them alive. Squeeze out everything they know. Having already captured another person, Hu now smiled coldly as he entered the black water cage to deal with Yao Shan. Yao Shan howled furiously, wanting to fight to the death. However, he was hard-pressed to stand against Hu. The black streams of water released by Pan Pan's innate talent unceasingly restricted Yao Shan, causing even if Yao Shan wanted to commit suicide, it would be hard for him to do so. Jun Luo and Lian Qing also regained their wits at this time. Looking at the already dried-up corpse of Lian Ying as well as Yao Shan and Hu, their emotions were complicated. Meanwhile, the group of Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners all stared hatefully at Yao Shan and the others. Especially seeing that Yao Shan's current appearance was exactly the same as Elder Li's, they felt even more resentful. Having finished speaking to Hu, Yan Zhaoga's attention returned to the stone pillar in his hands. Radiance shot out from the stone pillar, transforming into a formless barrier that shielded them from the wind and rain, blocking the black storm that was still rampaging unceasingly within the sky. The black dragon dread was ferocious, but comparatively speaking, it left as quickly as it had come. Resisting it for a period of time without being harmed, the momentum of the wind would gradually weaken once more. After this violent wave of the black dragon dread had passed, while the black nightmare storm would still be violent and piercingly cold, its power shocking, even without the help of the stone pillar, Yan Zhaoga and the others would still be able to withstand it. Looking at the black dragon dread before them which was already beginning to gradually weaken, Yan Zhaoga nodded slightly. Feng Yunxing retracted her saber, returning to his side as she said in a low tone, if it was the imitation killing jade, then Elder Li should have already been killed? Yan Zhaoga nodded after a moment of silence, Feng Yunxing also feeling slightly downcast. After they had arrived at Suzhou City, it had been Elder Li who had received them, then acted as their guide as they had entered the Great Western Desert together. Along the way, Elder Li had been a capable and experienced person, managing everything in a very orderly manner, at the same time interacting extremely amicably with Yan Zhaoga, Feng Yunxing and Hu. Feng Yunxing gazed at Yao Shan. I also don't know when Elder Li was killed and how did he deal with his corpse? Yan Zhaoga answered, there is a limit to how long the imitation killing jade can be maintained. To play it safe he wouldn't have made a move too early. The first time we came to the Black Dragon Dread was the first time they wanted to kill me. He most likely killed Elder Li not too long ago. Calculating the time, this is their second move and also his last chance. Not long after, the imitation killing jade should lose its effect. Hearing his words, Feng Yunxing said, Elderly was a Xiantian martial scholar. If he died, the deterioration of his qi and blood would naturally dissipate. If he was killed at the place where you pulled out the stone pillar, then Elder Li's corpse should not have been buried underground all this time. On our way here we did not feel the qi of death or the qi of blood at all. If they brought Elder Li's corpse along as they moved, there should be a shadow shrinking pouch. Yan Zhaoge said, one of them impersonating Elder Li while the other was still acting as Yao Shan. This additional person should have been within that shadow shrinking pouch before this. Feng Yunxing asked, by the way, I also want to know, how did you see through his flaws? Chapter 227. Feng Yunxing asked Yan Zhaoge via sound transmission with her aura qi, and Yan Zhaoge replied via sound transmission, since I knew that they wanted to kill me while the Black Dragon Dread was creating chaos, I naturally had to observe carefully. When the Black Dragon Dread arrived, I asked everyone to gather around me. As they did so, they were naturally all looking at me wanting to know what I had to do. Only these two, other than looking at me, were also constantly observing Ah Hu and Pan Pan's positions. Thinking back carefully, when the Black Dragon Dread first appeared, it also seemed like this. Why were they concerned about Ah Hu and Pan Pan? Yan Zhaoge curled his lips. I'll take it that the two of them both like men, having taken a fancy to Ah Hu. While he couldn't hear Yan Zhaoge's voice, the Ah Hu who was just about to capture Yao Shan suddenly shivered for no reason at all, almost giving Yao Shan a chance to commit suicide. On the other side, Yan Zhaoge continued nonchalantly. But why were they still paying attention to Pan Pan? Could it be that their tastes are so hardcore that it's obscene? Hearing his words, Feng Yunxing didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. While Yan Zhaoge's words were teasing, there wasn't the slightest hint of a smile in his tone. In the eyes of the outside world, not only is Ah Hu my retainer, he is also my guard. If Ah Hu isn't here, then so be it. As long as Ah Hu is by my side, those who want to assassinate me all know that to kill Yen, first kill Tiger. They don't have any martial grandmasters. If they want to touch me, they would have to consider breaking through Ah Hu's protection. As for Pan Pan, he has always been by my side. As a spirit beast protecting its owner, no matter how mischievous and harmless Pan Pan usually looks, the Pishio race is also one of the few powerful spirit beasts with extraordinary talent. Moreover, just his size alone forms a natural barrier by my side, forcing them to go around him. As the Black Dragon Dread gradually passed, the light patterns on the stone pillars similarly began to disappear. The flickering light of thunder within Yan Zhaoge's eyes also gradually dimmed. Seeing that Yao Shan had already been captured by Ah Hu, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, the Black Dragon Dread is not only to create chaos, at the same time, it is also to deplete the power of the sacred artifact fragment in my body. Feng Yunxing nodded, going forward to mention this to Ah Hu. Ah Hu nodded. I've searched. There is indeed a shadow shrinking pouch. I haven't had the time to see what exactly is inside. Receiving the shadow shrinking pouch, Feng Yunxing opened it, and indeed discovered Elder Li's corpse inside. Elder Li had been dead for a long time. The corpse's qi and blood had gradually deteriorated. However, he was a Xiantian realm guru when he was alive. His physical body's qi and blood were strong. Although his body was deteriorating, there were no signs of decay so far. The other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners crowded over, looking at the already dead Elder Li as well as Yao Shan who had been captured by Ah Hu but still had the appearance of Elder Li, instantly feeling infuriated. Elder Li's face had already stiffened. However, there was still shock and horror that had yet to disperse. His eyes were wide open and empty, and he died with everlasting regret. Coming before Elder Li, Yan Zhaoge supported that massive stone pillar with one hand, but still lowered his body, extending his left hand, gently closing Elder Li's eyes. Squeeze them dry of everything they know, and then there's no need to keep them. Yan Zhaoge stood up once more and said to Ah Hu. Ah Hu answered without hesitation, yes, young master. Yao Shan's face was ashen. He lowered his head and said nothing. His companion struggled and said, we're going to die either way. Do you expect us to confess? Swiveling his head to glance at him, Ah Hu grinned savagely, sometimes, death is actually not scary. Yan Zhaoge raised his head to look at the black nightmare storm before him which was gradually returning to its normal state, narrowing his eyes slightly into slits. Black Nightmare Mountain. Shaking his head, Yan Zhaoge inspected the things that Ah Hu had obtained from the two. The things of value were comparatively limited. There were mainly two things that Yan Zhaoge was concerned about. The first was that on the body of Yao Shan's companion, there was still an unused imitation-killing jade. Stroking the imitation-killing jade, Yin Zhaoge fell into deep thought. The imitation-killing jade had many restrictions. For example, its time of use was limited, and it had restrictions on the cultivation bases of both the killer and the killed. However, it could not be denied that this thing could play an important role at certain times. Especially when the killer and the killed were extremely familiar with each other, understanding most of the other's habits of speech and so on, it could indeed achieve the effect of passing off the fake as the genuine to a large extent. With Yao Shan as an example, he had impersonated elderly. Before the second attack of the Black Dragon Dread, Yin Zhaoge had indeed not suspected him at all. While he currently had no use for it, keeping it in his hands, it might come in handy at some point in the future. Even if Yin Zhaoge didn't use it himself, handing it over to someone he could trust, it might also play an unexpected role. As for the second thing, originating from Yao Shan, it was half a piece of jade, its style extremely simple and unadorned. Yin Zhaoge observed it carefully for a moment. It should be a complete piece of jade, having been split into two right down the middle, the whereabouts of the other piece unknown. There were patterns on the surface of the jade. While they were simple, they were majestic, causing one to have a deep impression of them. After carefully analyzing it for a moment, Yin Zhaoge was slightly taken aback. Oh, it's actually a spirit pattern from before the Great Calamity? Spirit patterns were not words, not having any special meaning within them. However, after analyzing it for a moment, Yin Zhaoge could confirm that if it was a complete piece of jade, the spirit pattern would be complete, and it would be a small-scale spirit formation. Within this small-scale spirit formation, perhaps some rather valuable things might be concealed. From the state of the fracture, as well as the degree to which the spiritual qi has dissipated, this piece of jade has just been split apart not too long ago. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment. The other half of the jade might also be circulating around the wind domain, very possibly in the sand region. Since that's the case, we can instruct people to search for it carefully. This kind of spirit pattern was also rather rare before the Great Calamity. There shouldn't be many people of the current Eight Extremities world who are able to carefully distinguish it and activate the spirit formation. This means that the information concealed within the spirit formation has most likely still not been deciphered. As Yin Zhaoge thought about it, he didn't really take it to heart, shrugging nonchalantly as he kept the imitation-killing jade along with the jade coin. Ahu directly brought the two along as they entered that shadow-shrinking pouch. After this, they still had to set off as soon as possible, leaving the Great Western Desert. And things like extorting a confession couldn't be rushed. Only slowly would it be easier to break through the mental defenses of a captive. Therefore Yin Zhaoge took the shadow-shrinking pouch, leading them on their way. While they didn't know what method Ahu had used to get the two to speak, the Broad Creed mountain martial practitioners under Elder Li's command, as they brought Elder Li's corpse along, all had expressions of anticipation and hatred on their faces. Feng Yunqing's expression was as per usual. While watching Yin Zhaoge keep the shadow-shrinking pouch containing the trio, Jun Luo and Lian Cheng's gazes were a little complicated. Chapter 228. The other Broad Creed mountain martial practitioners ignored Lian Ying's corpse. Previously, in the Black Nightmare Storm, he had been saved along with Jun Luo and Lian Cheng. In the end, at the critical moment, this unremarkable kid had repaid their kindness with enmity, nearly stabbing them all with a knife. If not for Yin Zhaoge having a way to deal with it in time, they would have had to guard against the Black Dragon Dread above them while also being wary of the White Dragon Dread formed by Lianing below them. Because of Elder Li's death, the enraged Broad Creed mountain martial practitioners not directly killing the corpse to vent their anger was already a very calm performance. Looking at Lian Ying's corpse, Lian Cheng sighed, going forward to collect his remains. Once upon a time, he and this clansman of his had been in the same boat, having had similar encounters, thus getting along rather well. Both of them were born of concubines, their parents having died early, their personalities also rather soft and gentle, often being bullied in the family. Growing up together, they could be considered to be one of the few friends and family they had. It was just that at some point, Lian Ying had gradually distanced himself from him, causing Lian Qing to be very puzzled. Hearing Lian Ying's words just now and seeing his behavior, Lian Qing finally recalled that it seemed that from that moment he had met Jun Luo, Lian Ying's attitude towards him had begun to change. While Lian Cheng's personality was a little soft, he was not a fool. Already understanding the reason for Lian Ying's change, he could not help but sigh within his heart. Actually, to Lian Qing, how was Jun Luo not a rare ray of light that had appeared in his life? It was just that Lian Qing was not as extreme as Lian Ying. At the same time, he was more pessimistic. He had long since felt that looking at Jun Luo was like looking up at the clouds. While Lian Ying had not been kind to him, the white dragon dread he had created having nearly devoured him, looking at the already dead Lian Ying, Lian Cheng's heart still softened, not bearing for him to die in the desert just like this. Even though he was already dead, at least he could return to his roots? Looking at Lian Cheng and Lian Ying, Jun Luo bit her lip, somewhat hesitating. Her gaze fell on Lian Ying, appearing extremely complex. On Lian Qing it was slightly softer. After a while, Jun Luo also sighed, going forward to help Lian Qing. They collected Lian Ying's corpse, preparing to bring it out of the Great Western Desert. Seeing this scene, the group of Broad Creed mountain martial practitioners did not help, nor did they stop it as they retracted Elder Li's corpse. He stood silently by the side, awaiting Yan Zhaoge's instructions. Yan Zhaoge glanced mildly at Jun Luo. Luo, this is the pugilistic world, the normal state of the outside world. Or perhaps it should be said that this actually isn't much at all. It is still a very bright side. There are still many darker, bloodier things. It was a bloody, cold, and sudden assassination. It was a scheme that exploited a person's weakness. The enmity and vengeance between the two great forces affected the others as well. Black Nightmare Mountain had long since been destroyed. Now, it was just some of their descendants who wanted revenge. Their target was also not the higher echelon experts of Broad Creed Mountain, but Yan Zhaoge who, while his status was currently increasing, had still yet to enter the martial grandmaster realm. The conflict between the two sides was far from comparable to the storm that could be stirred up by a battle between two holy lands. But such a ripple was already enough to destroy people like Jun Luo, Lian Cheng and Lian Ying. It was fine if he didn't get involved, but once he did, he wouldn't be able to control himself. They might not even know how they died. Even at the moment of his death, Lian Ying probably didn't fully understand that he was just a chess piece in Yao Shan's hands, a part of Yao Shan's assassination plan. It wasn't even the crucial part, just a supporting part. After keeping Lian Ying's corpse, Lian Qing brought it along with him. Jun Luo stood up, biting her lower lip as she looked at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge said quietly, "The enmity between my clan and the remnants of Black Nightmare Mountain to you, is indeed because your strength is insufficient. It is true that our strength is not enough, and we had no choice but to get involved. It is not your fault, nor is it a crime of fighting. It was just that for the powers that Jun Luo, Lian Cheng and the others were from, it was very hard for them to guard against these storms that blew down from the upper echelons. They would be swept in just like that. Many times there would be no warning at all. And in the Howling Windsword sect that you hail from, there are actually quite a few powers of the same level. If there is conflict between them, they will similarly resort to all sorts of methods." Jun Luo was silent for a moment before she said in a low voice, "Brother Yin, I understand what you mean." She raised her head slightly stubbornly, "But I still believe that the outside world does not only consist of these. I have to understand these things. Otherwise, I don't know when I might end up harming others and myself. However, it also won't cause me to hesitate and not advance." The girl's gaze was still bright. Seeing it, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, "I don't have the intention of making decisions for you. I'm just giving you a reminder. Before doing anything, think of Uncle Jun. If something happens to you, they will inevitably be sad." Jun Luo nodded, "Yes, brother." Yan Zhaoge said, "All right, let's go. Other matters can wait until we have left the Great Western Desert." The group loudly agreed, following Yan Zhaoge's footsteps as they continued on their way back to Suzhou City. On the way, Feng Yunxing glanced at Jun Luo, smiling as she sent a sound transmission over to Yan Zhaoge with her aura chi. "The little girl is not bad." Holding the stone pillar with his right hand, Yan Zhaoge similarly smiled as he walked. "Did you also walk like this that year?" Feng Yunxing smiled, "More or less. That year, I was almost drugged unconscious by human traffickers, being sold to them as a female slave." Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to glance at her. Feng Yunxing's expression, on the other hand, was very relaxed. "When I was in the Sacred Sun clan, while I often went out to temper myself, it was mainly to increase my experience in the area of the martial Tao. Also, with the seniors of the clan following me, even if I met with danger, even if I had to suffer, I would more or less be able to preserve my life. Afterwards, when I had just escaped from the clan, I had no one to rely on. I hid my tracks and fled by myself, avoiding being hunted down and killed, having fled almost half of the fire domain. In the process of fleeing, I met quite a few people and things and also made some friends, but... Feng Yunxing chuckled. The first friend I made while fleeing seemed to be extremely righteous, treating people warmly and warmly. When we first met, it really moved me to the extreme. At that time, I had just avoided a wave of Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners. While I had successfully broken out of their encirclement, I had been heavily injured. After getting to know that person, he very warmly wanted to help me find a place to recuperate. Feng Yunxing smiled. Who knew that it was actually a human trafficker wanting to drug me unconscious and sell me to others, even having already contacted a buyer? If I had not discovered it in time a few years ago, I would probably have already been a caged bird in some family's private residence. Yan Zhaoge curled his lips. I won't ask you about the outcome of that human trafficker. Feng Yunxing laughed and didn't continue speaking. Having left the area of the Great Western Desert, while it was still a stretch of yellow sand before them, that terrifying scene of the all-encompassing black storm finally disappeared, left behind by them. Before they had even reached Suzhou City, the results of Ahu's interrogation were already out. Chapter 229. Everyone, please support the official subscription and monthly tickets. Thank you, everyone. As for whether Ahu's interrogation would be able to pry open the mouths of the two, Yan Zhaoge expressed that he had never been worried. Because Yan Zhaoge had also handed the cold marrow needles technique over to Ahu. Other than the cold marrow needles as a last resort, Ahu also had many other interrogation techniques. This simple-looking big fella was proficient in many different fields, a competent and reliable lackey. It was just that he had never had the chance to display many of his specialized techniques. Ahu indeed did not disappoint them. Before they had even arrived at Suzhou City, he had already squeezed out what Yan Zhaoge wanted from the two. Indeed connected to the decimating abyss. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Of the survivors of Black Nightmare Mountain, a considerable portion, while not having fallen to the dark side, have also joined the decimating abyss. However, there are still many who maintain their independence, at the same time also secretly guarding against the decimating abyss and the 9 underworlds, just that the two sides still maintain contact. These people are mainly receiving the support of the Sacred Sun clan? This is something to be expected. Hearing Ahu's report, Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself. Ahu imitated him, also stroking his lower chin. I just don't know how much the Sacred Sun clan knows about the decimating abyss through their contact with the survivors of Black Nightmare Mountain. The level of the two is still a little too low, and the information they know is still limited. Yan Zhaoge said, no, actually it's already quite sufficient, especially knowing that a considerable portion of the survivors of Black Nightmare Mountain who joined the decimating abyss and left the Wind Domain have returned to the Wind Domain these past few months. This piece of information is very important. The other side might have made a move again. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge said to Ahu, all the information obtained, split it into two, one for the clan, the other for the first seat elder of the Sand region. Ahu nodded in agreement, going off to make the arrangements. Yan Zhaoge gazed back in the direction of the Great Western Desert, where the sky was still dark. There was at least one great grandmaster martial artist from the Black Nightmare Mountain, having executed the Black Dragon Dread twice earlier. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge had similarly already confirmed that the principal elder of Broad Creed Mountain's lineage who was closest to this place and presided over the Howling Windsword sect had also previously arrived at the Great Western Desert. Therefore, in order to intimidate that Black Nightmare Mountain martial grandmaster, he had been unable to personally make a move. Yan Zhaoge left the Great Western Desert safely with that pillar of the Divine Palace. The principal elder of the Howling Wind sect also withdrew from that dangerous area, but he didn't go far. Instead, he temporarily oversaw the outskirts of the Great Western Desert. Yan Zhaoge's group returned to Suzhou City. Having been Suzhou City's acting elder for so many years, Elderly had quite a bit of prestige here. Hearing the grievous news, the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who were stationed here all felt pained. The first seat elder of the Sand Continent and the principal elder of the Howling Wind sect also received the news of Elder Li's death, and sent messages to comfort everyone. At the same time, he arranged for the new Suzhou Deacon Elder to take over. Before the new acting elder of Suzhou arrived, Yan Zhaoge temporarily remained in Suzhou City. Yan Zhaoge's current status was rather special. Theoretically speaking, even the first seat elder of the Sand region was unable to control him. If he had any needs, someone like the principal elder of the Howling Wind sect would do his best to satisfy him. While his age and cultivation base were still young, After Yen Zhaoge had left the clan and gone down there, his status had been extraordinary. However, Yen Zhaoge's current energy, it was still mainly concentrated on that pillar of divine ability that he had brought out of the Great Western Desert. Entering Suzhou City, arriving at the lodgings that he had arranged for himself, Yen Zhaoge finally put down the massive stone pillar. The stone pillar stood upright on the ground, not a single speck of dust rising from the ground. It seemed completely weightless, just like when Yen Zhaoge had been carrying it. However, only those who had truly tried it would know how heavy this thing was. If not for having already achieved an initial refinement of it, Yen Zhaoge was certain that even if he had stepped into the martial grandmaster realm, he might not be able to lift it up. Having undergone an initial refinement in the Great Western Desert earlier, staying in Suzhou City this time, Yen Zhaoge was preparing to refine the stone pillar a second time. When he had entered the city just now, the sight of Yen Zhaoge carrying the massive stone pillar had already drawn the attention of many. It was indeed flashy, but if he continued walking like this, it would really be too flashy. Not speaking of anything else, bringing along such a big fella that could not be stored in a shadow-shrinking pouch, no matter where he went, anyone would know that he had come, unable to hide his tracks even if he wanted to. It would be like holding up a torch in the middle of the night, and this torch would also be unable to be extinguished on its own. Let everyone know that I've been here. These words sounded rather invigorating, rather energetic, rather flashy, rather arrogant. However, if a few more words were added at the front, the meaning would completely change. For example, I can only let everyone know that I've been here. Yen Zhaoge sat in the meditative position on the empty ground in the courtyard, raising his head to look at the pillar of the divine palace that was more than 20 meters in length, seemingly even taller than the city walls of Suzhou City. He repeatedly drew in mid-air with a single hand, his orochi leaving behind traces as he inscribed one line after another, forming a profound diagram. Then, the silhouettes of these diagrams were inscribed together within a crystal. These diagrams were the ones that Yen Zhaoge had inscribed onto the pillar of the divine palace. What was inscribed within was also Yen Zhaoge's interpretation of these diagrams. The diagrams on the pillar of the divine palace did not by themselves possess any special meaning, but contained unique principles as well as concepts within. Observing them, martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases would be hard-pressed to comprehend their profundities and value. However, if it was experts at the level of Yuan Zhengfeng, Yendi Fangzhuan and Shirtai, they might be able to gain something unique from them. Depending on their individual circumstances, their gains might also be different, some more, some less. However, it was indisputably a great deal of wealth. Bringing the entire stone pillar back, the one who could actually truly refine and decipher the deeper parts within was still Yen Zhaoge. To Yuan Zhengfeng and the others, what was meaningful were the profundities contained within these diagrams. Therefore, while Yen Zhaoge temporarily remained in Suzhou City to refine the stone pillar a second time, he had inscribed all of the diagrams on the pillar of the divine palace. Not revealing anything, he secretly arranged for people to send them back to Broad Creed Mountain as soon as possible. Other than this matter, let our people search carefully for this thing in the sand region, and see if they can find the other half. After handing over the crystal with the diagrams inscribed onto it to Ah Hu, Yen Zhaoge took out that half of the jade coin. Don't make it public, search in a low-profile manner. Ah Hu received it. Rest easy, young master, I know what to do. After Ah Hu left, Yen Zhaoge's mind returned to the pillar of the divine palace before him, beginning to attempt to refine it a step further. As Yen Zhaoge's fist intent merged with it, the scenes of the great calamity that year seemed to appear before his eyes once more. As the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart, the scenes turned illusory, falling straight to the 9 heavens. Yen Zhaoge knew full well that this was the stone pillar descending from the heavens, as though it had a life of its own. His current perspective belonged to the stone pillar. The stone pillar directly fell into the desert. At first, the desert was completely ordinary, but the weather gradually changed afterwards, turning into the current Great Western Desert. And in this process, the stone pillar also gradually merged with the weather of the Great Western Desert, sometimes being exposed outside, sometimes being buried by the sandstorms, not a trace of it to be seen. Yen Zhaoge seemed to have transformed into this stone pillar, feeling the flow of time alongside it. Suddenly, Yen Zhaoge's eyes lit up as an indistinct figure appeared within his field of vision. Chapter 230. In Yen Zhaoge's current field of vision, the scenes that appeared before him did not truly exist. Instead, they originated from the memories of the pillar of the divine palace. So when he saw a faintly discernible figure appear in his line of sight, he couldn't help but be roused. This meant that someone had also discovered the pillar. This person walked over slowly, strolling in the black nightmare storm as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge knit his brows slightly because after carefully analyzing it, he discovered that this person had arrived precisely when the black nightmare storms of the Great Western Desert were at their fiercest. The person who came was so relaxed and carefree. His strength was so great that it was unfathomable. It was horrifying. Especially when Yan Zhaoge observed carefully, he discovered that he was actually unable to clearly see the newcomer's appearance. The other party seemed to be shrouded in a ball of clear light, and only the outline of the figure could be seen. It was a young woman, but her appearance and clothes were all obscured. The woman came before Yan Zhaoge, or it should be said that she came before the stone pillar. She reached out her hand and lightly stroked the surface of the stone pillar, letting out a soft sigh that seemed to resound within Yan Zhaoge's heart. The world has changed, things remain the same, but people have changed. Yan Zhaoge's pupils abruptly dilated, because listening to this person's words, he actually did not feel like he was viewing the traces of light left behind by the reversal of time. Instead, this person seemed to really be from the same era as himself, standing right beside his ear and whispering softly. After clearly hearing this person's words and carefully deciphering the meaning of his words, Yan Zhaoge's heart pounded madly. The world had changed, things remained the same, but people had changed. Yan Zhaoge stabilized his mind, continuing to observe the illusory scenes before him. The young woman stroked the lines on the surface of the stone pillar and seemed to be talking to herself. Is the path we're going to take the right one? In the future, do you still have the face to meet your ancestors? She sighed again and pressed her palm down, but she didn't take away the stone pillar. Instead, it caused the stone pillar to sink even further, until it was buried in the vast desert. Gazing over carefully, Yan Zhaoge could vaguely see that the top of that woman's head was vaguely visible. It seemed to be wearing a crown. The silhouette quickly disappeared, but Yan Zhaoge's mind shook slightly once more. If I'm not wrong, that seems to be the Extreme crown? Yan Zhaoge's eyelids twitched, his expression turning rather strange. While he had not personally seen the real thing, the image of the Extreme crown was still rather vivid. Yan Zhaoge had seen this not just once or twice. While the ornament on that girl's head was blurry and indistinct, its outline was clearly extremely similar to the Extreme crown. Yan Zhaoge inhaled deeply, his consciousness awakening as he broke free from the imprint left behind by the pillar of the divine palace. His expression was calm, and countless thoughts came one after another in his mind. After a while, Yan Zhaoge regained his wits, raising his head and gazing over, his eyes narrowing slightly. Although the changes were subtle. However, with Yan Zhaoge's current vision, he could accurately tell that the pillar of the divine palace before him was a little short. This meant that his refinement of the divine palace's pillar was starting to show results. However, if he wanted to fully express his intentions, it wouldn't be as easy as when he first refined it in the Great Western Desert. It seemed like this second refinement would require some time. Yan Zhaoge extended his palm, pressing on the surface of the stone pillar, his mind moving slightly. The stone pillar instantly grew taller once more, returning to its original state, no abnormalities that had occurred earlier visible. However, at this moment, it was indeed already different from before. Following Yan Zhaoge's will, the length and size of this pillar of the divine palace could be changed to a limited extent. As the refinement progressed day by day, the extent to which the stone pillar could change would also increase unceasingly. Looking at the pillar of the divine palace, Yan Zhaoge was silent for a long time. In the days that followed, Yan Zhaoge was stationed in Suzhou City. Other than asking about Elder Li's funeral matters, he was cultivating and refining the pillar of the divine palace. Before the new acting elder of Suzhou arrived, Broad Creed Mountain's martial practitioners in Suzhou City would also report to Yan Zhaoge if there was anything. However, everything here had long since been arranged, and Yan Zhaoge had no intention of messing things up. He just followed the rules, calmly making the transition. With Broad Creed Mountain having lost their acting elder, the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners here originally already had a belly full of rage. No one was blind enough to come and provoke Broad Creed Mountain at this time. After having properly dealt with the tasks that Yan Zhaoge had assigned to him, Ahu returned to Yan Zhaoge's side. Observing the patterns on the engravings on the pillar of the divine palace, Ahu gradually calmed his heart, his gaze flickering as he gained something. One day, the meditating Ahu suddenly opened his eyes, a piercingly cold light flickering within them, that actual spiritual light above his head shooting straight into the horizon, its aura surging. Sitting where he was, Yan Zhaoge looked at this scene calmly. The spiritual light above Ahu's head gradually retracted into the crown of his head, the gaze within his eyes also beginning to retract. At the end, the spiritual light above Ahu's head disappeared, the bright light within his eyes also vanishing without a trace. Ahu stood up, raising his hand and punching out, the scene formed of his fist-intense aura-chi virtually condensing into something tangible. The spirituality of his aura-chi did not appear externally, instead being completely retracted within the heavens and earth formed of his fist intent, heavy and heavy, growing increasingly vigorous. It was like a piece of fertile land, able to nurture infinite life, only waiting for the seed to fall, then it could be nurtured, then germinating. That vigorous, heavy yet extraordinarily agile power about Ahu's entire body had increased greatly as compared to before. His entire person seemed to have been reborn, stepping into a brand new heaven and earth. The spiritual light above his head disappearing, not having been intentionally retracted like before, but having truly vanished. The disappearance of the spiritual light did not mean that he had weakened. On the contrary, he had become stronger because currently, every single acupoint of Ahu's entire body pulsing slightly, seemed to be able to communicate with the heavens and the earth, no longer just that beam of spiritual light that connected to the heavens above his head. The bright light within Ahu's eyes was retracted, warm as jade. It was the same principle, a phenomenon of returning to simplicity. This was precisely the sign of a martial practitioner having crossed the heavenly chasm, stepping from the martial scholar realm to the martial grandmaster realm. Ahu leapt up from the ground, rushing before Yan Zhaoge, laughing loudly, "Young master, I've succeeded." Yan Zhaoge also laughed heartily, patting Ahu's shoulder, entering spirit vessel from heavenly connection. The heavens and earth are no longer the same, good job. Just like how the martial scholar realm was divided into the inner aura, outer aura and the 9 levels of the Xiantian realm, it was the same for martial grandmasters. The 10 levels of the martial grandmaster realm, from lowest to highest, were the spirit vessel, essence spirit and essence talisman, each of which was also divided into the early, mid and late stages. Adding on the final peak 10 levels, the transcending mortality realm was the 10 levels of the martial grandmaster realm. Martial scholars of the heavenly connection stage broke through the final profound threshold, entering spirit vessel from heavenly connection, rising from the martial scholar realm to the martial grandmaster realm. Like Ahu, he had attained the cultivation base of an early spirit vessel martial grandmaster today. The spirituality of his aura-chi returning to simplicity, the heavens and earth of his fist intent turning from illusory to real a step further, beginning to form spirit soil. When a spirit seed had been condensed, developing and strengthening within the spirit soil, it would signify that the martial practitioner had stepped into the mid-spirit vessel martial grandmaster realm. Even as Yan Zhaoge felt happy for Ahu, he had also long since come up with a plan for his following advancement. From the late Xiantian stage to the heavenly connection stage isn't hard, but if I want to quickly charge into the martial grandmaster realm from the heavenly connection stage, there are some things that I have to prepare in advance. Chapter 231. Subscriptions are fundamental, please support me. Monthly votes. The 2 gods behind us are right in front of us. They're about to explode twice in a row and push us out of the top 10. We need monthly votes to protect our chrysanthemums. Let's make a small announcement. There will be a surprise tomorrow. Please continue your subscriptions and monthly passes. Thank you. In the cultivation of martial artists, from the late stage Xiantian martial scholar realm to the heavenly connection realm, as well as breaking through from the heavenly connection realm to the great grandmaster realm, these 2 stages required more comprehension and not just simple grinding and slowly accumulating. Of course, there was still a need for the necessary accumulation, but it wasn't something that could be achieved just by working hard. Especially for Tongtian grandmasters, breaking through to the early stage spirit vessel grandmaster was even more difficult than any previous breakthroughs in the grandmaster realm. The name Heavenly Chasm was not without reason. Since ancient times, there had been many martial masters who had been stuck at this stage and wasted their entire lives. Not to mention the other powers, even martial practitioners from Broad Creed Mountain and the other 5 sacred grounds were stuck at this stage, unable to advance any further. In today's world, when evaluating a youth, a rising star, or a genius with outstanding potential, one of the most important criteria for determining their future was to advance from grandmaster level to great grandmaster level. It was hard to become a martial sage. As long as one could become a great grandmaster level martial sage, then at least one could say that this outstanding young man, a genius, had not wasted his potential and talent. People often say that a genius who can turn potential into real strength is a true genius. Most of the time, the standard of judgment here was tacitly acknowledging that one had reached the martial grandmaster realm. More accurately, one had to break through the natural moat and become a martial grandmaster in one's prime. In general, when a young outstanding talent became a great grandmaster-level martial sage, the way people looked at him would change. They would no longer see him as a junior. Just like Yan Zhaoge. To be able to enjoy such treatment before reaching the grandmaster realm was something that could only be encountered by chance. He was an exception among exceptions. After all, outside the 6 holy lands, a great grandmaster martial artist could more or less dominate a region. Being able to become a martial grandmaster, Yan Zhaoge was naturally happy for him. As for Yan Zhaoge himself, breaking through from the late Xiantian stage to the heavenly connection stage only required a bit more accumulation. Refining the pillar of the divine palace to Yan Zhaoge was not as simple as just looking at the silhouettes within or shrinking it as he pleased. Yan Zhaoge was not unfamiliar with the patterns on the pillar, but this object was rich with spirituality and profound mysteries. Actually touching this object had its own unique magical effects. As the person who had refined the pillar of the divine palace, he was the one who had benefited the most. Compared to Ahu, he was much bigger. However, if he wanted to break through the bottleneck of a martial grandmaster within a short period of time, Yan Zhaoge would have to employ some special methods. The key was that some things that needed to be prepared were rather rare and hard to find. Yan Zhaoge was similarly confident and slowly comprehending and analyzing it himself. It was just that the current situation was changing too quickly. Yan Zhaoge also had to strengthen himself further. Especially after seeing the traces of light left behind by the pillar of the divine palace, Yan Zhaoge had some other thoughts. The reason why he was interested in that half a jade coin was because the jade coin was something from before the Great Calamity. The information contained within the spirit formation might be able to guide Yan Zhaoge to some secret realm. A great calamity. This caused many heavenly materials and earthly treasures to be scarce or even extinct. If a secret realm from before the Great Calamity could be left behind, perhaps there might still be some things that Yan Zhaoge wanted within. This way it would be convenient to collect them, and Yan Zhaoge would also not have to rack his brains to think of a substitute. Of course, this secret realm might have been destroyed along with the Great Calamity, or it might have already been taken over by someone else. However, as compared to searching for virtually extinct things all over the world now, this path was still a little more reliable. Apart from cultivating, Yan Zhaoge also paid attention to the current situation in Suzhou City and even the Sand region. And the arrival of the new acting elder of Suzhou City was much later than Yan Zhaoge had expected. However, when he learned who the other party was, he was also slightly taken aback. The news that had come was that the new acting elder of Suzhou City was actually the Su Fei that Yan Zhaoge couldn't be more familiar with. Heavenly Rock, Su Fei, Shirtai's disciple, a leading figure of Broad Creed Mountain's new generation. After the heavenly connection meet at Clear Concealed Lake, he had become a martial grandmaster at just over 30 years of age. Hearing the news, Yan Zhaoge's first reaction was, did senior apprentice brother Su make some mistake? The position of acting elder was generally held by martial scholars. For a martial grandmaster like Su Fei, who had boundless prospects ahead of him, to be thrown to Suzhou City by the borders of the Sand region of the Wind domain as an acting elder, no matter how one looked at it, it seemed like a demotion rather than an important position. Su Fei was still young, also having just stepped into the martial grandmaster realm. His potential was still limitless, and it was precisely the moment where he was determined to advance, continuing to cultivate and improve himself. Even if it was for tempering, if he were to be sent out, it would also be when his cultivation base was a little higher, directly giving him the position of acting elder. No matter what, it wouldn't be an acting elder. As soon as Yan Zhaoge heard the news, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed, but he quickly reacted. Is it because of the matter of the decimating abyss and Black Nightmare Mountain that I reported earlier? Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly. Over at the clan, Grand Master, Father, eldest apprentice uncle and the others also think that the decimating abyss is going to cause trouble in the Wind domain in the near future? Ahu scratched his head. I'm afraid that's the case. Yan Zhaoge nodded. This made sense. Su Fei had come over only to temporarily assume the position of Suzhou's acting elder, handling special matters in special times. Having just assassinated Yan Zhaoge by the border of the Sand region, if the decimating abyss and Black Nightmare Mountain still wanted to cause trouble, Suzhou would be the first front line. Other than extremely rare special circumstances like Yan Zhaoga's, a martial scholar acting as Suzhou's acting elder still seemed a little weak. Temporarily transferring a powerful figure over to hold down the fort was also understandable. Yan Zhaoga was also here, but his situation was too special, his authority shockingly reaching the level of a first-seat elder. Placing him in Suzhou made the principal elder of the Howling Wind sect feel a little awkward. Therefore, the clan's intention was still to let Yan Zhaoga move about freely. Having come to Suzhou, Su Fei had a deep relationship with Yan Zhaoga, their coordination also being very good. Sitting on a chair, Yan Zhaoga lightly tapped on the armrest. The decimating abyss was previously extremely low-key, only beginning to gradually become active after that matter in the sealing dragon abyss. Now, the signs of activity are even more frequent. The Earth domain can still not be considered completely peaceful. Now, after the incident at Clear Concealed Lake, they are planning to act again in the Wind domain. Yan Zhaoga's fingers that were tapping on the armrest suddenly stopped. Is there some special reason? Could it be related to the other side, to the 9 underworlds? Standing up, Yan Zhaoga frowned slightly. With them causing trouble wave after wave like this, even as they cause trouble for us, they are also unceasingly losing their own strength. Previously we were in the light while they were in the dark, therefore their destructive power was shocking. Now that they have gradually surfaced, their greatest advantage is actually gradually disappearing. As Yan Zhaoga pondered, Ahu said from the side, "Right, young master, there's still someone who wishes to see you." "And who is it?" Yan Zhaoga asked. Ahu smacked his lips. "It's the patriarch of the Lian family that Lian Cheng and Lian Ying came from, saying that he's here to apologize." Chapter 232. Lian Family Patriarch? Yan Zhaoga raised his brows slightly as Ahu nodded. "That's right. There's also that little fellow Lian Cheng. He was brought along as well." Thinking for a moment, Yan Zhaoga's expression involuntarily turned a little strange. He has other intentions. Within the Great Western Desert, the Lian family's Lian Ying, under the instigation and manipulation of Black Nightmare Mountain's Yao Shan, created a white dragon dread to harm Yan Zhaoga and the others. After all, the main culprit, Yao Shan, had already fallen into his hands, while Lian Ying himself had also lost his life. Lian Ying's words at the time had the possibility of negatively affecting Jun Luo's reputation. Therefore, under Yan Zhaoga's instructions, the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners did not spread the details of the matter. However, having nearly been entrapped by Lian Ying with the White Dragon Dread, the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners naturally wouldn't be in a good mood. As for the Lian family's martial artists, they naturally wouldn't have any good expressions. In the Wind domain, if it could be said that the border of the Gan region was still wrangling with the Sacred Sun clan, the Sand region was Broad Creed Mountain's old territory. Their control over this place was not much different from that of the 5 regions of the Heaven domain. With a light stamp of Broad Creed Mountain's foot, the Sand region would tremble thrice. Although it was only the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain stationed in Suzhou City who were dissatisfied, the news very quickly spread to the Lian family's ancestral ground, the Lian family fortress. After Lian Cheng had parted ways with Yan Zhaoga and the others in Suzhou City, before he had even returned to the Lian family fortress, he had already been intercepted by his own clansmen, who then brought him back at top speed. After listening to Lian Cheng's recount of the situation, the Lian family fell into silence. From a certain perspective, it was Yao Shan who had wanted to assassinate Yan Zhaoga, therefore involving Lian Ying within. Lian Ying had actually been an innocent fish caught in the crossfire. If not for Yao Shan's assassination plan, Lian Ying would also not have done something like this, even losing his life. But on the other hand, if nothing happened to Lian Ying, how could he be used by Yao Shan? Why was it that he, Lian Ying, could become the knife in Yao Shan's hands and accomplice, but Jun Luo and Lian Cheng who had accompanied him, did not become Yao Shan's pawns? He was innocent. Jun Luo and Lian Cheng were far more innocent than him. Especially when Yan Zhaoga's group had even saved their lives from the Black Nightmare storm earlier. Lian Ying was repaying kindness with enmity. The lord of the Lian family fortress made a prompt decision, deciding to personally go to Suzhou City to meet Yan Zhaoga at the first possible moment to apologize. Compared to the Lian family fort, the Howling Windsword sect was already a massive entity, and the gap between the Howling Windsword sect and Broad Creed Mountain was even greater. Not to mention the fact that the Lian family was not in the right. Even if they were, it did not mean that they were safe. The 6 sacred lands were high and mighty. It was never as simple as just saying it. Comparatively speaking, Broad Creed Mountain and Turbid Wave Pavilion could already be considered extremely mild. If it were the Sacred Sun Clan, the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Infinite Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City, even if the Lien family was in the right, they might not be in the right at all. Moreover, if not for Yan Zhaoge, Jun Luo would have died at Lien Ying's hands. Other than Broad Creed Mountain, the Lien family would also have to account to Elder Jun of the Howling Windsword sect. This made the Lien family patriarch feel as if a calamity had suddenly descended upon his home. His mouth was full of bitterness, but there was no place for him to reason with. But very quickly, he felt that if he handled things properly, perhaps there was a possibility of turning danger into opportunity. Thus, he immediately brought Lianqing and rushed to Suzhou City. Yan Zhaoge did not avoid meeting him as he got Ahu to invite him in. Very soon, a middle-aged man who looked rather formidable brought along Lianqing, who still had a weak appearance. They appeared before Yan Zhaoge. Before the Broad Creed young master, the Lien family fortress's Lian Chongyi pays his respects. That middle-aged man first cupped his fists in greeting. Yan Zhaoge smiled, returning the greeting. Fortress Lord Lien is polite. Lian Chongyi was precisely the current #1 expert of the Lien family, a second-level martial grandmaster. A mid-spirit vessel martial grandmaster expert who had already condensed a spirit seed. He had personally come in full sincerity, but facing Yan Zhaoge, he didn't dare to be arrogant. Let alone him, even if the chief of the Howling Windsword sect met Yan Zhaoge now. He also couldn't treat him carelessly. Looking at Lian Chongyi, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. In the current Eight Extremities world, the martial practitioners of the 6 great sacred lands were used to classifying the various powers outside of the sacred lands as first-rate, second-rate, third-rate and even unranked. Generally speaking, a power with an essence spirit martial grandmaster was classified as a first-rate power, a power with a spirit vessel martial grandmaster was classified as a second-rate power, and a power with only a martial scholar without a martial grandmaster was classified as a third-rate power. As for unranked powers, the martial practitioners of the 6 great sacred lands generally didn't care about them. For example, the Yi family of which Yi Jing had been born. Of course, such powers were actually the most numerous, scattered in every corner of this world, as many as the hairs on a cow. And powers like the Eastern Tang Kingdom and the Howling Windsword sect were first-rate powers. The king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shiqing, was at the 5th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, a mid-essence spirit Martial Grandmaster realm expert. The chief of the Howling Windsword sect was at the 6th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, a late-essence spirit Martial Grandmaster realm expert. For example, the Lien family fortress with a mid-spirit vessel martial grandmaster like Lian Chongyi was a second-rate power. Generally speaking, Broad Creed Mountain's acting elders stationed at second-rate powers didn't need to be martial grandmasters. With Broad Creed Mountain's name present, it was already sufficient to protect the clan's local interests. And principal elders stationed at first-rate powers were mostly chosen based on the strength of the local first-rate powers. For example, the former Eastern Tang Kingdom's principal elder Yen Su, as the #1 honorary elder of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, was at the 4th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, an early essence spirit Martial Grandmaster realm expert. If Yen Su hadn't been beaten to the brink of death by Shi Tai back then, Yan Zhaoge wouldn't have been able to take him down so easily. And the current First Minister of the Howling Windsword sect, Broad Creed Mountain's principal elder stationed here, was at the 5th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, the mid-essence spirit stage. Out of respect for the rights of the local first-rate powers to govern themselves, the principal elders stationed by Broad Creed Mountain would usually have a lower cultivation base than the strongest expert there. However, because of the superiority of Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage martial arts, the principal elders actually didn't suffer much of a loss, being able to sufficiently protect Broad Creed Mountain's interests. Of course, this referred to individual cultivation bases, not considering the geographical advantage. Under normal circumstances, the local first-rate powers still held the dominant position. However, Broad Creed Mountain had a specialized first-seat elder in every region. Other than dealing with the conflicts of other sacred lands, it also ensured that as long as Broad Creed Mountain was willing, it could suppress any disturbances that arose in the local area. Whether it was the previous East Seat Elder, Elder Qin, or the First Seat Elder of the Wind Domain, they were both Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters. Yan Zhaoge currently possessed the authority of a First Seat Elder, while the official First Seat Elder of Broad Creed Mountain was at least at the 7th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, an early Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster expert. Lian Chongyi said, My clan is unfortunate, having produced an unfilial descendant, causing trouble for young Master Yen and our fellow Taoists of Broad Creed Mountain. This Lien is truly terrified, having specially come here this time to apologize. I hope that everyone can forgive me." Saying thus, he took out an item, placing it before Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge's gaze swept over it, immediately understanding, indeed, it isn't an apology but a gift. Chapter 233. Lien Chongyi's so-called apology gift was some jade-green liquid in a container. The viscous liquid resembled jade as it reflected Yen Zhaoge's face. Seeing it, Yen Zhaoge immediately recognized that the jade spring was currently condensed. Within the territory controlled by the Lien family fortress, there was a famous jade sand spring. The spring water it produced was very beneficial to martial artists. Broad Creed Mountain had specially stationed a jade spring acting elder there, receiving a certain amount of spring water every year. However, compared to the jade sand spring water, the jade spring essence produced at the mouth of the spring was much rarer and more valuable. It was just that the jade spring condensed essence was extremely rare. Whether it was the Lien family fortress or Broad Creed Mountain, they could only obtain a bit of it every year. Other than the two of them, only the Howling Windsword sect had a share of it. The other powers didn't even need to think about it. And while the jade spring condensed essence that Lien Chongyi intended to hand over to Yen Zhaoge now seemed like only a single cup, it was actually equivalent to an entire year's worth of the spring's production. In other words, every year the amount of jade spring condensed essence that the entire Broad Creed Mountain clan obtained from the jade sand spring was not as much as the one before Yen Zhaoge now. Naturally, it wasn't that the Lien family fort had concealed their output, but rather that they had painstakingly saved up their savings over the years. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this bit of jade spring concentrated essence was priceless. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, Lien Chongyi smiled. "This time's matter happened too suddenly and I really came in a rush. Therefore I can only give you this meager gift. Young Master Yen is used to seeing all sorts of rare treasures, so please do not laugh at me. When I return this time, this Lien will make proper preparations and send it over to young Master Yen very quickly." Although the jade spring essence was precious, it was still enough to show the sincerity of the Lien family fort's apology. However, the latter sentence undoubtedly revealed Lien Chongyi's true intentions. While he was here to apologize, he also hoped to use this to form a relationship with Yen Zhaoge. Perhaps Yen Zhaoge wouldn't remain in the Sand region for too long, but if news of the Lien family fortress being on good terms with the Broad Creed young master were to spread, it would already be of great benefit to the Lien family. Besides that, Yen Zhaoge also heard something else. "Young master, in the Lien family, only the jade spring essence and jade sand spring water are good things. What can he prepare?" By the side, who secretly sent a sound transmission to Yen Zhaoge through his aura chi. "Can he make even more jade spring condensed essence? Why don't we just bring them over at once?" Yen Zhaoge answered leisurely, "The Lien family doesn't have anything else good, but some people do. Do you still remember the information I asked you to gather before coming to the Sand region?" Ahu was startled. "Howling Wind Sword Sect's Elder Hong?" Yen Zhaoge smiled. "Correct. Currently, the Howling Wind Sword sect was nearing the time of succession. The old sect master was getting on in years and had already decided to pass on his position to the next generation. Of the Howling Wind Sword sect's second-generation experts, the most outstanding one was actually Yendi's old friend, Elder Jun. His cultivation base was the highest while also having a close relationship with Yendi. However, Elder Jun had no intention of taking over the position of sect leader. He had already made it clear that he would not take over the position, so the competition was between the other two elders. Elder Hong and Elder Bai were equally matched. This made it hard for the old sect master of the Howling Windsword sect to make a choice. The two fought for their respective supporters, the most important of which was undoubtedly Broad Creed Mountain. As Yen Zhaoge knew on this matter, whether it was the first seat elder of the Sand region or the principal elder of the Howling Windsword sect, they both maintained a neutral stance. Because it was not as complicated as the situation in the Eastern Tang previously, whether it was Elder Hong or Elder Bai, they were both supporters of Broad Creed Mountain. Whether it was in terms of cultivation or ability to handle matters, it was hard to determine who was superior. Therefore, Broad Creed Mountain also maintained a neutral stance. To Broad Creed Mountain, it was not important who took over the Howling Windsword sect. As long as the successor was loyal to Broad Creed Mountain, ensuring that no one else's crops grew on their own land, it would be fine. As long as their crops did not grow crooked, Broad Creed Mountain would not easily interfere in the internal affairs of its subordinate powers. Also, Elder Hong and Elder Bai also did not dare to cause too much of a ruckus. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to forcing Elder Jun to come out and clean up the mess. Under such circumstances, Yan Zhaoge, who had suddenly come to the Sand region, to the territory of the Howling Windsword sect, instantly caused the eyes of both sides to light up. Before this, Yan Zhaoge had not stayed for long, very quickly heading straight for the Great Western Desert, not letting Elder Hong and Elder Bai have a chance to properly interact with him. Afterwards, there had been an assassination attempt. The situation in the entire Sand region grew tense, and the internal conflict of the Howling Windsword sect also temporarily calmed down. The Lian family fortress was a second-rate power under the rule of the Howling Windsword sect, being close to Elder Hong. In coming over this time, other than apologizing to them and trying to resolve the possible anger of Yan Zhaoge and the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners, they actually also had the intention of paving the way for Elder Hong. Because of his father, of the entire Howling Windsword sect, Yan Zhaoge was naturally the most familiar with Elder Jun. However, with Elder Jun not interfering in the competition for the position of clan chief, Yan Zhaoge also did not care about the struggle between Elder Hong and Elder Bai. On this matter, Yan Zhaoge and the first seat elder of the Sand region shared the same attitude. Elder Hong and Lian Chongyi were now trying to make use of this chance to get in touch with Yan Zhaoge. If Yan Zhaoge's attitude changed, that might change the entire situation. First, not mentioning Yan Di, who stood behind Yan Zhaoge, even Yan Zhaoge himself, the weight of his words now was also incomparable to that of ordinary people. Let alone the principal elder of the Howling Windsword sect, even the first seat elder of the Sand region might give face to Yan Zhaoge on this matter, which originally had no result. Not just on Yan Zhaoge's side, with Lian Ying having nearly caused Jun Luo's death this time, Lian Chongyi would also take the initiative to come and apologize to Elder Jun, trying to turn the situation from unfavorable to favorable. Not participating in the competition himself, Elder Jun was usually impartial. This time, whether it was Elder Hong and Lian Chongyi succeeding in their assault, or if he vented his anger on Elder Hong due to his daughter having met with danger, both might change the balance of the situation. Lian Chongyi had no choice but to pay attention to this. That is to say, Ahu blinked. He is currently trying to curry favor with and bribe young master? Yan Zhaoge pulled back the corners of his lips. Oh, you could say that. Ahu asked. Then why doesn't he just bribe the first seat elder of the Sand region and the principal elder of the Howling Windsword sect? After all, they are the ones who are permanently stationed here, while young master, you are just passing by and temporarily staying here. Yan Zhaoge laughed, because Elder Bai would also do the same, not standing there by the side watching his competitors struggle, not having any reaction at all. The two sides directly traded their pieces. With my sudden arrival, it wouldn't be good for both sides to directly come knocking on my door. That would really be too unsightly. Therefore they are both looking for a chance, wanting to seize the initiative. Elder Hong and the Lian family, aren't they using this as an excuse to come knocking on my door? Yan Zhaoge sent a sound transmission to Ahu. I estimate that Elder Bai's side has already received the news, and his scouts are probably already on their way, arriving shortly after Lian Chongyi's side. Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. Young master, this is a chance to strike it rich. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. As his position had gradually grown, this was the first area where it was directly manifested. Vexed, this brother is a righteous person. Isn't this specifically luring me into making a mistake? Chapter 234. Everyone, please support official subscriptions and monthly tickets. Thank you, everyone. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Lian Chongyi actually also felt a little uneasy. According to normal etiquette, if he, as a martial grandmaster, personally came to apologize to a martial scholar, being extremely sincere, the other party would most likely give him some face and accept his gift. Otherwise, this could be said to be a humiliation to a martial grandmaster like Lian Chongyi, with irreconcilable enmity between the two sides. However, Yan Zhaoge was not someone ordinary martial scholars could compare to. Even if he directly slammed the door in Lian Chongyi's face, Lian Chongyi could only smile bitterly and accept it. Not only would Lian Chongyi not have any thoughts of revenge, he would also have to think of a way to find someone else to intercede on his behalf, resolving the conflict. Of course, even from the rumors that Lian Chongyi had heard, while Yan Zhaoge was a little domineering, he was not hard to get along with most of the time. He should not be so ruthless. However, Lian Chongyi still felt a little uncertain because his own motives were not pure. While he had personally come to apologize, he also had other intentions. If possible, Lian Chongyi did not want to do it so urgently. It would be best if he could do it a couple of times, things naturally falling into place. However, firstly, they didn't know when Yin Zhaoge would leave the Sand region, and secondly, Elder Bai's side would immediately react, also sending people over. If Lian Chongyi and Elder Hong wanted to seize the initiative, they had to make good use of this time gap. As a result, the side effects of this, such as Yin Zhaoge instead feeling unhappy, also became a risk that they had no choice but to bear. Glancing at Lian Chongyi, Yin Zhaoge smiled mildly, "For Lord Lian is polite. While your nephew Lian Ying was in the wrong, fortunately, it did not lead to irreparable consequences. Actually, he was also used by others and has already paid the price with his life. Therefore, I do not intend to pursue the matter any further. If some of our clan's martial practitioners say anything too extreme and reach Fort Lord Lian's ears, I hope that Fort Lord Lian will not take it to heart on account of their momentary anger. I will reprimand them later." Lian Chongyi repeatedly said that he dared not. Yin Zhaoge gazed at that cup of jade spring condensed essence. "As for this jade spring condensed essence, please accept it, young Master Yin." Lian Chongyi immediately said, "Lian Ying did something wrong. In the end, it is because I did not discipline him properly. I really feel guilty and uneasy." Looking at him, Yin Zhaoge smiled after a while. "Our clan's Suzhou acting elder Li will accompany me to the Great Western Desert. Unfortunately, Luo, Lian Qing, and Lian Ying were saved because of Elder Li. He had children and family members left behind. This was the Jade Spring essence. I'll accept it on their behalf." Hearing this, Lian Chongyi nodded repeatedly. "That would be for the best. I also feel deeply sorry for your sect's Elder Li's death." It didn't matter what the reason was as long as the item was accepted. Having achieved most of his goal in coming here, Lian Chongyi instantly relaxed greatly. However, what caused him to smile bitterly was the fact that Yin Zhaoge still did not respond to Elder Hong's words. Regarding this, Lian Chongyi naturally couldn't bring it up. Otherwise, it might really have the opposite effect, causing Yin Zhaoge to feel disgusted. He swiveled his head to look at Lian Qing, who had always been standing silently by the side. Lian Qing being able to return safely from the Great Western Desert this time is also thanks to young Master Yin. Other than to apologize, I have come to express my thanks. Lian Qing hurriedly bowed towards Yin Zhaoge. "Thank you, young Master Yin, for saving my life." Seeing this, Ahu grinned but did not speak. Although he had been acquainted with Jun Luo before, Jun Luo was very friendly to everyone. Lian Qing and the deceased Lian Ying might not be that outstanding. Usually Lian Chongyi might not even bother to take a look at him. Now that he was fated to go through trials and tribulations with his young master, it became another reason for Lian Chongyi to pay a visit. Perhaps in the future he would receive more attention from his family head. Fate meets by chance. It was also fate. It was naturally impossible to reach the heavens in a single step, but it had become a chance to change his life. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. Lian Qing is not bad, at least he is a person who values relationship. However, in this world of martial practitioners, treasures are priceless, but fragile and easily destroyed. In comparison, the iron blood and tenacity of Fire Beacon City is more beneficial for us to live our lives to the fullest. My words may be too presumptuous, but I have no intention of interfering in your life. Make your own decisions on your own path. Looking at Lian Qing, a look of pleasant surprise flashed through Lian Chongyi's eyes. Lian Qing was dazed for a moment before he recovered, bowing towards Yin Zhaoge once more. "Thank you, young Master Yin, for your advice. I also know that my personality is too weak." Yin Zhaoge smiled, waving his hands, no longer speaking. Seeing that Yin Zhaoge had the intention of sending him off, Lian Chongyi very perceptively took his leave. Leaving Yin Zhaoge's place, Lian Chongyi sighed. At least this trip had not been in vain. As for Elder Hong's side, there was also nothing he could do about it. He hadn't held much hope in the first place. Next would be Elder Jun and his daughter. Jun Luo had nearly died at Lian Ying's hands. Elder Jun had to be accounted for on this matter. If Elder Jun pursued the matter, even Yin Zhaoge's side might turn hostile. At the end of the day, the person of the Howling Windsword sect that Yin Zhaoge was most familiar with was still Elder Jun. As Lian Chongyi thought about this, he glanced thoughtfully at Lian Qing, who was following behind him. As they left Yin Zhaoge's lodgings, they met an old man who, led by a Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioner, was also currently walking over. As the two sides met, Lian Chongyi's gaze instantly hardened. Oh, Manor Lord Huang? Lian Chongyi was extremely familiar with the newcomer. It was the Manor Lord of the Yellow Wind Mountain Manor, a second-rate power of the Howling Windsword sect similar to the Lian family fortress. It was just that, unlike the Lian family fortress who was subordinate to Elder Hong, the Yellow Wind Mountain Manor was a supporter of Elder Bai. Seeing Lian Chongyi, Manor Lord Huang's gaze similarly flickered as he laughed. Fortress Lord Lian, long time no see. How have you been? Lian Chongyi smiled. It has indeed been a long time. Manor Lord Huang's body is still as healthy as ever. I wonder why you have come all the way to this Suzhou city? Manor Lord Huang sighed. This old man and Broad Creed Mountain's elderly of Suzhou city can be considered old acquaintances. Now that he has been killed, this old man has to pay his respects no matter what. This old man has long heard of the great name of Broad Creed young master. Naturally, I would like to personally witness the flare of a dragon amongst dragons of legend. As he said this, he paid attention to Lian Chongyi's expression, seeing a smile appear on Lian Chongyi's face. This Lian has just seen young Master Yen. He is indeed extraordinary, incomparable to others, especially possessing a unique eye of discernment and extraordinary knowledge. Hearing his words, Manor Lord Huang narrowed his eyes, nodding. Oh, this old man also thinks so. Lian Chongyi was of course intentionally pressuring the other party, attempting to mislead him. However, seeing that while Manor Lord Huang had been touched, he still appeared to be full of confidence, Lian Chongyi's heart involuntarily jolted slightly. On the surface, he did not reveal this as he nodded slightly towards Manor Lord Huang. Since that's the case, this Lian will take his leave first. If Manor Lord Huang has the time, why not come to my Lian family fortress for a visit? Manor Lord Huang said courteously, Definitely. My Yellow Wind Mountain Manor also welcomes Fortress Lord Lian as a guest at any time. The two brushed past each other. Looking back at Manor Lord Huang walking towards Yan Zhaoge's lodgings, Lian Chongyi was momentarily filled with emotions. Now, they were truly displaying their respective abilities. It all depended on who could move that great Buddha within. Thinking of how that great Buddha was currently still only a martial scholar, only in his 20s, Lian Chongyi could only feel that the affairs of the world were hard to predict. Chapter 235. Keep updating, don't stop asking for subscriptions and monthly tickets. Thank you everyone. Seeing that it was indeed the Manor Lord of the Yellow Wind Mountain Manor who had arrived right after Lian Chongyi, Yan Zhaoge felt even more amused. Yan Zhaoge felt that it was very good and very strong for the two groups to be fighting each other after they were done. Seizing the opportunity, actively forging ahead, fighting for some support that could be obtained, and constantly increasing the stakes for oneself. Yan Zhaoge was not averse to this kind of thing. Whether it was Elder Bai or Elder Hong, he did not have any inclination towards either of them. Therefore, since he had met the representative of one side, he would naturally give the other side an equal chance. Otherwise, if the news were to spread that Yan Zhaoge had met Lian Chongyi but given Manor Lord Huang the cold shoulder, it would be equivalent to telling others that he supported Elder Hong. Manor Lord Huang first reminisced about the deceased elderly together with Yan Zhaoge, before it gradually turned into a casual conversation. After chatting for a bit, Manor Lord Huang no longer dared to drag things out, lest he took up too much of Yan Zhaoge's time and incurred his irritation. He took out a brocade box and said smilingly, I've heard that young Master Yen is fond of antiques, and is even well versed in various ancient texts. This old man just obtained an ancient treasure not too long ago, but was unable to comprehend it myself. I'd like to seek young Master Yan's guidance. Seeing him open the brocade box, Yan Zhaoge could not help but be slightly taken aback. There was a jade annulus in the brocade box, but it was only half of it. It was semicircular, and there were simple and unadorned patterns on its surface. It was clearly the other half of the jade coin that Yan Zhaoge had previously instructed Ahu to find. After Yan Zhaoge had obtained the other half of the jade coin from Black Nightmare Mountain's Yaoshan, because the fracture on the jade coin was new, it had clearly been broken not too long ago. Therefore he had determined that the other half of the jade coin was most likely still in the sand region. Who would have thought that after wearing out iron shoes and fruitless search, he would find it by chance without even looking for it? As Yan Zhaoge appraised Manor Lord Huang, he saw that Manor Lord Huang was also looking at him rather expectantly. Discreetly exchanging a glance with Ahu, Yan Zhaoge saw Ahu shake his head slightly, indicating that he was being secretive. Even though he had been searching for the other half of the jade annulus, he did not leak any information. At the very least, the news would not reach Manor Master Huang's ears. Manor Lord Huang indeed did not know that Yan Zhaoge also possessed half of the jade coin, but he had found someone to verify it. The half of the jade annulus in his hand was very old, and it was genuine, not a modern imitation. The reason why Manor Master Huang was so confident when facing Lian Chongyi was not because he was blind, but because he felt that he had a target in mind. Throwing themselves at Yan Zhaoge's liking, the gift would most likely enter Yan Zhaoge's eyes. Stroking the jade coin with his finger, Yan Zhaoge smiled after a while. It is indeed an ancient artifact of ancient times. I'm also unable to see through it at the moment. However, I have some ideas. If Manor Lord Huang doesn't mind, can I stay for a few more days to study them? A smile immediately appeared on Manor Lord Huang's face. Of course. With young Master Yan around, this treasure will not be covered in dust. Manor Master Huang then tried to change the topic to Elder Bai. Yan Zhaoge not accepting any of them caused Manor Lord Huang to feel rather regretful. Still, on the whole he had still left in a pretty good mood. After sending off Manor Lord Huang, Yan Zhaoge tapped lightly on the table saying, "Ahu, choose something from my personal possessions to give to the two of them as a gift." He tapped the brocade box containing the jade coin. "The value of this item is a little higher. Just say that it is because I have a penchant for antiques." Ahu blinked. "Young master. Neither of them are of Broad Creed Mountain's lineage. They took the initiative to give it to you and it wasn't you extorting them. It's actually no big deal for you to take it. Even if the matter is brought back to the clan, it will still be fine. One is playing petty tricks, using the excuse of apologizing to sell dog meat, while the other is coming under the guise of mourning for elderly. I don't have a good impression of both of them." Yan Zhaoge shook his head. If they were all things like the Jade Spring condensed essence, it would still be fine. Who knows, I might really just eat up the one and eat up the other. The two families would eat it up and wipe it clean. However, this half of the jade coin just happens to be what I am currently searching for. If he doesn't deliver it to us, we would still have to spend time searching for it. Therefore we should return the gift. Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. Only returning the gift to one family in the eyes of the outside world, I am still standing between Elder Bai and Elder Hong. Therefore both families should return the gift. Unless Uncle Jun expresses his stance on the matter of the Howling Windsword sect, we will not participate in it. Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. "Yes, young master." Yan Zhaoge took out his half of the jade coin, combining it with the other half in the brocade box. The two halves of the jade coin came together, fitting together seamlessly, instantly forming a complete jade coin, flickering with a faint radiance. Yan Zhaoge's finger traced along the patterns on the surface of the jade coin, slowly deducing the circulation of this spirit formation within his heart. Because the jade coin itself had been shattered, the spirit formation inscribed on it had also become incomplete. While the spirit patterns had been restored, for the circulation of the spiritual qi within to be restored, Yan Zhaoge would still have to deduce and repair it. As the days passed, the newly appointed acting elder of Broad Creed Mountain Suzhou City, Su Fei, finally arrived. Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing and Ahu all went out to welcome him, seeing a tall man striding over with a majestic aura. It was precisely the heavenly rock, Su Fei. Su Fei strode over to Yan Zhaoge, punching Yan Zhaoge's shoulder, laughing heartily. "I've come to assist you this time." Yan Zhaoge also laughed. "Sending you over to Suzhou City as an acting elder is really a waste of your talent." Su Fei took off the leather pouch at his waist, gulping down a large mouthful of wine before wiping his mouth, not minding it at all. "With the clan's orders, I will naturally obey. Grand Master and Master definitely have their own considerations. I've also seen the report you sent to the clan. The Decimating Abyss and Black Nightmare Mountain getting together, this matter can be big or small and cannot be taken lightly." Su Fei handed the leather pouch over to Yan Zhaoge, who also raised his head and gulped down a mouthful of wine before saying, "Speaking of which, I might have to leave for a period of time in the near future. At that time I'll need senior apprentice brother Su to keep a closer eye on me." "Just go at ease," Su Fei answered. Swiveling his head to look at Feng Yunxing, he smiled. "Junior apprentice sister Feng, right? This is the first time we've met. It's nice to meet you." Feng Yunxing also smiled. "I've long heard of senior apprentice brother Su." Su Fei smiled, shooting a sidelong glance at Yan Zhaoge. "Drunkard reputation?" Feng Yunxing blinked, also looking at Yan Zhaoge like she was smiling whilst also not. Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes, pointing at Feng Yunxing. "Just sell me out." Su Fei smiled, patting his hand. "You still need someone to sell you out? It's more important that you don't keep selling me out." Laughing and chatting, they accompanied Su Fei to complete the handover. While Su Fei seemed crude and straightforward, he was actually meticulous on the inside, a down-to-earth person who was willing to work hard. His talent in martial arts was outstanding, his strength outstanding. Being sent out to handle daily matters, he was stable and steady, similarly being an expert. Taking over the position of Suzhou's acting elder, he very quickly got into the role, afterwards being praised non-stop by the first seat elder of the Sand region and the principal elder of the Howling Wind region. After taking over Su Fei's position, Yan Zhaoge returned his attention back to that completely recovered jade coin. One day, as Yan Zhaoge sat in the meditative position on the ground before him, a jade coin emitted light, projecting a complete spirit formation which circulated soundlessly, floating into the air. Looking carefully, Yan Zhaoge saw that at the center of that spirit formation, there seemed to be a door. Chapter 236. 5 chapters was not the end, there was still a new chapter today. Everyone, please subscribe and give us your monthly tickets. Thank you everyone. Looking at that illusory door at the center of the spirit formation, Yan Zhaoge nodded in satisfaction. His previous speculation about the effects of the spirit formation based on the patterns on the jade annulus was correct. This spirit formation was indeed leading to a secret realm. Standing beside Yan Zhaoge, Hu asked curiously, "Young master, such a small piece of jade coin can actually contain the secrets of space, being able to guide people to a different dimension?" Yan Zhaoge sighed. In the world before the Great Calamity, the martial Tao flourished, with all sorts of principles and concepts being analyzed to a very profound level. Because of that, some of the profound aspects were simplified and could be used in daily life. Although ordinary people would still not be able to understand them, some tools could be used. Yan Zhaoge stood up. A shadow shrinking pouch actually was a rather common thing before the Great Calamity. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge walked to the other side. There, the massive pillar of the Divine Palace still stood erect, seemingly having not changed in the least. However, as Yan Zhaoge's palm pressed down on it, the tall stone pillar instantly began shrinking. At the end, only around a foot long remained, resembling a short rod as it landed within Yan Zhaoge's palm. There was no need for it to stand upright. Lying flat on Yan Zhaoge's palm, Yan Zhaoge was currently unable to feel any weight at all. Over this period of time, Yan Zhaoge had already successfully completed the second refinement of the pillar of the Divine Palace. While there were still many intricacies that he had to work on, at the very least, Yan Zhaoge was already able to freely control the size of the stone pillar. "Senior apprentice brother Su, junior apprentice sister Feng, I'll have to trouble you to look after this place for a while," Yan Zhaoge said to the two of them by the side. Shui Fei and Feng Yunxing both nodded. "Don't worry, we'll make sure you have a backup plan. Let's go." After keeping the pillar of the Divine Palace in the form of a stone rod, Yan Zhaoge floated into the air, walking in the direction of the door of light projected by the jade coin. Hu followed suit. Following behind Yan Zhaoge, they walked towards that door together. As Yan Zhaoge passed through the door of light, his body felt as though it was being ripped apart for an instant, but he did not panic. Instead, he simply walked past them. His vision was filled with a vast expanse of whiteness. The tearing sensation quickly disappeared, and the blinding white light in front of him also disappeared. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits before opening them again. The scene before him was lush green. It was full of vitality. Following behind him, seeing the scene before him, Hu clicked his tongue in wonder. "If you hadn't told me that this is a foreign dimension, I would have thought that I was still in the Eight Extremities world." The two of them felt as if they were in a primeval forest, with mountains faintly visible in the distance. Turning around, he saw the light shadow gate quietly standing in midair. His hands behind his back, Yan Zhaoge leisurely walked forward, appraising his surroundings. The size is still limited. It's probably a few hundred kilometers in radius. Hu praised with a smile. "The spiritual aura here is really abundant." Yan Zhaoge nodded. This foreign dimension had indeed existed before the Great Calamity. As a corner of the world, it had instead luckily escaped the fate of destruction. However, it had still been affected by it. Yan Zhaoge could clearly feel that the spiritual chi flow of this space had a feeling of decay. Having been sealed, it could still be maintained for a rather long time. Now that it was connected to the outside world, the rate of decay instantly began to rise rapidly. Before long, this foreign dimension would also be heading towards destruction. Quietly feeling the flow of spiritual chi within this foreign dimension, Ahu also thought about it. This is a little troublesome. Young master, we might not have enough time. Yin Zhaoge said, it's fine. I've analyzed the spirit formation on that jade coin before. It has a connection with this foreign dimension. Let's lock onto the central position of this space and head over. There might be something I want there. Yin Zhaoge gazed into the distance. The life-illuminating immortal stone. It was a treasure of loose practitioner he from before the great calamity. This place is very likely a secret realm manor left behind by loose practitioner he in the past, with some of his treasures stored within. Right, it would be more appropriate to call it a relic now. To others, the life-illuminating immortal stone held limited significance. However, to Yin Zhaoge, it would help him break through the heavenly chasm after stepping into the heavenly connection stage, advancing towards the martial grandmaster realm. This thing had already been extremely rare before the great calamity, and had gone completely extinct after it. Yin Zhaoge had originally not held any hope of it, instead planning to use other substitutes. Afterwards, having analyzed the spirit formation on the jade coin completely, he had discovered to his shock that this jade coin was very likely something of loose practitioner he from before the great calamity. And as Yin Zhaoge knew, loose practitioner he had possessed the life-illuminating immortal stone that year. With this, Yin Zhaoge instantly felt a little more hope. Even if this foreign dimension did not have the life-illuminating immortal stone, there might still be other objects from before the great calamity that had been left behind. To the current him, they would all be rather precious things. Yin Zhaoge had really not made this trip in vain. Especially when, in Yin Zhaoge's memories, loose practitioner he had been rather proficient in cultivating spirit medicines and herbs. As Yin Zhaoge and Ahu walked within the foreign dimension, the two suddenly felt that something was a little wrong. Scratching his big head, Ahu looked puzzledly at Yin Zhaoge. Young master, I don't know if it is my misperception, but while we have opened up a hole, isn't the rate at which the spiritual qi of this world is deteriorating a little too fast? Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. No, your feeling is very correct. While the rate at which the spiritual qi is deteriorating is increasing unceasingly, this acceleration is a little too great. Ahu stopped smiling, his expression turning somewhat solemn. Young master, do you think that there might be another jade coin that can also open up this foreign dimension? That someone came in here with us, opening up an additional door? It might not necessarily be a regular key like the jade coin spirit formation. Yin Zhaoge said calmly, the great thousand worlds are filled with all sorts of extraordinary things. Under some special circumstances, space might also be inadvertently ripped apart, opening up a passageway between the eight extremities world and the foreign dimension. Yin Zhaoge surveyed their surroundings. Some unique treasures can also do this, just that locating it is a problem. Suddenly, the purple light of thunder flickered slightly within Yin Zhaoge's right eye. He abruptly swiveled his head, his gaze like lightning as he looked in a certain direction. Feeling this as well, Ahu snorted coldly, looking in the same direction as Yin Zhaoge. The purplish-green light of thunder flickered within Yin Zhaoge's right eye. In the distant horizon, for just that one instant, the space seemed to ripple for a moment before it returned to normal. Over 100 kilometers away from Yin Zhaoge, in a primordial forest in another direction of the foreign dimension, a young man stood on the trunk of a large tree, letting out a low, muffled groan. A crystal-like mirror before him suddenly emitted sparks, shattering the next moment. Eye of the Thunder Emperor. The man's expression was complex. It was precisely the direct disciple of the heavenly Thunder Hall, the thunder-rumbling young master, Lin Zhou. Chapter 237. Everyone, please support the original subscriptions. Thank you. Looking at the fleeting flash of lightning before him as well as the shattered crystal mirror, Lin Zhou's expression was complex to the extreme. The broken mirror reflected his face, making him look even more dazzling. Eye of the Thunder Emperor. Currently, Lin Zhou's heart was filled with complex emotions, as he couldn't help but think back to when he had fought with Yin Zhaoge for the Eye of the Thunder Emperor back at the east strangling snowy mountains. The Eye of the Thunder Emperor, which he had originally viewed as his, had ended up in Yin Zhaoge's hands in the end, while in order to escape from Yin Zhaoge's fist, Lin Zhou himself had been forced to use the blood-transforming flowing light jade's forbidden technique, causing his injuries to worsen as he was even unable to participate in the Heavenly Connection meet. It was precisely during the Heavenly Connection meet that the incident at Clear Concealed Lake had occurred. While Lin Zhou hadn't personally witnessed it, from the rumors and intelligence he had heard afterwards, It wasn't hard for him to deduce that in the process of Yan Zhaoge destroying the devilish domain Grand Formation, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor had played an important role. This caused Lin Zhou to feel even more upset. At this moment, seeing Yan Zhaoge using the power of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment to destroy the unique treasure he had used to investigate from afar, Lin Zhou's face was a little gloomy. Sucking in a deep breath, calming his emotions, he pondered, why would Yan Zhaoge also appear here? Was it because I opened the door to the void, affecting this foreign dimension, causing doors to open in other places as well, allowing him to enter by coincidence, or does he also have a way to open the door to the void on his own accord? Lin Zhou frowned. Could it be that he also knows that the immortal crane wings are here? Or is it like that time in Old Man Great Sorrow's mausoleum, where there are still other treasures other than the immortal crane wings that I don't know about? Indeed, this guy is too much of a hindrance. Meeting Yan Zhaoge once more, Lin Zhou felt a little stifled. There was a treasure here that he very much valued, the immortal crane wings. It was just that wanting to enter was rather difficult. According to his memory, Lin Zhou first sought another opportunity, and obtained a treasure that could open the door of the void. Then he found a broken relic left by loose practitioner he in the past, and used it to help him locate the location. As a result, he successfully established a passageway between the Eight Extremities world and this foreign dimension. Although I have also successfully broken through to the late stage of the Xiantian realm, his strength is extraordinary. Not only that, he has a sacred artifact fragment with him, and that evil slave is following him closely. Lin Zhou told himself to calm down. I want to fight him for the treasure. It's not easy. Lin Zhou's gaze was distant as he raised his head to look at the world he was in. If this foreign dimension collapses before he leaves, then even if he has the sacred artifact fragment, it will be hard for him to escape death. But now that there's an additional door here, the rate at which the spiritual energy is decaying has changed. I can't calculate the specific time when the space will collapse. After pondering for a moment, Lin Zhou gritted his teeth, turned around and exited through the door he had come in from. Yan Zhaoge raised his head to look into the distant horizon, the purplish-green light of thunder indistinctly visible within his right eye. Ahu snorted and said, It's not a great grandmaster but a grandmaster martial arts practitioner. He's using some special treasure to spy on us. Yan Zhaoge said, It doesn't seem like he was intentionally spying on us. Instead, he was also investigating the situation within this foreign dimension. His gaze fell on us just now. Ahu said, Young master. Indeed, there are others who have entered. Their cultivation bases aren't high, but we also don't know how many of them there are, and whether there are any other experts. Yes, this matter cannot be delayed. Let's hurry on, lest a long night brings many dreams. Yan Zhaoge strode forward first, Ahu following closely behind. Following the spiritual chi vein here, Yan Zhaoge very quickly exited the primordial forest. The scene before them suddenly cleared up. A small thatched hut appeared before them, looking rather simple. However, looking carefully, Yan Zhaoge could clearly see a silhouette hovering above that thatched hut. It resembled an immortal crane spreading its wings. At first glance, that immortal crane silhouette seemed only the size of a bird, small and exquisite. However, looking more carefully as it spread its long feathers, it seemed to envelop the entire foreign dimension. After observing for a while, Yan Zhaoge slowly nodded. Loose practitioner, he used his fist intent to form a restriction. It has remained here till this day. Looking at the thatched hut beneath the immortal crane silhouette, Yan Zhaoge snapped his fingers. If we want to enter, it looks like we have to first break this restriction. Yan Zhaoge surveyed his surroundings, then walked towards the thatched hut as he said to Ahu, Ahu, help me stand guard, paying attention to the surroundings. Ahu acknowledged, standing solemnly by the side as he raised his spiritual sense to the maximum, concentrating on observing his surroundings. Time passed unceasingly. There was no sun rising or setting in this foreign dimension, but Ahu unceasingly calculated the time, paying attention to Yan Zhaoge's progress in breaking the restrictions here. This world was not large. With Yan Zhaoge and Ahu's cultivation bases, walking would not take them too long. The reason why they were worried about not having enough time and the space collapsing was actually to prevent the current situation of the original owner of this space blocking their way. Seeing Yan Zhaoge unceasingly approaching the thatched hut, Ahu did not relax, because he could feel that the deterioration of the spiritual chi of this space was getting faster and faster, also getting more and more obvious. The abundant spiritual chi that he had been able to feel when he had first entered this foreign dimension had already completely vanished at this moment. Ahu's gaze suddenly hardened. resembling a sleeping tiger opening its eyes, wanting to devour someone. He stood silently where he was, not moving. After a moment, his figure suddenly leapt up. In the blink of an eye, Ahu's figure appeared at the edge of the other end of the forest, the strong winds that he kicked up directly toppling numerous great trees that towered to the heavens. The rather dazed figures of two martial scholars were revealed, only regaining their wits when Ahu arrived in front of them. However, not waiting for them to react, they had already been sent flying like they were riding the clouds, not having any room to resist at all as they were thrown out by Ahu. Ahu's figure flashed, appearing at the other side in the blink of an eye. There yet another martial scholar appeared. The other party had originally wanted to hide by the side, quietly waiting for an opportunity, but who knew that Ahu would suddenly make a move? He knew that things were not good, but before he could do anything, the Ahu who had thrown out the other two had already instantly arrived before him. This Xiantian martial scholar wanted to resist, but how could he be Ahu's match as he too was sent flying by Ahu? From the distant forest, a shocked voice resounded, "Martial Grandmaster?" Those three martial scholars struggled to get to their feet. Hearing this, they couldn't help but glance at Ahu, instantly not daring to make a sound as they scrambled away. Ahu looked coldly in the direction of the voice. A middle-aged man appeared before him, shockingly also a martial grandmaster. Seeing the other party's clothes and feeling his aura chi, Ahu's gaze turned even colder. The newcomer was clearly from the Sacred Sun clan. This middle-aged man appraised Ahu. "I've heard of you always following that little thief Yen Zhaoga. Still, it's fine when you were only a martial scholar back then, but now that you're already a martial grandmaster, you're actually still willing to be the retainer of a martial scholar? What a scandal. Don't you know that having established your own clan, you're already able to establish a second-rate power?" Ahu scratched his ear, flicking his finger. "What I want to do is none of your business." This Sacred Sun clan martial grandmaster chuckled coldly. "While the Sacred Sun clan has said not to have any conflict with Broad Creed Mountain in the near future, this does not include personal gains. You should have just entered the martial grandmaster realm, right? Today I will give you a lesson as a form of welcome." Chapter 238. I'm about to be squeezed out of the top 10 in the monthly votes ranking. I'm in imminent danger. I'm begging for monthly votes to protect my ass. Thank you everyone. Having said that, this martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan did not hesitate as he directly extended his palm. A strong light immediately surged from his palm. The illusory world formed by his stellar energy was compressed into spirit soil, shining brilliantly. The heaven-striking palm was like the arrival of the sun. It instantly illuminated the surroundings and struck down toward Ahu. Ahu smiled ferociously. His entire body surged with stellar energy and gusts of black wind appeared. He looked like a human-shaped tornado. Wherever the black storm went, it covered the sky and the sun, causing the sunlight to dim. As expected of the direct disciple of the Black Nightmare Mountain. The opponent laughed coldly, "But even if it is the Black Nightmare Mountain, so what?" As he spoke, the heaven-striking divine palm struck down, clashing head-on with Ahu's ghost tiger divine claw. This martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan chuckled. "A martial grandmaster serving as someone's retainer? Do you think that your master is a martial saint? Don't make me laugh to death." He spread out his 5 fingers and 5 beams of golden light burst forth, as if they had turned into a giant golden palm, slapping down toward Ahu. Ahu bared his teeth, his ferocity overflowing. "You're the one who thinks you're a martial saint, aren't you?" As he spoke, Ahu crossed his claws and suddenly 10 black gales swept out. The gales crisscrossed and seemed to cut the space in front of him into pieces. The golden palm was instantly sliced into pieces, and then turned into streams of light, vanishing in the air as if it had been torn apart. Ahu's body suddenly crouched, and then he leaped up, like a ferocious tiger out of its cage, instantly appearing in front of his opponent. He grabbed his throat with one hand and grabbed his chest with the other. His cold killing intent immediately made his enemies feel a chill run down their spines. This martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan was greatly shocked. What ferocious strength! Why does it feel like it's comparable to the early martial grandmaster Tang Yonghao? But how was this possible? What kind of person was Tang Yonghao? For a long time in the fire field, in the hearts of most of the Sacred Sun clan's martial practitioners, he was the current #1 figure of the 8 Extremities world's younger generation. Even if he could not compare to Yendi who had presided over all heroes in the past, Tang Yonghao was still the most outstanding martial practitioner amongst his generation. In the Heavenly Connection meet, Tang Yonghao had triumphed over the Sacred Sun clan's nemesis. The leading figure of Jade Sea City's younger generation, the Seven Seas young master Song Chao. Afterwards, while he had fought to a draw with Broad Creed Mountain Su Fei and his brilliance had been overshadowed by Yan Zhaoge's recent rise to prominence, Tang Yonghao was still an indisputable elite of the younger generation, a genius amongst geniuses. Geniuses and ordinary people were differentiated by different standards, and if geniuses and monstrous people were also divided into levels, Tang Yonghao was still someone who looked down on his peers, someone who stood at the very top. This martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan was even somewhat doubting his own judgment at this moment. This big blockhead before him, always following behind Yan Zhaoge like an attendant, actually possessed strength comparable to Tang Yonghao? What a joke. In the War of the Eastern Tang that year, when Hu had still been a Xiantian martial scholar, he had once clashed with martial practitioners of the Sacred Sun clan. However, in comparison to the situation at that time, this martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan discovered that Ahu's battle prowess at the same cultivation level was clearly stronger than it had been then. I've seen a ghost. This martial grandmaster clenched his teeth. Executing the leap of the rising sun, he narrowly avoided Ahu's claws. However, Ahu's speed was not any slower than his opponent's as he immediately sent out another claw, directly clawing towards the crown of his opponent's head. His opponent was also a veteran of 100 battles. Seeing this, he instantly didn't dare to continue clashing head-on. The heaven-striking palm was a martial art that suppressed others in an imposing manner, becoming smoother the more one fought. Going with the wind could unceasingly expand one's advantage, but once the wind was against it, it would instead become more and more difficult for one to fight. This martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan calmed his heart. He immediately switched from the heaven-striking palm to the sunset thousand illusory palms, contending with Ahu with graceful variations. The glow of the setting sun shone, instantly dyeing the primordial forest in a layer of twilight. However, Ahu did not let his opponent off. The ghost tiger Divine Claw had a deep understanding of its essence, his figure as unpredictable as a ghost's, the force of his claws fierce and violent to the extreme, as though they wanted to rip apart space itself. That martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan was beaten into retreat by him, perilous situations appearing all around him. If not for Ahu still splitting some of his attention to be on guard against other possible enemies in the surroundings, the other party would have long since died beneath his claws. The two clashed. They directly flattened the surrounding area, countless ancient trees that towered to the heavens toppling over, either burnt to ashes or sliced into fragments. A light appeared around Yan Zhaoge's body, but he was enveloped by the fist intent restrictions left behind by loose practitioner He. Originally formless restrictions of the fist intent, having been impacted by the aftershocks of the battle between Ahu and the other party, traces appeared on them. Enveloped by loose practitioner He's fist intent restrictions, while blocking Yan Zhaoge's path to the thatched hut, it also prevented him from being affected by the aftershocks of the battle between Ahu and the other party, being able to focus on breaking the restrictions. Yan Zhaoge could feel that the restrictions of the fist intent before him were currently loosening unceasingly, naturally weakening. These restrictions of the fist intent were more or less connected to this foreign dimension. With the spiritual chi of this foreign dimension declining, the entire space moving towards destruction, this had more or less affected the restrictions left behind by loose practitioner He. Yan Zhaoge was now in a race against time, breaking the restrictions and obtaining what he wanted before the foreign dimension began to collapse. As time passed, Yan Zhaoge got closer and closer to the thatched hut. Finally, the silhouetted crane above the thatched hut let out a long cry, before gradually dissipating. The area before Yan Zhaoge suddenly relaxed, no longer obstructing him as he could directly rush towards the thatched hut. However, in that instant when the restrictions of the fist intent completely disappeared, a powerful aura suddenly surged in the distance. A figure shot towards the thatched hut as fast as lightning. It was also a martial grandmaster, just waiting for Yan Zhaoge to break the restrictions before making his move. Ahu had always been on guard against such a situation happening. With a howl that shook the heavens and the earth, his entire person blocked his opponent's path like a fierce wind, stopping his advance with a single punch. That Sacred Sun clan martial grandmaster wanted to make a move, but Ahu had not forgotten about him. Crossing his palms, wild winds howled as Ahu's fist intent of Orochi expanded completely, transforming into an all-encompassing storm that swept the surrounding area, completely concealing the area around the thatched hut. Fighting 1 against 2, he forcibly withstood the attacks of 2 martial grandmasters, causing them to be unable to approach the thatched hut at all. Entering the thatched hut, the first thing that entered Yan Zhaoge's eyes was a snow-white cloak, completely stitched together from the feathers of cranes. The cloak of crane feathers hung within the hut, a few things placed on a low table below. Yan Zhaoge immediately saw the life-illuminating immortal stone amongst them. However, as Yan Zhaoge neared the low table, the cloak of crane feathers suddenly shook and expanded, resembling an immortal crane flashing its wings as numerous strong winds blew over, making it hard for Yan Zhaoge to approach it. Yan Zhaoge frowned slightly, the purplish-green light of thunder flickering within his right eye as he resisted the strong winds, before he reached out and grabbed towards the things on the low table. Now, Ahu's enraged roar resounded from outside. Then a dim light flickered from the door of the room, noiselessly stabbing towards Yan Zhaoge's back. You again? Yan Zhaoge raised his brows. The newcomer was none other than that martial grandmaster who had tried to assassinate him in the devilish formation of Clear Concealed Lake back then. Chapter 239. Alliance. I hope everyone can support the official subscription and monthly tickets. Thank you everyone. Within Yan Zhaoge's line of sight, a black silhouette flickered, unfamiliar whilst also familiar. The reason he was unfamiliar was because he had only seen him twice before. It was familiar because Yan Zhaoge had once smelled the aura of death beneath his sword. The newcomer wore a pitch-black mask and a hood. He was wrapped in a black cloak from head to toe, like a dark cloud pressing down on a city. The only color on his body was the pair of yellow eyes that shot out bloody light and the faint sword light in his palm. Yet another soundless sword pierced straight towards Yan Zhaoge. Compared to the sneak attack and assassination in the devilish domain beneath Clear Concealed Lake, the black-clothed man's movements had already been exposed by Ahu. This time around he was no longer as covert in his actions, but was even more ferocious and swift. The dim sword light resembled a jet-black bolt of lightning as it pierced towards Yan Zhaoge. The eye of the Thunder Emperor within Yan Zhaoge's right eye was currently in a contest of strength with the cloak of crane feathers that hovered in midair. The attack of the black-clothed martial grandmaster had come precisely when Yan Zhaoge was occupied. Fast, accurate, vicious. He wanted to kill Yan Zhaoge with a single blow. Yan Zhaoge's figure resembled exploding thunder, his speed raised to the maximum as he speedily flashed to the side. In terms of speed and movement techniques, Yan Zhaoge even surpassed the most outstanding Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners of the same cultivation level by quite a bit. While the newcomer was a martial grandmaster, it was not a sneak attack. As this sword pierced over, Yan Zhaoge also successfully avoided it. However, the newcomer's sword light, each sword faster than the previous, the dim light flickering as it pursued Yan Zhaoge in hot pursuit. The other party's attacks did not seem to be as powerful as those of Ahu and the others. With each punch and palm strike, the surroundings were in a mess. The mountains, rocks, and earth were all crushed into powder. However, that seemingly weak and dim sword light seemed to be nurturing an extremely terrifying power. Yan Zhaoge did not doubt in the slightest that if he was pierced by this sword light, cultivating in the Spirit Rhino Demonic Fist and the Ocean Stabilizing Spirit Fist, his body, which had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times, would be pierced in an instant without any suspense. He had already recognized the martial arts that the other party practiced. The dark light killing technique focused one's energy into a single line. It was incomparably condensed and indestructible. The Gang Chi was condensed to the point where its light and aura were restrained, like a divine object concealing itself. Only when it harvested the life of its opponent would it display its brilliance. What caused Yan Zhaoge to be especially vigilant was that his opponent's current weapon was a low-grade spirit artifact. Yan Zhaoge had a lot of low-grade spirit artifacts, more than any other martial scholar. Most of them were spoils of war he had seized from his enemies. But the problem was that the previous owners of these spoils of war, most of them were martial scholars like Yan Zhaoge. And a martial scholar was actually unable to fully unleash the power of a spirit weapon. Martial grandmasters were different. Although the opponent in front of him was only at the first level of the martial grandmaster, the early stage of the spirit nurturing realm, with a low-grade spirit weapon in his hands, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. A spirit weapon in the hands of a martial grandmaster and a spirit weapon in the hands of a martial scholar were two completely different concepts. When this black-robed great grandmaster attacked, he did not say a word. However, he displayed his dark light killing technique to the fullest. The might of the spirit artifact long sword in his hand was completely unleashed. The sword light was dim, looking weak and dim, but each sword was faster than the previous, stronger than the previous. With the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas, it attacked towards Yan Zhaoge. With the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment temporarily restrained by the cloak of crane feathers, Yan Zhaoge also did not have it easy against the opponent before him. Outside the hut, who was unable to contain his rage as he unleashed his full strength, wanting to charge into the hut. However, his opponents, while they were not on the same side at this moment, they all tacitly joined hands, preferentially attacking Yan Zhaoge and who had gained the initiative. Now that who was also a martial grandmaster, the power of the black nightmare armor on his body was completely unleashed, dark light roiling and black wind roaring, causing him to resemble a demonic god. Yan Zhaoge even handed the mid-grade spirit artifact, the hidden clear sunlight saber, to who. While as a spirit-nurturing martial grandmaster, who was unable to fully unleash the power of the mid-grade spirit artifact, the hidden clear sunlight saber, he was already able to wield a portion of its power. Who did not cultivate in saber arts, but currently he completely wielded his saber with chi, concealing the hidden clear sunlight saber within the black storm formed of his fist intent aura chi. The spirit artifact saber mixed together with the piercingly cold wind sabers, causing enemies to be unable to guard against them. However, whose opponents all had spirit artifacts on them as well. Other than the two martial grandmasters at the start, another martial grandmaster very quickly joined the fray. With the three of them surrounding and attacking, who did not fear them in the slightest, even gaining the upper hand as he fought, causing the hearts of his three opponents to tremble with fear. It was just that with his three opponents holding him back, who would not be able to rush into the hut to assist Yan Zhaoge within a short period of time. Who was incomparably frustrated. Other than young master's side, there should only have been a single door. There are actually so many enemies of different origins. Right at the start, it might have only been that spying martial grandmaster alone. Realizing that he was not our match, he diverted the trouble, leaking the news and drawing in so many people from different places. Within the hut, garbed in the lofty mountain armor, Yan Zhaoge faced off against that black-clothed, masked martial grandmaster opponent. Within that pair of yellowed pupils that emitted a blood-red light, Yan Zhaoge could vaguely see that other than coldness, they also contained hatred and resentment. Within the hut, Yan Zhaoge was locked in an intense battle with the masked decimating abyss martial practitioner, while outside the hut, who and the other three martial grandmasters were engaged in a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning battle. If not for that cloak of crane feathers within the hut, which vaguely possessed the power to protect it, this place would have long since been razed to the ground by who and the others. With so many martial grandmasters present, the martial grandmasters who had entered the foreign dimension all sensibly retreated. Perhaps there were rare and precious treasures here, but with the current situation, there was most likely nothing for them to do. Rashly embroiled in a battle between martial grandmasters, one would sometimes not even know how they died. However, there was one exception. It was precisely the Lin Zhou who had spread the news that Yan Zhaoge and the others were here, as well as that secret treasure. Calmly and carefully, he tried to avoid the battle between Hu and the other three, approaching the hut. With Yan Zhaoge and Hu's attention drawn, his chances of obtaining the treasure increased greatly. The immortal crane wings, that cloak of crane feathers which hung within the hut, was Lin Zhou's main target this time. Of course, if there was a chance, he would also make use of it to sweep the other treasures away. If he could bury Yan Zhaoge here for good, that would be even better. Through the open window of the straw hut, Lin Zhou gazed at the immortal crane wings, his eyes blazing. With this treasure, leaving Yan Zhaoge behind would not be impossible. However, not waiting for Lin Zhou to approach any further, he abruptly stared wide-eyed. He saw Yan Zhaoge forcibly withstanding that masked martial grandmaster's sword with the lofty mountain armor, his figure making use of the momentum to fly backwards. The light of thunder flickered within Yan Zhaoge's right eye, the power of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment temporarily locking the immortal crane wings in place, before Yan Zhaoge's entire body crashed into the immortal crane wings, wanting to wrap this cloak of crane feathers around his body. You won't be able to refine the immortal crane wings in time for your own use, Lin Zhou smiled coldly, instead sending yourself over to the opponent's sword. Indeed, that masked martial grandmaster's sword did not cease in the slightest as it pursued and stabbed towards Yan Zhaoge's body, directly breaking through the defense of the lofty mountain armor. The dim sword light cut through Yan Zhaoge's clothes, directly arriving at the skin of his chest, causing Yan Zhaoge to feel an icy coldness within his heart. Chapter 240. 10 of 2 for the Are People Who Ask About Gender Retarded? Alliance. I've been working hard, asking for subscriptions and monthly votes. Thank you everyone. As Yan Zhaoge entered the immortal crane wings, his figure halted momentarily, giving his opponent a chance. The sword broke through the lofty mountain armor, breaking through Yan Zhaoge's clothes, arriving directly at his heart. At this moment Yan Zhaoge also felt a chill. However, Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he focused on the opponent before him, not panicking in the slightest. The surface of his skin suddenly flashed with a golden light. As the golden light flickered, Yan Zhaoge's entire body seemed to be plated with a layer of golden radiance, resembling a golden statue. On Yan Zhaoge's chest, a simple yet profound rune appeared, helping Yan Zhaoge to block the enemy's sword. The bloodthirsty light in the yellowing eyes of the masked martial grandmaster was unprecedentedly dazzling. The long sword in his hand continued to exert force, and the dark sword light suddenly exploded at this moment. The endless sharp light filled the entire room, and even the thatched cottage that was under the protection of the immortal crane wings was on the verge of collapse from the impact. Yan Zhaoge opened his mouth, chanting a string of ancient, awkward-sounding incantations. There was no one present who could understand the specifics of what Yan Zhaoge was saying, with only Lin Zhou of the Thunder Domain vaguely feeling that the strange language that Yan Zhaoge was suddenly chanting seemed to be some extremely rare dialect of the northernmost gold region of the Thunder Domain. However, Lin Zhou did not understand the meaning behind it. He was only concerned about one thing at the moment. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge reciting that ancient incantation, the golden radiance on his body grew more concentrated, the rune on his chest becoming clearer and more profound. Rays of golden light spread out, isolating the enemy's sword light. Lin Zhou frowned. What the hell is this? Within the cloak of crane feathers, Yan Zhaoge temporarily locked it in place with the power of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. Then he stretched out his hands and wrapped the crane feather cloak around himself. Then he punched. Yan Zhaoge's chi and blood as well as his martial concept surged at this moment as he began attempting to communicate with this unique treasure known as the immortal crane wings. Loose practitioner, he had passed away many years ago, and the immortal crane wings had been left in this foreign world. Although it had spirituality, it had gradually turned into an ownerless object. Protecting the thatched cottage was the last wish of the previous owner. It was an almost instinctive reaction. But the immortal crane wings itself. It did not object to another person refining it. Yan Zhaoge put on the immortal crane wings as he practiced his fist, merging his fist intent within the immortal crane wings, the feathers of the immortal crane wings trembling. The silhouette of a white crane gradually took form behind Yan Zhaoge's back. It merged within the illusory heaven and earth formed of Yan Zhaoge's fist intent aura chi, becoming a part of it. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was bright as he met the gaze of the masked martial grandmaster before him. If he didn't have enough confidence, how would he dare to take the risk and expose his vital parts to the other party's sword? While the Eye of the Thunder Emperor was restricted, while the lofty mountain armor had been broken through, Yan Zhaoge still had the golden talisman body. During the incident at Clear Concealed Lake, Xie, who had fallen to the dark side, had obtained the golden talisman. Xie, the original owner, had never been able to figure out how to use it. However, Yan Zhaoge had already successfully deciphered it. This was a rare secret technique that originated from the extreme north. It was used to refine metal talismans into chi. After a martial artist absorbed it, they would obtain an iron bone golden body, which would increase their defensive power. When faced with an extremely dangerous attack, they could even expend the golden talisman body, manifesting the golden talisman body to protect themselves. The heavier the attack, the more powerful the golden talisman body would be, the more the golden talisman chi would be expended, eventually running out of it one day. However, its defensive power was rather impressive. At this moment, it helped Yan Zhaoge forcibly resist the full-powered assassination of an early spirit vessel martial grandmaster wielding a low-grade spirit artifact. Making use of the time that the golden talisman body had bought for him, Yan Zhaoge began refining the immortal crane wings with all his might. He wanted to use this rare treasure for his own use. Although his original goal in entering the foreign dimension this time was the life-illuminating immortal stone, as long as he obtained it, this trip would not have been in vain. However, after carefully observing the immortal crane wings, Yan Zhaoge could confirm that this was a rather rare unique treasure. Although it did not fall into the categories of sacred artifacts, spirit artifacts and artifacts. However, it also possessed boundless miraculous uses. Regarding this, Yan Zhaoge naturally accepted it without standing on ceremony refining it. While analyzing and comprehending the concept and flow of spiritual qi contained within the immortal crane wings, Yan Zhaoge gazed coldly at the masked martial grandmaster before him. The other party was also staring fixedly at Yan Zhaoge, his yellowed eyes filled with a cold intent. That cold intent seemed not to be directed at Yan Zhaoge as a person, instead being directed at all the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was similarly cold as he abruptly let out a long roar, resembling the clear cry of a crane. The next moment, Yan Zhaoge's arms shook, the immortal crane wings on his body suddenly rising, resembling an immortal crane spreading its wings, spreading them wide. The edges of the cloak abruptly flickered with a dazzling light, before transforming into numerous feathers of light, shooting straight at the masked martial grandmaster before him. Then, the crane feathers of light that resembled a torrential rainstorm shot towards that martial grandmaster, each crane feather resembling a sharp blade. With a muffled groan, that fallen masked martial grandmaster finally retracted his sword in defense. His sword light flashed, transforming into a ball of light, blocking the attacks that resembled a violent storm as he simultaneously flew backwards in retreat. He had to retreat now. Accompanied by the gradual refinement of the immortal crane wings by Yan Zhaoge, it also meant that Yan Zhaoge's Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment would finally be freed up. If he still did not leave, the one remaining here today might very well be him and not Yan Zhaoge. His opponent wanting to retreat, Yan Zhaoge would not let it go just like that. Flipping his wrist, with a light roar, the Jade Dragon Sword left its scabbard at lightning speed, transforming into a jade light as it chopped straight towards the enemy before him. A low, crisp sound resounded, as a streak of blood splattered into mid-air. The mask worn by that fallen martial grandmaster had been cut in half by Yan Zhaoge, a wound on his face from which fresh blood flowed profusely. Not uttering a sound, this person raised his sleeve to cover his face, not even looking back as he turned and fled. Having still not completely refined the immortal crane wings, Yan Zhaoge remained where he was, unable to move. However, a shocking light shot out from his eyes. While only a small portion of his face was visible, it seemed a little familiar. Frowning, he stood within the thatched hut, swiveling his head to look outside the window. The person he had sensed approaching earlier had already disappeared. Outside the thatched hut, Lin Zhou did not hesitate in the slightest as he sped off into the distance. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's golden talisman body blocking the assassination of that martial grandmaster, and also beginning to refine the immortal crane wings, Lin Zhou completely lost all thoughts of making a move. Of everyone present, other than Yan Zhaoge who had refined the immortal crane wings, Lin Zhou was the one who understood this treasure the best. Moreover, there was still the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. However, it was also precisely because of this that he could only feel his heart dripping blood at this moment. After the sacred artifact fragment, this was the second time he had watched helplessly as a treasure that he had been determined to obtain finally fell into Yan Zhaoge's hands. For just that one moment, Lin Zhou despondently wanted to smash his head into the towering tree beside him. Seeing Yan Zhaoge utilizing the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment to lock the immortal crane wings in place, then seeing Yan Zhaoge refine the immortal crane wings as well, before mightily forcing a lofty martial grandmaster expert into retreat. Meanwhile, he could only flee as fast as he could. Lin Zhou felt vexed within his heart, wanting to vomit blood. Chapter 241. Alliance, adding 10/10, asking for support. Once again he unleashed his full strength and did everything he could. Seeking subscriptions and monthly votes. Thank you everyone. A martial practitioner of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Within the thatched hut, thinking back on the breathing method of the enemy who had been spying on them by the side earlier, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's lips curled up in a smile that was not a smile. It can't be an old acquaintance, right? Shaking his head slightly, retracting his thoughts, Yan Zhaoge focused his mind on refining the immortal crane wings once more. Every feather on the immortal crane wings was vibrating slightly at this moment. Every feather was like a living creature. Accompanied by Yen Zhaoge's refinement, the clear cries of cranes resounded from each and every one of their feathers, their voices growing louder and louder. Finally, the cries of the crane plummeted. Yen Zhaoge's gaze flickered as the immortal crane wings turned completely silent, transforming into a cloak of crane feathers, draping over Yen Zhaoge's body. This time there was no one obstructing Yen Zhaoge. With a sweep of his hand, the few items on the table, the life-illuminating immortal stone included, all fell into Yen Zhaoge's hands. Standing within the thatched hut, Yen Zhaoge bowed towards it. "Senior loose practitioner Yen Zhaoge thanks you here." He put on the crane feather cloak and walked out of the thatched hut. He saw that the battlefield outside the thatched hut had been destroyed beyond recognition. As the fallen, masked martial grandmaster fled, Ahu's three opponents all felt a chill in their hearts. That martial grandmaster fleeing meant that he did not have the ability to take down Yen Zhaoge. However, the burly man in front of them was like a real hungry tiger. Even though he was fighting 1 against 3, he still had the upper hand, making it more and more difficult for them to resist. Although he was tempted by the treasures in the thatched cottage, it was clear that there was no hope at all. If they continued to fight, they might even lose their lives here. Ahu's 3 opponents immediately had the intention to retreat, and they each began to look for a way to escape. When there was a common enemy, the 3 of them could cooperate well. They joined hands and attacked the enemy together. But when they thought of retreating and prepared to retreat, their alliance collapsed on its own. Everyone was thinking about how to escape by themselves. They didn't have much of a relationship with each other, so they didn't care about each other's injuries or deaths. If the other party's death could allow them to escape safely, no one would feel any psychological burden. The 3 great grandmaster martial artists put on a good show together. He didn't need to run faster than Ahu. As long as he ran faster than the other 2 people, it would be enough. That martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan, originally the one with the most robust foundation and the strongest strength, also being proficient in a peak movement martial art like the great sun rising east traversing heaven art, should have been the one with the greatest hopes of breaking through the encirclement. But he could not stop Ahu from specifically staring at him. He directly dropped the hidden clear sunlight saber and threw it like a flying saber. It directly pierced through his heart. In the end, only one great grandmaster managed to escape, while the other one became a ghost under the claws of the hungry tiger and was killed on the spot by Ahu. Yen Zhaoge came in front of Ahu, smiling. "This look of yours can stop children from crying at night." Ahu's body was stained with blood, and his murderous aura soared to the heavens like a god of death. He grinned. "It's a pity that I couldn't keep all of them." Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoge muttered to himself, "That's right, a pity that I couldn't keep them all?" Ahu asked curiously, "Young master, what happened?" Yen Zhaoge shook his head. Within his mind, that decimating abyss martial practitioner's mask had broken. The scene of a small portion of his face being revealed flashed by once more. Although the other party very quickly raised his hand to conceal it, with Yen Zhaoge's current cultivation base and eyesight, he was still able to clearly see that fleeting scene. "Although I only saw a small portion of his face. I've definitely seen this person before." Yen Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, regaining his wits as he surveyed their surroundings. The spiritual qi has already deteriorated to its final stage. This foreign dimension is already not far from collapsing. We have to make the best use of our time. We still need some time to hurry back to where the spirit formation door is. Yen Zhaoge laughed, patting the cloak of crane feathers on his shoulder. "Still, it's good that with this thing we can actually save quite a bit of time." Ahu came over curiously. "Young master, what is this?" Yen Zhaoge said. A senior in the past used the feathers of a spirit crane, combining his fist intent to weave such a cloak. Not classified as a sacred artifact, a spirit artifact or an artifact, it can be considered a unique treasure. It has many miraculous uses, but its weakness is that its spiritual qi and spiritual force will be depleted. After it has been completely depleted, it will require its owner to nourish it for a period of time before it can be used again. However, compared to the many miraculous uses of this treasure, this weakness is virtually negligible most of the time. Yen Zhaoge patted the immortal crane wings, smiling. In coming here this time, as long as we had the life-illuminating immortal stone, it would have already been enough to satisfy us. This thing can be considered an unexpected surprise." Ahu said. "That's right. Still, young master, I really didn't think that so many people would have actually entered this time. I feel that it was that bastard who spied on us earlier." Seeing that he wasn't our match, fearing that he wouldn't be able to win against us, he wanted to muddy the waters as much as possible. Thus he released the news, drawing over so many experts. Yan Zhaoge led Ah Hu towards the back of the thatched hut, where there was a medicinal field. Your guess is most likely correct. Ah Hu ground his teeth hatefully. That bastard better not land in my hands, or I'll definitely make him pay. Yan Zhaoge said, while this foreign dimension will be collapsing very soon, and most people won't take the risk of entering again, we still have to be wary of enemies appearing. We have to move a little faster. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge rapidly identified the spirit medicines within the medicinal field. Oh, many of those that existed before the Great Calamity and can no longer be found in the current Eight Extremities world are all here. This time we really didn't come in vain. As he helped Yan Zhaoge gather the herbs, Ah Hu said casually, it is also fortunate that the 4 martial grandmasters who entered this time are only at the early spirit vessel stage. If their cultivation bases were a little higher, we would probably not be able to get off easy this time. Especially if there were essence spirit martial grandmasters. That would not be good. As he said this, Yan Zhaoge suddenly felt a piercing pain in his right eye. Ah Hu's expression also suddenly changed. The next moment, a fiery light lit up in the distant sky, dyeing it crimson. The fiery light rapidly approached the thatched hut, violent waves of qi sweeping through the surrounding area. An explosive roar resounded, little bastard surnamed Yan, I want to see who will save you this time. A familiar voice, a familiar tone, instead caused Yan Zhaoge to be slightly taken aback. Crimson Spirit Flag Master? The person who had come was shockingly the descendant with the highest cultivation base of the already extinct 5 spirit flags, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. That year the 5 spirit flags had been destroyed by Yan Zhaoge's father, Yan Di. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master had held a grudge for many years, having attempted to assassinate Yan Zhaoge in the Eastern Tang back then. In the end he had been obstructed by someone, with the Crimson Spirit Flag Master having fled afterwards, his whereabouts unknown. Who would have thought that he would actually appear in this foreign dimension again today? Yan Zhaoge currently had no time to ponder why the other party had appeared here. He was currently only focused on one thing. This Crimson Spirit Flag Master was shockingly an early Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster expert at the 4th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm. Ah Hu stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, wishing he could give himself a slap. Does it have to be so accurate, Ah? Chapter 242. The surrounding world was scorching hot, and the rolling heat waves were almost suffocating. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge and Ah Hu on the other hand felt a chill assaulting them. After a martial artist reached the Great Grandmaster realm, they would step into a new world. They would transform the illusory into the real, turning the fake into the real, truly beginning to touch upon the truth of the world's principles. A so-called spirit vessel grandmaster, from the early stages to the late stages, the spirit nurturing soil, the formation of spirit seeds, and the birth of spirit sprouts, were all part of the process of nurturing the martial Dao true spirit. When one reached the peak of the spirit vessel martial grandmaster level, they would nurture a martial true spirit belonging to themselves, stepping into the realm of essence spirit martial grandmasters. Next he would fuse his true spirit with his astral energy, refining astral energy into true essence, and his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master was precisely such an expert who had stepped into the essence spirit martial grandmaster realm. His quintessential essence unfurled, directly turning into real raging flames that burned the plains and the sky. Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes, looking rather exasperatedly at Ah Hu. Why didn't I discover this before? You really have a crow's mouth, Ah. Ah Hu's face was bitter and he couldn't say anything. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. He had no intention of waiting helplessly for death. With just a thought, the immortal crane wings on his shoulders directly expanded, transforming into 2 massive wings. Each of the crane feathers shone with a sparkling and translucent spiritual light, as if they were crystals. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge couldn't be bothered with distinguishing their types as he grabbed downwards, directly stripping away most of the spirit grasses and medicines within the medicinal field. Then he grabbed Ah Hu with one hand, flapped the wings on his back and soared into the sky, flying away at an extremely fast speed. The immortal crane wings were indeed miraculous. Even carrying an additional person, Yan Zhaoge's flying speed was still extremely fast. However, the fiery light behind him that resembled the waves of the sea was also not slow as it chased closely behind Yan Zhaoge. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master's scolding voice resounded from within the waves of fire. "Little brat surnamed Yen, today you shall pay your father Yendi's debt." Yen Zhaoge ignored them, just focusing on controlling the immortal crane wings to fly forward unceasingly. Flying high into the air, there were clumps of cloud chi before him that formed a sea of clouds, within which Yen Zhaoge traversed unceasingly. The raging fire behind him was directly engulfed into the sea of clouds. The sea of flames continued to devour the sea of clouds. As Yen Zhaoge was flying at an extremely high speed, a fire dragon suddenly shot out from the waves of fire behind him, striking towards him. Frowning slightly, Yen Zhaoge dodged to the side. "Keep away from the fire." The fiery light missed its target and plunged into the vast sea of clouds. It was like a sharp sword that neatly cut through the layers of clouds. Then it swiftly disappeared into the sea of clouds. The next moment, a massive boom resounded as the vast sea of clouds before Yen Zhaoge was set ablaze, transforming into a new crimson sea of flames within the sky. A great amount of cloud fog was instantly evaporated completely by the flames, while the blazing flames did not dissipate as they blocked Yen Zhaoge's path. The wings behind Yen Zhaoge's back flickered, his figure descending rapidly as he avoided the flames that blocked his path. But as a result, his speed was slightly reduced, and the Crimson Spirit Flag Master behind him immediately closed the distance between them. Brought along by Yen Zhaoge, who turned to look behind him. He asked, "Young master, can't you use the sacred weapon shard to give him a vicious blow?" Yen Zhaoge answered, resisting the Black Dragon Dread in the Great Western Desert earlier, and also having a contest of strength with the immortal crane wing just now, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment has always been at a level where it has yet to completely recover. It is very hard to say how much power it can display. To deal with a martial grandmaster on the level of the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, I would have to unleash an instant's thunder, burning all of it in one go, giving him a vicious blow. As Yen Zhaoge flew, he observed his surroundings, also. It won't be like last time at Clear Concealed Lake, where I was hitting a dead object that couldn't move, being able to hit it however I wanted. I could even slowly walk over and place the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment at the core of that devilish formation. This time the target is a living person that can move. And not just any living person. A martial grandmaster of this level possesses high vigilance, fast reflexes, and also fast speed. If I can't hit him with a single blow, it would be a waste of my strength. Saying thus, Yen Zhaoge's figure abruptly halted before he rose rapidly, once again avoiding a fire dragon that shot over from behind. The foreign dimension that he was currently in was already extremely unstable. Gazing into the distance, Yen Zhaoge could even see numerous black patterns appearing in the horizon. That wasn't light and also wasn't anything concrete. It was like a complete painting had suddenly been torn apart, with a crack in it. The foreign dimension had already begun the process of its own destruction. The sky turned dark. Even with the flames formed of the Crimson Spirit Flag Master's true essence, the heavens and the earth still dimmed. Fierce winds howled unceasingly to the point that Yen Zhaoge, riding the immortal crane wings, was somewhat unable to stabilize his figure. The great earth below even began to quake intensely, the earth and rocks on the ground shattering unceasingly, dense cracks appearing like spiderwebs. Gazing ahead, Yen Zhaoge saw that the scene before him resembled that of a mirage, many objects actually beginning to distort and change their forms. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master chased closely behind Yen Zhaoge. He could also feel that this foreign dimension was about to be destroyed. After learning that Yen Zhaoge was here, he had rushed over at top speed, already determined to kill Yen Zhaoge here even if he had to take the risk. Seeing the calamity between the heavens and the earth grow more and more intense, with scenes of the end of the world appearing, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master couldn't help but hasten his footsteps, his attacks fiercer than the previous as they shot towards Yen Zhaoge. While his temperament was violent, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master's attacks were not blind. The scattered flames between the heavens and the earth unceasingly shrunk Yen Zhaoge's area of activity, gradually transforming into a massive cage of flames, wanting to trap Yen Zhaoge within. The dense fiery light joined together, the area it encompassed growing larger and larger, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth, adding more violence and despair to the scenes of the end of the world currently in this foreign dimension. Yen Zhaoge's gaze was calm, while his expression appeared a little impatient. Wielding the immortal crane wings to fly, he gradually lost some sense of order, as though he was not choosing his path at all. However, in the distance, in mid-air, a door that flickered with light had already appeared in his field of vision. It was precisely the great door from which Yen Zhaoge and Hu had entered this foreign dimension. Stimulated by the spirit formation, it was still standing tall at this moment. However, accompanied by the foreign dimension's destruction, this door of light also seemed a little unstable, resembling a reflection in water as it shook unceasingly. Seeing the door of light, Yen Zhaoge immediately sped towards it. However, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master behind him had already closed in at this moment, punching out, blazing flames directly enveloping Yen Zhaoge. A purplish-green light of thunder vaguely flashed within Yen Zhaoge's pupils. Bolstered by the immortal crane wings, Yen Zhaoge's speed instantly rose by a notch as he rapidly changed directions, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master made use of this chance to pass Yen Zhaoge, roiling waves of fire surrounding that door of light. Having first secured his path of retreat, he also blocked Yen Zhaoge's path. The immortal crane wings on Yen Zhaoge's shoulders shook, numerous saber-light feathers shooting towards the sea of flames like a torrential rain. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master's cold laughter resounded from within the sea of flames, the blazing flames swallowing the saber-light feather, emitting the piercing sound of metal clashing. The figure of a crimson-haired old man appeared from within the flames, resembling a devil god that controlled the blazing flames. Yen Zhaoge saw that old man glare over as he laughed savagely, "Little bug, let's see where you can still fly to this time." Chapter 243. This old man was the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. Staring at Yen Zhaoge like a tiger watching its prey, the corners of his mouth revealed a savage smile. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master stepped within the air, just standing before the door, blocking Yen Zhaoge and Hu's path back to the Eight Extremities world. At this moment, the space in the foreign dimension was shaking without end, and the boundaries of the heavens and the earth even started to warp and deform. It was a scene of the end of the world collapsing and the world splitting apart. The sky collapsed, revealing black cracks in the void. The earth was also in a similar state, fragmented and shattered. Yen Zhaoge rose into the air, avoiding a streak of fiery light that swept towards him as he arrived above the spatial door. Looking down, the void door was surrounded by a sea of flames. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master laughed coldly as he raised his head to look at Yen Zhaoge. Although Yen Zhaoge was looking down from above, the gaze with which the Crimson Spirit Flag Master currently looked at Yen Zhaoge was filled with the feeling of looking down on him. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He just wanted to firmly occupy the position of the void door. Because of Lin Zhou, there was more than one entrance to this foreign dimension. The Scarlet Spirit Flag Master had entered through the entrance that Lin Zhou had opened. However, now that the foreign dimension was on the verge of collapse, there was no longer enough time at all for Yen Zhaoge to change his mind, turning back and traversing through space once more, going to another door to leave the foreign dimension. The same principle also applied to the Scarlet Spirit Flag Master. For both sides, they could either leave through the door before them or be buried along with this foreign dimension and be destroyed in the void along with it. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master smiled coldly as he looked at Yen Zhaoge. "Little brat surnamed Yen, do you decide to perish together with this foreign dimension, or do you choose to die beneath this old man's fist?" He raised a hand, stretched it forward and clenched it into a fist. As he clenched his fist, boundless raging flames surged and spread in all directions. Looking at the Crimson Spirit Flag Master blocking the door below, a smile suddenly appeared on Yen Zhaoge's face. "Old worm, you're wrong. It's your position that can more or less be considered fixed." He grabbed Hu with one hand. Yen Zhaoge's other hand suddenly pulled out a short rod that was around a foot long. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master looked at the short stone rod and his heart skipped a beat. He had an ominous premonition. Yen Zhaoge smiled, then shook the immortal crane wings. He took the initiative to rush toward the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. Following Yen Zhaoge's will, the short rod in his hand instantly grew alongside the wind, instantly transforming into a thick, massive stone pillar. As the Crimson Spirit Flag Master was stunned, Yen Zhaoge directly stepped onto the stone pillar. Then it fell from the sky and smashed down. What a thief! The Crimson Spirit Flag Master let out an enraged roar, not evading. If he did so, it would be equivalent to opening up the spatial door to Yen Zhaoge. The old man stood where he was. His red hair fluttered like a raging fire. He struck his palm above his head and stopped the huge stone pillar that was falling from the sky. Just as his palm came into contact with the stone pillar, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master felt his hand sink, and he almost couldn't hold it. He had been standing steadily in the void. His footing was also unstable and he could not help but sink down. So heavy? The Crimson Spirit Flag Master's eyes widened. His cultivation was much higher than that of who had been in the heavenly arrival state, and his strength was also much stronger, but he still felt great pressure. Whether it was the weight or the sturdiness of the stone pillars, they had completely exceeded his expectations. He had originally thought that he would be able to directly shatter the stone pillar with a single palm, and also send Jianghu flying. However, in the end he was instead pressed down by the stone pillar. Also, that stone pillar contained a unique suppressive force. Even if the Crimson Spirit Flag Master wanted to dodge to the side now, he didn't have the strength to do so. In the void below the stone pillar, time and space both seemed to have been locked, condensing into a single piece, locking the Crimson Spirit Flag Master securely down below. He could only forcibly resist it. I heard that this thief excavated some ancient remains from the Great Western Desert. Could it be this stone pillar? The Crimson Spirit Flag Master suddenly thought of some of the rumors he had heard before, and couldn't help but feel even more hatred in his heart. Crafty little bastard. He roared loudly, activating his entire body's true essence, a powerful force erupting outwards. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master's body had only descended by less than a meter in midair before he stabilized himself once more, stepping on the air. It was no different from stepping on the sturdiest ground. At this moment, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master resembled a giant god that supported the heavens, forcibly supporting the descending stone pillar, causing it to be unable to descend any further. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master exhaled, his other palm also striking upwards, mightily striking the stone pillar. His figure actually began slowly rising once more. Laughing coldly, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master exerted force with both his arms, wanting to throw Jianghu and the stone pillar together. Jianghu's expression did not change, instead smiling. Standing on the top of the stone pillar, he raised a foot neither hurriedly nor slowly before heavily stomping it. The patterns on the surface of the stone pillar abruptly lit up, the entire stone pillar seeming to have transformed into a glowing pillar of light. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master below immediately felt the pressure on him increase greatly. Not only did the weight of the stone pillar rise abruptly, even that strange, suppressive force also abruptly grew stronger. At this moment, let alone throwing the stone pillar away, he couldn't even continue standing in midair, as his figure was directly pressured downwards. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master wanted to divert the force, then increase his descent in order to avoid the stone pillar, before dodging to the side. At this time he could no longer care about guarding the door to the void. However, because of the suppressive force, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master discovered to his dismay that not only had his surroundings been sealed, unable to dodge, even the space below him seemed to have solidified. His entire person seemed to have been contained within a formless container, with only the top opening. However, there was a heavy cover there, making it hard for him to open, as it sunk unceasingly, further compressing the space around him. Just what the hell is this thing? Such a miraculous treasure was actually refined by a martial scholar? The Crimson Spirit Flag Master was enraged, his figure being suppressed downwards by the pillar of the divine palace. The roiling waves of fire in the surroundings were also greatly extinguished at this moment, dissipating in all directions. Accompanied by the Crimson Spirit Flag Master being smashed downwards, he naturally no longer had the strength to continue blocking in front of the door. The door of light reappeared in front of Jianghu. Not saying a word, Jianghu directly threw Ahu into the door of light. At this time, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master below let out an enraged roar. On his body, a cloak of dark light suddenly appeared, lighting up with a radiance. It was a low-grade spirit artifact. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master's own spirit artifact had long since been destroyed during his years of fleeing. His current low-grade spirit artifact was something that he had snatched from the hands of others. It wasn't easy to use, but it was still better than nothing. Bolstered by the power of the spirit artifact, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master stopped his body's descent once more, the two sides falling into a stalemate for a time. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master could vaguely feel that the suppressive force of the stone pillar was weakening. Wielding the pillar of the divine palace, Jianghu was also not without exhaustion. Suppressing the enemy with the pillar of the divine palace, there was a limit to how long it could last. Grasping this chance, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master's face abruptly turned red as he stimulated his body with a forbidden technique. his strength rising yet again as he actually lifted the stone pillar up. However, the calamity of this foreign dimension was already at its final juncture. The crevices between the heavens and the earth were ripped apart unceasingly, a great amount of the existences within space being devoured by the darkness of space. Soundlessly, the sky suddenly broke apart completely, space collapsing into two halves. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master panicked. At this moment, the collapse of the foreign dimension was already right before his eyes. If he didn't leave, he would be buried along with this place. The terror of the collapse of space was something that even he was powerless to resist, as he would be extinguished in an instant. Just at this time, the top of his head suddenly lightened as the stone pillar rapidly shrunk, returning to its short rod form as it returned to Yan Zhaoge's hands. Raising his head, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master saw Yan Zhaoge standing at the edge of the door of light, raising his hand and making a strange gesture towards him. Yan Zhaoge extended his right hand, raising his thumb and pointing his index finger towards the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. His other three fingers curled up, as though he was firing a gun. "Goodbye, old worm." Above Yan Zhaoge's head, the terrifying eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment erupted with the light of thunder. Chapter 244. Seeking subscriptions and monthly votes. Thank you everyone. The fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor had taken the form of a purple orb, flickering with a dazzling purple-green lightning. Yan Zhaoge stood at the edge of the door of light, one hand retracting the stone rod, the other making a shooting motion towards the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. His right thumb suddenly pressed down, and his index finger, which was like the muzzle of a gun, was lifted slightly as if to withstand the recoil of a shot. Accompanied by this action of Yan Zhaoge's, the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment above his head also abruptly flickered. In that instant, it was as if the Emperor of Thunder and Lightning had gently blinked. Then, in the foreign dimension that looked like it was the end of the world, a bolt of lightning filled with the aura of destruction suddenly lit up. The perfectly straight bolt of lightning pierced through the void and instantly arrived in front of the Scarlet Spirit Flag Master. The foreign space was about to collapse. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master didn't care about anything else at this moment. He was wholeheartedly rushing towards the Gate of Light. He temporarily couldn't be bothered with Yan Zhaoge as he only hoped to first leave this foreign dimension through the spatial door before slowly taking care of Yan Zhaoge. Even if it didn't work this time, there would always be a next time. He was an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster. If he wanted to kill a Grandmaster martial artist, he would always be able to find a chance. However, just as the Crimson Spirit Flag Master was speeding towards the door of light, Yan Zhaoge controlled the fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor, just in time to send an instant's thunder chopping downwards. In an instant, he ignited all of his strength and concentrated it into a single strike, bringing with it an extremely berserk power that surpassed the peak. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master widened his eyes and roared. True essence surged as he punched out with both of his fists. Lightning and raging fire interweaved and collided, instantly setting off a huge explosion. At any other time, Yan Zhaoge's an instant's thunder would not be able to withstand it. Whether or not he could deal with the Scarlet Spirit Flag Master was another matter. But at this critical juncture, regardless of whether the Crimson Spirit Flag Master's strength could withstand it or not, this attack would take his life. The momentum of rushing towards the door of light. He was directly interrupted and his entire body was sent flying. The world, which had already been shattered to begin with, rumbled and then completely shattered. The foreign dimension itself. Everything in it was annihilated in the void. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master let out a roar of despair and unwillingness. At this moment, he could only watch helplessly as his flesh and blood slowly disintegrated bit by bit. Although it seemed slow, it was actually rapidly disintegrating. Powerless to struggle, difficult to reverse. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master angrily stared into the distance. There, the flashing void door was also slowly disappearing. Within the door of light, Yan Zhaoge kept the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment within the pillar of the Divine Palace, the cloak of crane feathers also falling gently from his shoulders. Although he was a little dispirited. However, at this moment, Yan Zhaoge's hair was not messy and his clothes were neat and tidy, resembling an elegant young master. Yan Zhaoge smiled as he looked at the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. Following the destruction of the foreign dimension, he leisurely waved his hands towards him. "Let me make a correction, it should be never to see you again. Farewell forever." The Crimson Spirit Flag Master wanted to roar, but he could no longer make a sound. Even at the moment of his death, he still found it hard to believe. He was a dignified early-stage Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster. He actually died at the hands of a Grandmaster martial artist. While he was being suppressed by the Pillar of the Divine Palace, as long as he was given a bit more time, Yan Zhaoge himself would not be able to keep up, and he would be able to break through the suppression. While Yan Zhaoge possessed the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. However, the only thing that could truly pose a huge threat to him was the power of a single blow. If he dealt with it carefully, he might not be struck. While Yan Zhaoge possessed the immortal crane wings before him, he could only use them to flee. Given a bit more time, he would still be able to block Yan Zhaoge's path, leaving him unable to escape. His cultivation base was clearly so much higher. Even if Yan Zhaoge possessed many rare treasures, it was still not that he had no chance. It had clearly been him who had first seized the position of the spatial door. Yan Zhaoge had clearly not possessed the power or treasures to kill him. However, the final result was that he had perished within this destroyed foreign dimension, being extinguished along with this world. Looking at the vanishing spatial door and Yan Zhaoge, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master's heart was filled with unwillingness. Knowing oneself but not knowing one's enemy. While Yan Zhaoge's fame had already virtually spread throughout the entire world, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master now suddenly discovered that his understanding of this youth was still very limited. Could it be that risking entering this destroyed foreign dimension in pursuit of Yan Zhaoge had been a mistake right from the start? With that final thought in his mind, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master perished completely amidst space. An Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster had died soundlessly and soundlessly. Passing through the door of light, Yan Zhaoge felt the pain of his body ripping apart. It was even more obvious than when he had first passed through and entered that foreign dimension. Exiting the door of light, returning to the Eight Extremities world, Yan Zhaoge turned back to look at the gradually vanishing door of light, smacking his lips. This trip really was. Consecutively wielding the Pillar of the Divine Palace and the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment had left Yan Zhaoge extremely weak, even weaker than during the battle at the bottom of Clear Concealed Lake previously. However, he was still in a rather good mood. Having entered the foreign dimension left behind by loose practitioner this time, he had returned with great rewards, having gained quite a lot. As Yan Zhaoge landed, he saw the jade coin which had activated the spirit formation completely shatter, directly turning into powder. Waiting by the side, there was also Xue Fei who had remained in the Eight Extremities world to watch over the jade coin spirit formation. They all came up to him. "Are you all right?" Yan Zhaoge snapped his fingers, smiling. "From today onwards, we probably won't be able to see someone like the Crimson Spirit Flag Master again." Ahu sucked in a breath of cold air, opening his mouth wide as he laughed foolishly, not knowing what he should say. Xue Fei also revealed a rare look of shock as he regained his wits. "Right, I'll first hurry and find Junior Apprentice Sister Feng." After Ahu had returned to the Eight Extremities world through the Door of Light, briefly explaining the situation, Xue Fei had sent Feng Yunxing to immediately seek out the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster of Broad Creed Mountain who was closest to Suzhou City for reinforcements. He himself had remained by the Door of Light, preparing to receive Yan Zhaoge together with Ahu. In the end, he had seen Yan Zhaoge leisurely stroll out from within. Now, even if the Crimson Spirit Flag Master was still alive, with the foreign dimension having completely shattered and the Door of Light having disappeared, there would naturally be no need to worry about him chasing them over. There would also naturally be no need to seek out other martial grandmaster experts here in Suzhou City, lying about military intelligence for nothing. Having been brought back by Xue Fei and understood the situation, Feng Yunxing also had an inconceivable look on her face. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master was an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, already having nurtured his own true martial soul, a martial grandmaster who had refined aura into essence. While they were both martial grandmasters, Spirit Vessel Martial Grandmasters and Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters were two completely different things. Yan Zhaoge sat down in the meditative position, adjusting his breathing and recovering his vitality as he smiled. It was by chance. At the end of the day, it was actually that foreign dimension that killed the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. If not for the collapse of the foreign dimension, it would have been hard for me to claim his life with my current methods. After he withstood a few of my attacks, the one who would have been in trouble would have been me. Xue Fei looked at Yan Zhaoge. "I heard Hu Ting say that from the start. Were you already planning to use the collapse of the space to kill him, even intentionally delaying for some time before rushing back to the Door of Light?" Yan Zhaoge laughed. "I'm ashamed, but there was still a slight deviation in my calculations. The collapse of the space was just that little bit later than I had predicted. Under those circumstances, in the blink of an eye, the situation could have changed. Therefore I almost messed things up. Luckily I still succeeded in the end. Feng Yunxing, Ah Hu and Xue Fei held their foreheads in unison. You really did calculate it. Can that kind of thing be calculated so accurately? Chapter 245. Continue requesting subscriptions and monthly votes. Thank you everyone. Ah Hu looked at Yan Zhaoge with a look of worship on his face. Young master, you are really too powerful. This is not like that old ghost Yan Su who was heavily injured back then. Just now the Crimson Spirit Flag Master was at his peak. Whatever methods were used, a late Xiantian martial scholar killing an early Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, this should be the first time in history, right? Yan Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head. Just like how Yan Su was beaten half to death by eldest apprentice uncle back then, this actually cannot be counted as well. Just like if it was father who captured that Crimson Spirit Flag Master and sealed his cultivation base before I slew him, that would still be me killing an early Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster. However, would that be something worth boasting about? Clearly not. Feng Yunxing glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Continue acting. Who knows how pleased you are with yourself inside. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, not speaking. Xue Fei also smiled, after which he still patted Yan Zhaoge's shoulder. If you can avoid taking risks, it's best to avoid them as much as possible. If anything happens to you, little apprentice uncle will be very sad. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge retracted his smile as he nodded. Senior apprentice brother Su is right. This senior apprentice brother Su himself, facing a perilous situation where death was near at hand, was still able to talk cheerfully and without fear. However, he did not wish to see his fellow disciples face danger. A dim look flashed past his face as he clearly thought of his master, Shi Tai, the grief of a white-haired man sending off his black-haired son. Su Fei and Shi Tai were like father and son, having similarly viewed Shi Songtao as his own elder brother that year. That year's matter was Shi Tai's lifelong regret. To Xue Fei it was similarly hard on his heart. Looking at Xue Fei's expression, Yan Zhaoge knew that he was thinking of Shi Tai and his father again. Looking at Xue Fei, Yan Zhaoge sighed, similarly remaining silent. While Ah Hu and Feng Yunxing did not understand Xue Fei as well as Yan Zhaoge did, they were no longer joking around at this moment. Xue Fei's spirits rose as he clapped his hands, smiling. Speaking of which, the Scarlet Spirit Flag Master should be the strongest member of the 5 Spirit Flags. If he dies to you, Zhaoge, while the 5 Spirit Flags won't completely disappear, it will be difficult for them to cause any more waves. To my Broad Creed Mountain, you have performed a great merit, Zhaoge. It's just a pity that this is your personal matter. There's no proof. It might be a little difficult. However, if the Crimson Spirit Flag Master does not appear for several years or even more than a decade, it can be considered as proof. Su Fei smiled as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. Still, speaking of this, while the merit of killing the Crimson Spirit Flag Master is not small, it cannot compare to those great merits of yours earlier. The sect is almost out of rewards for you now. In a few years or even a dozen years, the merit of killing the Crimson Spirit Flag Master will be nothing to you. Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. However small a mosquito is, it's still meat, right? Su Fei pointed at Yan Zhaoge before looking at Feng Yunxing. Laughing, he said, listen to what he's saying. A lofty Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster is like a mosquito in his mouth. How arrogant must he be? As expected, junior sister Feng understands him better. He's pretending to be humble in front of us. Who knows how pleased he is in his heart? Feng Yunxing and Ah Hu both laughed uproariously. Yan Zhaoge shrugged, smiling but not speaking. Killing the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, whether the clan would reward him or not. Actually, it wasn't much, but it was still a comfortable thing at the end of the day. With Yan Zhaoge's current rate of improvement, there would definitely be a day when the Crimson Spirit Flag Master would no longer be a threat. But before that, having an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster constantly thinking about seeking vengeance was not a happy thing. Moreover, this Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster was rather pragmatic. The person he hated the most was Yan Zhaoge's father, Yan Di. However, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master would definitely not be able to beat Yan Di. If he dared to appear before Yan Di, he would directly be slapped to death by Yan Di with a single palm. Unable to beat the Crimson Spirit Flag Master had set his sights on the young, on Yan Zhaoge. When Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base rose unceasingly, to the point where the Crimson Spirit Flag Master was unable to beat even Yan Zhaoge, he would naturally not come looking for Yan Zhaoge. Instead, he would most likely cast his gaze downwards, aiming at the younger, weaker disciples of Broad Creed Mountain. At that time, Yan Zhaoge would naturally not have to worry. However, there would eventually be others who would face the threat of the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. One could only be a thief for 1,000 days, how could one guard against a thief for 1,000 days? Being able to cleanly deal with the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, eliminating any future problems, Yan Zhaoge was extremely satisfied. Could be said to be an unexpected gain. Also, while he had been somewhat lucky having entered the foreign dimension left behind by loose practitioner he this time, Yan Zhaoge had also gained quite a lot. After taking his leave, Yan Zhaoge returned to his lodgings, beginning to inspect the many treasures he had obtained this time. The first to bear the brunt was naturally Yan Zhaoge's original target this time, the life-illuminating immortal stone. Yan Zhaoge had only known that loose practitioner he possessed this thing. However, whether or not it had been stored within that foreign dimension was something that could not be confirmed beforehand. Looks like my luck is still not too bad. Fiddling with the life-illuminating immortal stone, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. With the life-illuminating immortal stone, there was no longer a need for him to think of a substitute. After stepping into the heavenly connection stage with just a bit of accumulation, he would be able to begin attempting to break through into the martial grandmaster realm. Of course, with his lofty ambitions and his feet on the ground, he would first seek to break through into the heavenly connection stage. However, with Yan Zhaoge's current accumulation, it was not difficult at all. Besides the immortal illumination stone, there was another pleasant surprise, and it was naturally the extraordinary treasure, the immortal crane wings. After the entanglement with the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, the spiritual chi of the immortal crane wings had been greatly depleted. Like the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, it was unable to be used within a short period of time. However, after being nourished by its owner Yan Zhaoge, when the immortal crane wings regained its vitality, it would be able to display its flair once more. Yan Zhaoge had brought along a few other items that had been placed on the short table along with the life-illuminating immortal stone back then. Amongst them was a medicinal bottle containing the pills that loose practitioner he had concocted in the past. However, too much time had passed from the era before the Great Calamity till now. Some of the pills still had medicinal effects, while others had their spiritual chi gradually dissipating. Yan Zhaoge didn't really care about this. His attention was currently drawn by something else. It was a scroll made from the hide of an unknown beast. As Yan Zhaoge unfurled the scroll, he saw that it was completely empty, with only a squarish diagram at its center. This pattern seemed to be left behind by some kind of seal. Looking carefully, Yan Zhaoge saw that that diagram resembled a sun. The pattern appeared very ancient, but as Yan Zhaoge gazed at it, he felt a piercing pain in his eyes, as though he was gazing at an actual sun. This beast hide scroll was something of loose practitioner he's, having been left behind in a foreign dimension. Before Yan Zhaoge and Lin Zhou had entered today, it had always been there. Being an ancient artifact from before the Great Calamity, it naturally wasn't related to the current Sacred Sun clan. However, as Yan Zhaoge knew, the Sacred Sun clan that had similarly unearthed the remnants of the martial civilization of their predecessors after the Great Calamity, combining their own comprehensions to develop, could similarly be traced back to before the Great Calamity. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. This seal might be related to the legacy of that legendary extreme Yang scripture. I don't know how a copy of it ended up in loose practitioner he's hands. Chapter 246. Please subscribe. Seeking monthly votes. Thank you everyone. Yan Zhaoge stroked that beast skin scroll, pondering for a moment before keeping it once more. Then, Yan Zhaoge began inspecting those medicinal herbs. These medicinal herbs were planted in the medicinal field behind the thatched cottage in loose practitioner he's foreign space. Nobody had taken care of them for a long time, and some of them had gradually withered. However, to be able to survive until now, these were all precious spirit herbs and medicines with powerful medicinal effects that had been around for a long time. What made Yan Zhaoge especially happy was the fact that many of these medicinal herbs had already gone extinct in the Eight Extremities world following the Great Calamity. Usually, Yan Zhaoge would often lament about how even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook a meal without rice. Now that he had obtained so many precious spirit medicines from loose practitioner he's old residence, He instantly felt like he had much more money on hand. Yan Zhaoge carefully recalled and thought about it. Many ideas that he had previously been unable to achieve now had the possibility of being implemented. This made Yan Zhaoge especially happy. Having sorted out the various spirit grasses and spirit medicines, Yan Zhaoge stretched lazily, his mood joyful. However, very quickly, the smile on Yan Zhaoge's face gradually disappeared as his expression became somewhat startled. Taking out a black metal piece from within his bosom, Yan Zhaoge gazed at it, his gaze gradually turning deep and distant. This piece of metal had a slight curve that seemed to faintly fit the contours of a person's face. It was shockingly the mask fragment of that masked martial grandmaster in that foreign dimension back then, having his mask sliced off by Yan Zhaoge with a single sword, had fallen to the ground. Looking at the fragment of the mask, Yan Zhaoge's expression was rather complex as the scenes from back then replayed unceasingly within his mind. At that time Yan Zhaoge had only felt that he looked familiar. Now, however, the other party's face gradually overlapped with the face of a person in his memories. How I wish that I had recognized the wrong person. Yan Zhaoge sighed, keeping the mask fragment once more. He sat cross-legged in the quiet room for a period of time. Yan Zhaoge opened his eyes. Who reported from outside, "Young Master Elder Jun of the Howling Wind Sword Sect is here." Yan Zhaoge stood up, pushing open the door and walking out. In the reception hall, a middle-aged man was sitting there. Behind him were a few young men and women with Jun Luo in the lead. Yan Zhaoge went up and greeted that middle-aged man. "Uncle Jun, you've returned to the Sand region? I happen to be out as well and have just returned. I didn't know you were back." "Otherwise I should be the one paying you a visit." The middle-aged man before them was precisely Jun Luo's father, Yan Zhaoge's father Yendi's old friend, the Howling Wind Sword Sect's elder Jun Ziyuan. Like the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shiqing, Jun Ziyuan was also an old friend of Yendi. The Yan family and the Jun family were also on good terms. What Yan Zhaoge found interesting was that his father's old friends were all older than him. As a result, Yan Zhaoge had many uncles but no uncles. Jun Ziyuan smiled. "I'm here to thank Zhaoge for taking care of my little girl. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see her." At this time, Jun Luo stood behind Jun Ziyuan. She looked down and behaved, completely different from how she behaved in private. Yan Zhaoge said, "Uncle Jun's words are too serious. That youth of the Lian family fortress, the matter of Lianing, originated from the remnants of Black Nightmare Mountain wanting to use him as a chess piece. Perfect your plan to assassinate me. Luo is completely innocent, yet she was dragged into this. Naturally, I have to do my best to protect her. Although it was a close shave, I still feel very guilty." Jun Ziyuan heard this. Shaking his head, he said, "That was also because you saved that child Luolua's life. Moreover, if not for you and the others of Broad Creed Mountain acting to save them earlier, the three of them would have been trapped within the Black Nightmare storm and would have most likely died." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Let alone the fact that our two clans are old friends, the Howling Wind Sword Sect has always been on good terms with my Broad Creed Mountain. It's only right for me to lend a hand when I see danger." While he said this, Jun Ziyuan still got Jun Luo to solemnly thank Yan Zhaoge once more. Yan Zhaoge hurriedly stopped them. Yan Zhaoge looked at the others behind Jun Ziyuan and beside Jun Luo. "These are all your disciples, Uncle Jun?" Jun Ziyuan said, "That's right. This time I brought them along to broaden their horizons. On the way back, before we had even reached the clan, I heard about Luo's matter. Therefore I brought them along with Luo." Those youngsters bowed towards Yan Zhaoge together. Although they were considered to be of the same generation in terms of seniority, Yan Zhaoge treated Jun Ziyuan as a senior, while Jun Luo was also like a little sister in front of Yan Zhaoge. They could not be too careless. Even though they all addressed him as senior apprentice brother Yan, their etiquette was that of a full junior. Jun Ziyuan also had a matter-of-fact attitude towards this. If not for the fact that their two clans were old friends, he would also have to treat Yan Zhaoge as an equal, just like Elder Hong, Elder Bai and the others of the Howling Wind Sword Sect. Even though the current Yan Zhaoge was only in his 20s, even though he was still a martial scholar while they were all martial grandmasters. Looking at the youngsters before him, Yan Zhaoge also felt a little emotional. Actually, if one really counted their ages, these youths were already 16 or 17. While they could not be considered to be of the same age as him, they were definitely of the same generation. However, in terms of cultivation base, just looking at them, the gap between a sacred ground like Broad Creed Mountain and the other powers could be clearly seen. The Howling Wind Sword sect was already a first-rate power, its legacy also having a long history. When Black Nightmare Mountain had still ruled over the Wind Domain, the Howling Wind Sword sect had already been established in the Sand region, having been passed down all the way till now. Jun Ziyuan was the person with the highest cultivation base aside from the current chief of the Howling Wind Sword sect, and had always been famous for being good at teaching disciples. The disciples of his clan, his daughter Jun Luo included, were basically also the elites of the Howling Wind Sword sect's younger generation. In the entire Sand region, amongst the descendants of the various first-rate powers, they were all outstanding figures. However, compared to disciples of the same age at Sacred Ground powers like Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, in terms of average standards, they were clearly lacking. At the same age, the most outstanding genius disciples of the Howling Wind Sword sect, placed in Broad Creed Mountain, would immediately become mediocre with the halo of a genius completely gone. It would already be very difficult for them to not be at the bottom. Of course, this was also related to Broad Creed Mountain absorbing a large number of outstanding talents from the various regions. The Sand region was under Broad Creed Mountain's rule, and the seedlings with the most potential would definitely be harvested by Broad Creed Mountain first. Powers like the Howling Wind Sword sect could only select generals from among the dwarves. Broad Creed Mountain would not be able to completely capture them all in one fell swoop, but as people walked towards higher places, water flowed towards lower places, and the most outstanding talents would definitely be drawn to Broad Creed Mountain the most. Occasionally, there would be those who did not know much about Broad Creed Mountain, and who just happened to have been overlooked by Broad Creed Mountain, who would be taken in by first-rate powers like the Howling Wind Sword sect, just like picking up a treasure. Very naturally, Broad Creed Mountain would first pick their people, followed by first-rate powers like the Howling Wind Sword sect, and then second-rate powers like the Lian Family Fortress and the Yellow Wind Mountain Manor. While the martial civilization was still in a stage of development, the Pyramid of the Eight Extremities world had already taken shape. Chapter 247. Coming from a second-rate force, Lian Qing, Lian Ying, and the others were naturally weaker than Jun Ziyuan's disciples. As for them, they did not hope to be able to enter Broad Creed Mountain. Instead, their goal was to be able to enter the Howling Wind Sword sect. Factions like the Lian Family Fortress, in addition to the direct descendants who inherited the family business, also hoped that more people from their own families or sects could walk out and enter the first-rate factions. Only in this way could they be called upon for help. The intricacies of the local powers were far more complicated than most people could imagine. However, this was also an understandable and normal choice. It was just like how first-rate powers like the Eastern Tang Kingdom and the Scarlet Rainbow sect similarly chose their core, most outstanding direct descendants with pure martial talent, hoping that they could enter Broad Creed Mountain. The grandson of the Howling Wind Sword sect's old chief was similarly a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. Yan Zhaoge had even met him a few times before, having been asked by Elder Jun to take care of him. Broad Creed Mountain similarly used this method to strengthen their control over the various territories under them. The Sacred Sun clan, Infinite Boundless Mountain and the other 5 sacred grounds also did the same. Below the Lian Family Fort, Yellow Wind Villa and other second-rate forces, there were naturally other weaker forces. In terms of quantity, there were even more such forces. The people of the Eight Extremities world revered martial prowess. If one continued looking downwards, martial arts halls, guilds and small sects were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. Below the second-rate forces, if the cultivators from these forces could not climb higher step by step and enter a wider world, then they could only vanish into the crowd. Practicing martial arts was no longer about practicing martial arts. It was more about protecting oneself and making a living. Uncle, I believe you have also heard of the incident at Clear Concealed Lake. Yan Zhaoge said softly, the 9 underworld's evil devils like the flame devils of the flame devil world, are the common enemies of our human race. The people of the decimating abyss are deranged, attempting to draw the descent of the 9 underworlds. The entire Eight Extremities world has to be on guard against it. Jun Ziyuan nodded, that's only natural. Ever since the news of the incident at Clear Concealed Lake spread, our sect has been paying close attention to this issue, guarding against the infiltration of the decimating abyss. Yan Zhaoge said, that really couldn't be better. I'll have to trouble Uncle Jun. The evil spirits were good at magnifying the evil thoughts, desires and obsessions in people's hearts. Compared to the 6 great holy lands, Lone cultivators like the Ghost Hatchet Elder and Han Sheng were dissatisfied with the high and mighty status of the 6 great holy lands. It was easier for them to be roped in by the decimating abyss. Heaven and earth changed. In fact, from a certain point of view, the first-rate and second-rate forces under the 6 sacred lands also had the same problem. They wanted to replace the 6 great holy lands, wanted to become the new holy land, wanted to have absolute power and authority, and so on and so forth. Whether it was ambition or stubbornness, there was a possibility that the decimating abyss would take advantage of them. Of course, there were similar thoughts. It didn't mean that the decimating abyss would definitely take advantage of them, and it didn't mean that they would definitely develop demonic thoughts in their hearts. It all depended on a person's willpower, rationality, and willpower. However, the possibility could not be eliminated just because of this. Some pessimists even believed that the first and second-rate forces might instead be the disaster areas of the decimating abyss's corrosion. To Yan Zhaoge, he had actually always felt that it was a very normal thing for those first and second-rate powers to have such thoughts. Martial artists were usually more spirited and arrogant than ordinary people. Weirdos like Lu Shengfeng back then were, after all, extremely rare. Of the martial practitioners who had achieved a certain level of success, how many of them would be willing to be beneath others? When their own strength was insufficient, they would acknowledge reality and submit. This didn't mean that they would be willing to live like this for the rest of their lives. If it was really hard to resist with their own strength, seeking external help was something that could not be faulted. However, what kind of external help they sought was something that needed to be paid attention to. Existences like the 9 underworlds and the flame devils were absolute taboos. Most people, even if they had ambitions and thoughts of improving themselves, they would also reject existences like the 9 underworlds and the flame devils. After all, eating humans and drinking blood, completely losing their humanity, completely turning their backs on their own race, and also going over to the common enemy of the human race who had an ocean of blood enmity with them. Most people would reject such a thing. However, there would always be a small portion of people who would not be able to resist such temptation. A considerable portion of the decimating abyss's members were like this. As compared to the violent, bloodthirsty flame devils who directly ate human flesh, the 9 underworld's evil devils were more deceptive, causing people to be unable to guard against them. While Yan Zhaoge and Jun Ziyuan were just chatting idly, they still had to discuss this matter. Revealing a slight smile on his face, Yan Zhaoge stood up, pushed open the door and walked out. Coincidentally, Ahu also just happened to walk into the courtyard at this time. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, he was first taken aback before he grinned widely. "Young master, double happiness has arrived." Chapter 248. Yan Zhaoge did not retract the spiritual light above his head. With a single look, Ahu knew that the spiritual light above Yan Zhaoge's head that connected the heavens and the earth had already turned from illusory to real, signifying that Yan Zhaoge had officially stepped into the peak of the 10th level of the martial scholar realm, the heavenly connection stage. Double happiness? Yan Zhaoge looked at Ahu. One of them was that he had stepped into the heavenly connection stage, but he did not know what the other one was. Ahu was all smiles. "Young master, news has come from Broad Creed Mountain that the heaven-returning divine pill you unearthed has been successfully concocted by the family head." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge also felt pleasantly surprised. Oh? So fast. It was not easy to refine the heaven-reversing elixir. It had to be melted down 9 times and each time required a lot of time. If there was a single mistake, the result was that the herbs would be wasted, and they would have to start all over again. While Yan Zhaoge was very confident in Yandi's cultivation base and attainments in alchemy, he had also mentally prepared himself for a prolonged battle. Yan Zhaoge was also rather taken aback by the good news that had arrived so quickly. After silently calculating the time in his heart, Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh. "Good fella. Did he succeed on the first try?" Ahu smiled innocently. "I'm not sure about that, but the patriarch did send good news. He said that, young master, you can rest easy now." Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly, looking at the dark night sky as he muttered to himself. "That's right, I can indeed put my heart at ease, with the heaven-returning divine pill successfully concocted." Yan Zhaoge was at least 90% certain that his Grand Master Yuan Jingfeng would be able to recover from his old injuries that had always been plaguing him. In this way, with Yuan Jingfeng's strong foundation and outstanding talent, It was almost certain that he would be able to take the last half-step that he had been stuck in for a long time to transcend mortality and become a martial saint. Yuan Jingfeng had been waiting for this day for who knew how many years. Although nothing is absolute in this world. However, with the strength and potential that Yuan Jingfeng had displayed, he would have ascended to the saint state long ago if not for his old injuries. 4 Broad Creed Mountain, which originally already had the clear Qi robe, if Yuan Jingfeng successfully ascended to the realm of the martial saint, Broad Creed Mountain strength would directly skyrocket. Even if the Sacred Sun Clan's east-coming martial saint Huang Guanglia had successfully advanced a step further, while Broad Creed Mountain would still be under pressure, the situation would at most be the same as before, unable to worsen. Because of Yan Zhaoge. Having pulled Infinite Boundless Mountain into their alliance with Jade Sea City, the situation was even better than it had been a few years ago. The reason why he said that he could only relax half of his heart, while the other half was still hanging in suspense, was because there were still some variables. If Yuan Jingfeng were to recover from his old injuries because of the heaven-returning elixir, he would certainly be able to break through to the martial saint realm. However, he would still need some time before he could truly ascend to the martial saint realm. During this period of time, Yuan Jingfeng's secluded cultivation was a great test for Broad Creed Mountain. If the current situation remained unchanged, it would be fine. At most, Broad Creed Mountain would just temporarily withdraw their defenses, guarding their headquarters. However, if the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia happened to leave seclusion during this period of time, the situation would be disadvantageous to Broad Creed Mountain. Especially if Huang Guanglia emerged from seclusion this time and successfully advanced a step further, the situation for Broad Creed Mountain would not be something that could only be described as disadvantageous. This time, there were still risks and opportunities. However, the successful concoction of the heaven-returning divine pill had given Broad Creed Mountain and Yuan Jingfeng an even higher chance of success. Thinking of this, Yan Zhaoge just wanted to give his father a big thumbs up. The heaven-returning divine pill having been concocted in one go, saving a great deal of time. This time was equivalent to saving Yuan Jingfeng's breakthrough. Such a saving undoubtedly had strategic significance, not just saving time in the concoction itself. Yan Zhaoge nodded repeatedly, "Not bad, not bad. It is indeed a double blessing. In comparison, my own happiness doesn't even count for much." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Ah Hu. "Speaking of which, how is Pan Pan?" Ah Hu gave a simple and honest laugh. "That fellow has been raised by young master to be fat and healthy. Now he will be advancing once more very soon. If he can successfully balance the power of fire and water, I believe that he will improve greatly." Yan Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily. "Keep an eye on him. This fatty is good in everything, just that he has 2 problems. Other than gluttony, he's lazy. If we don't urge him, he'll definitely slack off." Although he was somewhat different from the giant pandas in Yan Zhaoge's impression, Pan Pan was also one who wouldn't stand if he could sit, and wouldn't sit if he could lie down, his laziness reaching a certain level. Ordinary giant pandas appeared lazy and didn't like to move. That was because they mainly ate bamboo, their intake of energy being low. In order to conserve their strength, they didn't like to move. And for Pan Pan, while he also liked to eat bamboo, that was just a hobby. In truth, most of the things he ate were gold and iron that were rich in spiritual qi. Therefore, the problem of him conserving his strength did not exist. However, he was still a lazy fellow, causing Yan Zhaoge to be very speechless. Not mentioning Pan Pan, after having successfully stepped into the heavenly connection stage, Yan Zhaoge did not relax as he instead began preparing to advance towards a higher level. Earlier, he had been searching for the life-illuminating immortal stone in preparation for his breakthrough into the martial grandmaster realm. However, before truly taking that final step, Yan Zhaoge still had to do some more accumulation, solidifying his foundation. Outsiders only saw Yan Zhaoge's triumphant progress, his cultivation speed shocking the entire world. However, they mostly overlooked that Yan Zhaoge's every step was actually very stable, not advancing impatiently at all. A minute on stage was 10 years of work off stage. Behind the countless moments of glory and the show of divinity, Yan Zhaoge's diligence in his cultivation surpassed that of most people. Of those whom Yan Zhaoge currently came into contact with, even cultivation maniacs like Shi Tai and Feng Yunxing might not be more hardworking than him. Amidst Yan Zhaoge's cultivation, time passed day by day. One day, Xue Fei suddenly appeared at Yan Zhaoge's lodgings. Yan Zhaoge opened the door and went out to welcome him, seeing Xue Fei standing there calmly, his first words being, "The decimating abyss is about to make a move." "Where?" Yan Zhaoge didn't waste any time, getting straight to the point. The two didn't waste any time as they walked out side by side, Xue Fei saying as they walked, "Yunwu Wang family." Yan Zhaoge nodded, sighing. His worries back then had not been unfounded. The Yunwu Wang family of the Sand region was a long-established family of the Wind domain, their history even longer than that of the Howling Windsword sect. Like the Howling Windsword sect, the Yunwu Wang family was a first-rate power of the Wind domain Sand region, controlling a large amount of territory. Beneath them, there were also quite a few second-rate powers as well as smaller families and sections. While the Wang family was also a vassal of Broad Creed Mountain, from the looks of it now, a considerable number of Wang family disciples were dissatisfied with the current situation. With the 6 great sacred grounds at the top, the space and opportunities for a first-rate power like the Wang family to continue advancing became limited. This actually couldn't be said about who was right or wrong. Everyone wanted to climb high and see far, but there was only so much space at the peak. Those below wanted to go up, while those above wanted to go even higher. Their foundation was to not be pushed down by others. It was just that this gave the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss some opportunities. That day in Yunwu County of the Wind Domain Sand region, winds and clouds surged. Chapter 249. League. Please support the monthly votes and subscription. Thank you. Yunwu County was the Wang clan's ancestral land. Other than Yunwu County, the Wang clan also controlled the surrounding vast territories. The area controlled by the Wang clan and the Howling Windsword sect were adjacent to each other. They also shared a border with the Great Western Desert and were relatively close to Suzhou City. Su Fei sent Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing and Ah Hu to the gates of Suzhou City saying, "I am now an acting elder of Suzhou City, and have responsibilities on me. This time I will not be able to accompany you. Be careful." Yan Zhaoge raised his fist and lightly punched Su Fei's shoulder. "Senior apprentice brother Su can rest easy, we will pay attention to it. You just have to be careful of the other party's diversion." The party left Suzhou City and rushed towards the area controlled by the Wang clan. This time, Feng Yunxing had specially come to sharpen her saber. Sitting on Panpan's body, she asked Yan Zhaoge, "If a fallen practitioner appears, there's naturally no need to say anything. But what if it's someone who harbors devilish intent, but has yet to fall to the dark side?" Ahu's gaze also instantly turned towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's figure jolted slightly along with Panpan's rapid strides. He said indifferently, "If the decimating abyss wants to cause trouble, it will most likely be the same as that time at Clear Concealed Lake. Their goal is to construct the devilish domain grand formation, guiding the descent of the 9 underworlds. Regardless of whether they have completely fallen to the devil or not, anyone who leads the way for the 9 underworlds can be killed. If the door to the 9 underworlds is open because of our leniency, the evil devils will definitely not be lenient in killing people." Yan Zhaoge gazed into the distance. The infiltration ability of the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss to corrode one's heart is too great. If one does not fall to the dark side and is proficient in concealing their emotions and thoughts, it would be very hard for them to be exposed. It is really like the old saying goes, you may know a person for a long time but not their heart. Although there have been constant investigations and purges these days, and there have been some results, no one can guarantee that everything has been cleaned up, especially the high-level experts. Yan Zhaoge frowned slightly. His gaze was somewhat dark and gloomy. Although it is very displeasing, I have to say that the higher a cultivator's cultivation is, the more demonic thoughts will appear in their hearts. The more difficult it is to be detected by the outside world, because most of them have relatively strong control over themselves. It is very difficult for others to see through them. Such a person has a firm will. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult for him to become a demon. That's why it's even more deep-rooted and stubborn. Ah Hu and Feng Yunxing both nodded, and Feng Yunxing said softly, "The worst-case scenario would be that it would be like the previous time at Clear Concealed Lake. Our arrangements and preparations have already been made known to the other party. The Wang clan before us could very well be a feint or a trap." Yan Zhaoge said, "That's right. Therefore we have to be vigilant. Once you realize that something is amiss, you'll have to adapt to the situation." Ahu shook his big head. "The 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss are really too annoying." Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "There's nothing we can do about it. It's not like we can grasp every single hair and beard, suspecting and monitoring every single person. That way, not only would everyone be in danger, there might also be countless false cases, false accusations being made against others. At that time, the decimating abyss would definitely be overjoyed. I can only stabilize my footing and plan slowly. After all, the vast majority of people were repelled by the demons of the netherworld. They were tempted by the demons. In the end, they are still the minority. Yan Zhaoge said, "The crux is that there needs to be an absolutely reliable expert who can suppress the situation." Ahu grinned. Elder sure is such a person. In this time's incident in the Wind Domain, the bigwig who Broad Creed Mountain had specially rushed over to the Wind Domain to oversee the situation was precisely Yan Zhaoge's eldest apprentice uncle, the Iron Lion King Shirtai. Yan Zhaoge nodded, sighing, "That's right." Proceeding forward, they quickly neared Jianghu County. Following the directions, Yan Zhaoge arrived at a barren mountain. At the top of the mountain stood a tall figure, resembling a mountain. It was precisely Shirtai. "Zhaoge's here?" Shirtai did not turn his head as he gazed into the distance. There was an oasis, precisely the ancestral ground of the Wang family. The Wang family had a foundation in Jianghu County, but its most fundamental place was still this oasis. Gazing over now, black smoke could already be seen shooting into the skies, gradually dyeing the sky above the oasis black. Amidst the roiling black clouds, blood-red lightning flickered, mournful and terrifying. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the black clouds gradually extending over his head, as well as the blood-red lightning amidst the cloud layer, as though he had returned to that time at clear concealed lake. Shirtai gazed at the oasis in the distance. Looking at his back, Yan Zhaoge's gaze was a little complicated. "Zhaoge, you have something to say to me?" Shirtai did not turn as he suddenly sent a sound transmission to Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge hesitated slightly for a moment before saying candidly, "Currently, it is still only my personal guess, still awaiting confirmation. Now that a great battle is upon us, I don't want to say it, lest I disturb eldest apprentice uncle's state of mind for nothing." Shirtai's voice paused for a moment before resounding once more, "There are not many things that can disturb my state of mind. Either it concerns the safety of Broad Creed Mountain or it is—" Yan Zhaoge sighed lightly, pondering for a moment before saying, "I still can't be sure, but senior apprentice brother Shi Songtao may still be alive." Shirtai's breathing halted slightly as he was silent for a moment before he asked, "Did you see him somewhere?" Yan Zhaoge answered softly, "I made a report earlier that someone launched a sneak attack on me and senior apprentice brother Su in Clear Concealed Lake's Devilish Domain Grand Formation. The last time I entered that foreign dimension left behind by senior loose practitioner he before the great calamity, I was once again attacked by the same person. In the process of clashing, I sliced off a corner of his mask, revealing a small portion of his face. I can't be completely sure, but—" Shirtai was silent for a moment before he asked, "Is there any other evidence?" Yan Zhaoge answered, "The martial art that person cultivates in is the dark light killing art. However, it can be seen that it was not a martial art that he had always been proficient in, instead having been learnt later on. His dark light killing art has already reached a rather high level of attainment, but according to my estimates, he should have only been cultivating in it for a few years. Estimating the time, it should be a little shorter than the time that senior apprentice brother Shi disappeared." Shirtai asked, "I remember you saying that he was an early spirit vessel martial grandmaster?" Yan Zhaoge answered, "Yes, senior apprentice brother Shi was in the heavenly connection stage when he disappeared. With his talent and potential, if he had not been stuck in the heavenly connection stage for too long, he should have been a mid-spirit vessel martial grandmaster. Therefore I also have my doubts." Shirtai said slowly, "Counting the time spent recuperating and switching to other martial arts, the early spirit vessel stage should be more likely." Hearing these words, Yan Zhaoge could only keep his mouth shut, not saying anything. After a long time, Yan Zhaoge answered in a low voice, "I'm sorry, eldest apprentice uncle." Shirtai closed his eyes, saying slowly, "No, you did the right thing. Letting me be mentally prepared beforehand is a little better. I naturally also hope that you, Zhaoge, have recognized the wrong person, but if he really is Song Tao, that is also something that I have to bear. At the end of the day, I am not a qualified father." Chapter 250. League. Requesting subscriptions, requesting monthly votes. Thank you everyone. Looking at the silent Shirtai, Yan Zhaoge himself fell into silence, sighing soundlessly. The two had communicated via sound transmission, with it being hard for others to know of their contents. Standing behind Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing did not quite understand what was going on. Her eldest apprentice uncle Shirtai, who had always been like a mountain, seemingly able to prop up the heavens, was now in a rare state of depression. Even she could see it. It was as though a towering mountain had been dyed in a layer of twilight by the setting sun. However, very quickly Shirtai's closed eyes opened once more. As he opened his eyes, it was as though a sleeping lion had awoken, his earlier depression completely disappearing. What appeared before them was still that mighty, unyielding Iron Lion King. Seeing this scene, Feng Yunxing even thought that what she had just seen had all been an illusion. Gazing at the Wang family ancestral ground in the distance, Shirtai said calmly, "Don't let the devilish domain grand formation established directly destroy it. I'll do a sudden attack. You guys just need to surround and clear it from the surroundings. Leave some people to guard the outskirts. Raise your vigilance and prepare for any unexpected situations." His voice was not all that loud, also not spreading far away, but it was clearly heard by all the nearby Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners. From that deep, heavy voice they could feel a firm will. Yan Zhaoge and the others loudly agreed. Saying thus, Shirtai's figure rose from the top of the barren mountain. From within his body, a clear, bright radiance was emitted, his entire body seeming to have transformed into a divinity forged from Vajra. The next moment, Shirtai strode forward, the heavens and the earth emitting great light as the expansion of the black devilish chi was instantly obstructed. Accompanied by Shirtai's stride, his foot landing on the ground, he had already arrived in the air above the Wang family ancestral ground. Sturdy and condensed, pressuring down with an extremely vigorous force, the Wang family ancestral ground instantly lit up with numerous spirit patterns. A massive defensive formation was formed in mid-air, attempting to resist the pressure brought about by Shirtai. However, it was like porcelain meeting a hard rock. Virtually without the slightest delay, the grand formation began mightily shattering. Shirtai's body did not move quickly, but he descended resolutely, as though there was nothing that could obstruct his footsteps at the very least. The grand formation of the Wang family's ancestral land would not be able to withstand it. No matter what kind of power it was, as long as their nest was carefully managed and laid out for generations, it would be extremely powerful, forming a home field advantage that belonged to them. The experts of the Wang family, relying on the grand formation of their ancestral ground that they had operated for many years, would be able to resist even if Broad Creed Mountain's first seat elder of the Sand region arrived. Even though it would still be breached, it wouldn't be to the extent where it would be completely defenseless. Unfortunately. A grand formation that could obstruct the early Essence Talisman first seat elder of the Sand region was no different from paper in front of the late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster Shirtai. At this moment, a sinister voice came from within the surging black mist, "Iron Lion." Countless spirit glyphs flashing with black light rose from the Wang family's ancestral grounds. Then they quickly formed a mysterious glyph formation in the sky that exuded a terrifying aura. One talisman array after another. In an instant they formed a tower that looked like an altar. In the altar, a figure could be vaguely seen, holding a black spear and thrusting it towards Shirtai. Shockingly, he was also a late Essence Talisman cultivator. A peak martial grandmaster expert who had already established the Essence Talisman heavenly altar. Shirtai's face was expressionless, resembling a tough, unchanging rock. "Scaly Dragon King Sima Chue, you've joined the 9 underworlds as well?" The other party stabbed out with the black spear, resembling a scaly dragon soaring into the heavens as it emitted a deafening roar, black light flickering. It was as though a black wound had been slashed between the heavens and the earth. Shirtai's expression did not change in the slightest, his body also being enveloped by an altar that was clear as glass and exuded an aura of indestructibility. A ferocious punch smashed downwards, directly forcibly clashing with the tip of his opponent's spear. As the two sides collided intensely, Yan Zhaoge and the others who were spectating from afar, not nearing, all felt the heavens and earth that they stood in tremble. A strange light shone in Feng Yunxing's eyes. "I've heard of the reputation of this scaly dragon king Sima Chue before. He is one of the peak experts amongst solitary practitioners, at the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, a late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. He is also one of the rare few Essence Talisman solitary practitioners who possesses a high-grade spirit artifact." "That black spear is his high-grade spirit artifact?" eldest apprentice uncle actually forcibly clashed with an expert of the same cultivation level bare-handedly, wielding the attack of a high-grade spirit artifact. The higher one's cultivation base, not only were there fewer instances of surpassing levels to defeat an opponent, the gap in strength between martial practitioners of the same cultivation level would also generally be smaller. Of those who were able to walk to such a high level, how many of them were simple? In a battle between Essence Talisman martial grandmaster experts of the same cultivation level, the addition of a high-grade spirit artifact would often be sufficient to decide the outcome of the battle. Yan Zhaoge laughed. Otherwise, why would he be called the Iron Lion King? Attack and defense as one. Shi Tai gazed coldly at his opponent, the belt at his waist lit up with radiance. His high-grade spirit artifact, the profound light divine armor, was activated, instantly transforming into an armor of black light, enveloping Shi Tai's body. The power of the spirit artifact merged with Shi Tai's martial will, causing his strength to instantly skyrocket. As he punched downwards, he directly sent the scaly Dragon King, Sima Chui, into retreat. After that punch, Shi Tai did not rush to pursue him, instead stomping heavily downwards. With a mighty boom, the Wang family ancestral ground's defensive grand formation completely collapsed. Sima Chui's expression was dark as his spear changed, transforming into numerous streaks of black light that circulated between the heavens and the earth. He no longer clashed head-on with Shi Tai, instead adopting a roaming combat style. While Sima Chui was not Shi Tai's match, at least he did not allow Shi Tai to continue approaching the Wang family ancestral ground down below. The oasis where the Wang family ancestral ground was located was enveloped by black fog once more, streaks of red lightning lighting up amidst the black fog. In the depths of the black fog, a massive spirit formation could vaguely be seen. Yan Zhaoge could once again feel the terrifying aura of the Great Nine Underworld's door preparing to descend back then at clear concealed lake. Let's go. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge shot forward like lightning towards the Wang family ancestral ground, Feng Yunxing and Pan Pan following closely behind him. From all directions, broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners appeared, led by martial grandmaster experts, surrounding the Wang family ancestral ground together. Yan Zhaoge expanded his immortal crane wings, his speed swift as he very quickly arrived at the outskirts of the Wang family ancestral ground. The defensive grand formation of the Wang family ancestral ground had already been destroyed by Shi Tai. Facing the broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners, the people within could only defend against them in close combat. As Yan Zhaoge and the others neared, countless dark streaks of light instantly surged over from within the black fog, resembling a torrential storm. They all displayed various methods defending against them. Yan Zhaoge's footsteps did not cease at all, the wings on his shoulders unfurling, their tips aimed forward, numerous crane feathers resembling a downpour of light shooting directly towards the enemy. The faint golden feathers of light and that dark light clashed unceasingly within the air. The numerous feathers of light shattered, transforming into streaks of light as they dissipated, the numerous iron arrows of dark light distorting and deforming, resembling rain as they fell to the ground. The few that escaped the net, the lofty mountain armor lit up, directly resisting them head-on. Yan Zhaoge strode forward, coming to the outskirts of the Wang family ancestral ground. With a kick, the walls of the manor collapsed mightily, a large hole appearing. Chapter 251. Tipping 10 to 9 for the Are People Who Ask About Gender Retarded? Alliance. Don't stop updating. Don't stop asking for subscriptions and monthly tickets. Thank you everyone. Yan Zhaoge kicked out a hole in the outer wall of the Wang family ancestral manor. Amidst the flying dust, a saber light suddenly flickered, chopping towards Yan Zhaoge. The saber light resembled a mountain, seeming as precipitous as a wondrous peak, also resembling a continuous chain of mountain ranges. Numerous layers of saber light instantly surrounded Yan Zhaoge. Not even looking, Yan Zhaoge punched out, passing through the saber light and directly sending his opponent flying backwards. As one person flew out, the saber light before him instead grew even more intense, with even more enemies executing the Wang family's ancestral mountain linking saber art, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth as they shot towards Yan Zhaoge. At the same time, amidst this saber light that resembled a lofty mountain, a dark, piercingly cold wind was mixed within as it also assaulted towards Yan Zhaoge. Black Nightmare Mountain's direct lineage ultimate technique, wind-chasing sword style. The sword's name was Chasing Wind, faster than the wind, one of the few swift swords under the heavens, comparable to the Heavenly Thunder Hall's direct lineage lightning character 72 swords. A wisp of faint sword light arrived first despite being launched later. Under the cover of the saber light, it was impossible to guard against it. Yan Zhaoge extended a hand, his index finger and thumb coming together as he pinched the tip of his opponent's sword. In an instant, the sword light was extinguished, the sword wind halted. The sword that was pinched by Yan Zhaoge's 2 fingers was unable to move at all. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge's entire body surged with aura qi. Standing unmoving where he was, his vigorous aura qi transformed into a storm, scattering the saber light that obscured the heavens and covered the earth. The Black Nightmare Mountain martial practitioner before him reacted extremely quickly as he immediately let go of his sword as it was caught by Yan Zhaoge. But regardless of whether he changed his attack or immediately retreated, before he could make his next move, he was shocked to find that the hilt of the long sword was heading back towards him, its original owner. With a chi sound, the sword hilt that had no edge seemed to be as sharp as the edge of a sword. It broke through this Black Nightmare Mountain martial practitioner's protective stellar energy and pierced straight into his chest. The surrounding people looked at Yan Zhaoge in shock as he pinched the tip of his sword with 2 fingers, before nimbly sending it forward. Using the sword hilt as the blade, he stabbed that Black Nightmare Mountain martial artist to death. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he retracted his arm, the hilt of his sword emerging from his opponent's chest. Not changing his hand, Yan Zhaoge just pinched the tip of the sword with 2 fingers. It was as if he wanted to commit suicide. Using the hilt as the edge of the sword, he casually swung it, but it was already better than most of the swords of the grandmasters in the world. He killed all the martial artists surrounding him. A portion of the perimeter wall was broken through. Yan Zhaoge entered the courtyard, instantly slaying many people as he cleared out the surrounding area. Other than him there was no one else alive. Yan Zhaoge's gaze did not change in the slightest. He abruptly threw the sword in his hand to the side, and it instantly turned into a lightning-like sword light. In the black fog, a martial artist was trying to use the darkness to hide his figure and quietly approach, but he was directly nailed to the ground by this sword. The other side's martial scholar expert was also rapidly approaching, preparing to seal off the opening created by Yan Zhaoge. Directly slapping a late Xiantian martial scholar to death with a single palm, Yan Zhaoge shook his head. "If you're not a martial grandmaster, don't come to die." As he spoke, he turned around and raised his palm, blocking the incoming fist of a person. This person had a long horse-like face. His entire body's aura qi surged, and like Yan Zhaoge's, a spiritual light shot straight into the horizon above his head. It was not illusory. Instead, it was real radiance. Shockingly, he was also a peak martial scholar expert who had stepped into the Heavenly Connection stage. The newcomer didn't look very old, only being in his early 30s. His aura qi transformed into numerous black winds, clearly being of Black Nightmare Mountain's direct lineage. His eyes were yellow, emitting a blood-red light. He had already fallen to the dark side, his eyes staring fixedly at Yan Zhaoge, filled with hatred and unwillingness. Those who come from Broad Creed Mountain, all deserve to die. This horse-faced man roared loudly, his entire body's aura qi surging madly, condensing into an illusory heaven and earth, the heavens and earth filled with black hurricanes. The terrifying black hurricanes compressed and condensed unceasingly, finally transforming into numerous seemingly material black spears, their tips pointed straight at Yan Zhaoge. However, as the acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body pulsed, streams of clear qi emanated, majestic as the heavens. As the opponent's black hurricanes that resembled long spears fell within, they directly disappeared. At the same time, grabbing his opponent's fist, Yan Zhaoge abruptly exhaled a terrifying aura qi from his palm. That horse-faced man could only feel numerous streams of aura qi that resembled fire dragons instantly flowing through the meridians of his arm, causing a painful feeling of being sliced apart and incinerated. The numerous fire dragons rushed madly into his body's aura qi completely unable to withstand them. In that instant, the horse-faced man's internal organs were all incinerated, his flesh, blood, tendons, bones, internal organs and meridians that had been tempered countless times by his aura qi beginning to explode one after another. The horse-faced man stood stiffly where he was, his head, face, arms and other parts of his body revealed a strange red color. It was like a shrimp or crab being cooked thoroughly. Yen Zhaoge released his hand, the horse-faced man's body collapsing onto the ground like a pile of mud. At this age, having cultivated to the heavenly connection stage, even in a sacred ground, he would still be at the level of a core, direct disciple. Yen Zhaoge shook his head. With Black Nightmare Mountain's current dire state, it is really rare that they could still recruit such a genius disciple. Sadly, he has joined the 9 underworlds. Yen Zhaoge shot forward with the immortal crane wings at an extremely fast speed. Only now did Ah Hu and the others catch up. As soon as Ah Hu entered, his 5 fingers pierced through the top of an opponent's skull. In other areas of the manor, a group of Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners were also unceasingly breaking into the manor, killing their way into its depths. Broad Creed Mountain had long since been prepared for this operation, mobilizing their elite forces, their attacks hard for their opponents to withstand. Let alone the martial practitioners of the Wang family, even the other decimating abyss martial practitioners led by the remnants of Black Nightmare Mountain would also be hard-pressed to stop Broad Creed Mountain's momentum. As opposed to the opponents before them, it was instead the aftershocks of the battle between Shirtai and Sima Chui up above that caused Yen Zhaoge and the others to be more vigilant, lest they were swept away by the tail of the typhoon, dying mysteriously. However, on one hand Shirtai held the upper hand, beating Sima Chui into constant retreat, hard-pressed to parry. Shirtai was able to control the changes in the battle situation, leaving some space for Yen Zhaoge and the others. Secondly, the demonic Chi's aura was getting denser and denser. While it was dangerous, it also blocked the shockwaves from the battle between Shir and Tai. This allowed Yen Zhaoge and the others to feel at ease and boldness as they directly charged towards the core of the manor's devilish domain grand formation. Having experienced the previous battle at Clear Concealed Lake, Yen Zhaoge was now even more familiar with the devilish domain grand formation. Currently, the grand formation had still yet to be completely formed, the domain of devilish chi also yet to be established. While Yen Zhaoge and the others were affected, their movements were still smooth. There was only that terrifying aura that bewitched one's heart, gradually growing stronger, affecting one's mind. Yen Zhaoge felt as he charged forward, the killing intent within his heart seemed to be growing stronger unceasingly, as though there was a voice within his heart telling him to kill all living beings before him, no matter who they were. Ha! Yen Zhaoge's gaze sunk as he stabilized his mind once more. Raising his head and gazing over, he saw a familiar golden pagoda not far away, a red door of light currently projecting downwards from the top of the pagoda. Yen Zhaoge leapt, shooting towards the golden pagoda. Spreading his arms wide, resembling a great rock spreading its wings, his sword aura slashing past, bringing along a few heads as they soared into the skies. Chapter 252. League. Requesting monthly votes, requesting subscriptions. Thank you everyone. In terms of cultivation base, Yen Zhaoge was not the highest amongst the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who had attacked the Wang family ancestral manor this time. However, in terms of understanding of the devilish domain grand formation before them, there was no one who could match him. Advancing, Yen Zhaoge was instead the fastest to approach the golden tower at the center of the devilish domain grand formation. On the golden tower, red light currently flickered, condensing to form a door of light, projecting downwards. Lines of runes wrapped around the golden tower like black chains. The runes extended towards the devil chi in all directions. However, as Shirtai had said, not waiting for the devilish domain grand formation to completely form, they would destroy it. Yen Zhaoge and the others arrived extremely quickly. At this moment, the devilish domain grand formation had only just been established, yet to truly circulate. The golden tower, as well as the numerous spirit patterns entangled on it, also appeared illusory and ethereal, not completely condensed yet. Even that door of light formed of red light appeared extremely weak. While it was projecting downwards, it was only in its embryonic form. However, as time passed, that terrifying aura of the 9 underworlds that bewitched one's heart grew stronger and stronger. Yen Zhaoge rushed towards the tall tower, Feng Yunxing, Ah Hu, Pan Pan and a portion of the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners following him. At this moment, Feng Yunxing had already dismounted from Pan Pan's body. A black saber that did not emit light was grasped stably within her hands. As her saber rose and fell, a fallen practitioner had already fallen beneath her saber. In the distance, an opponent held a massive wheel in his hands, close to 2 meters in diameter. The edges of the wheel were all curved sharp blades, resembling the teeth of a saw. The opponent roared loudly, his orochi shaking as he raised this wheel and threw it towards Feng Yunxing and the others. As that wheel rotated, the sharp blades disappeared, only golden light could be seen flickering at its edges, the wheel's diameter seemingly having suddenly expanded several times over. Even more ferocious and terrifying. The massive wheel spun over with a shocking momentum, wanting to hack Feng Yunxing and the other 10-odd people into two in one go. The other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners hurriedly evaded. A Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioner with a higher cultivation base than Feng Yunxing. He leaped into the air and accurately tapped the center of the wheel with the tip of his foot. His eyesight, judgment, and speed were all extremely exquisite. He successfully dodged the roulette and rushed toward the man who threw the roulette. Evading the enemy and attacking the enemy was completed in a single move. People couldn't help but cheer when they saw it. Feng Yunxing, on the other hand, seemed to be in a daze as she stood rooted to the spot. Just as someone was about to cry out in alarm, they saw Feng Yunxing suddenly raise the black long saber in her hand. The next moment the saber fell. A sharp and ear-piercing sound of friction rang out, and then the roulette suddenly split into two, brushing past both sides of Feng Yunxing's body, flying far away, and then smashing onto the ground. After Feng Yunxing swung her saber, she pushed off the ground lightly and soared into the air. Then it fell like a meteor. In the blink of an eye he appeared in front of an opponent. The violent and sharp blade was like a hot knife through butter, chopping down from the top of the opponent's head, and then going all the way down, directly splitting the opponent vertically in half. Such a brazen momentum coming from the hands of a beautiful woman, the strong contrast caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. However, after Feng Yunxing's blade fell and killed this enemy, she did not care in the slightest. It was as though she was used to it. She turned, not hesitating in the slightest as she rushed towards another opponent. Pan Pan followed closely behind Feng Yunxing, even though his current strength was actually greater than Feng Yunxing's. However, seeing this scene, his two big eyes blinked as he unconsciously shrunk his fleshy neck. The others followed closely behind. Being able to keep up with his footsteps, Yan Zhaoge acted as a sharp blade, advancing unceasingly at the front, responsible for opening the path. As someone advanced, the immortal crane wings on Yan Zhaoge's shoulders instantly flipped, transforming into two wings, the crane feathers at the tips like blades as they shot out over a large area, riddling the enemies before him with thousands of holes. Gradually approaching the tall tower at the center of the devilish domain grand formation, this place was already gradually about to form an independent space, red light spreading everywhere, turning the surrounding area into a red independent world. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the numerous black spirit patterns that resembled chains above his head, before leaping up. A short stone rod appeared within his hands, growing with the wind as it instantly transformed into a massive pillar of the divine palace. Yan Zhaoge brought the pillar of the divine palace above the intersecting spirit patterns, releasing his hand as the pillar of the divine palace smashed downwards. The numerous spirit patterns down below instantly broke apart one after another. As the spirit patterns broke apart, the originally already unstable golden tower was shaken as well, shaking. The red light between the heavens and the earth instantly vanished, even the devilish chi dissipating greatly. The power of the devilish domain grand formation suddenly weakened. The other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who were still fighting within the grand formation instantly sped up, killing over in a straight line. This was especially so in the direction of the Essence Spirit martial grandmasters, instantly killing their way to the core region of the grand formation like a hot knife through butter. Standing on the pillar of the divine palace, Yan Zhaoge smashed apart the numerous spirit patterns. Before the pillar had even landed on the ground, the sky above his head suddenly darkened, the light dimming. Raising his head, he saw an old man brandishing a saber in an attack towards him, the saber descending, resembling the collapse of an unending chain of mountains. His majestic true essence turned illusory into real, actually truly forming countless mountain rocks, descending towards Yan Zhaoge with the momentum of mountains collapsing. An Essence Spirit martial grandmaster, the head of the Wang family. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as the light of thunder surged within his right eye, the fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor in the form of a purple orb appearing. A massive rumble resounded, the purplish-green light of thunder surging madly, shattering the mountain rocks before him. The Wang family patriarch was still about to attack when a strong wind resounded by his ear. A terrifying saber light that seemed like it wanted to break through space itself appeared, chopping towards him. Of Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage, one of the 8 extreme arts, chaotic elements uniting saber. An essence spirit martial grandmaster of Broad Creed Mountain had already arrived. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. This time he had not come to the core of the grand formation alone. Reaching out to pick up the pillar of the divine palace, Yan Zhaoge changed his position, smashing apart a few more spirit patterns. The devilish domain grand formation weakened further, that golden tower beginning to look like it was on the verge of collapse, the red door of light also close to being destroyed. The Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners here were gaining the upper hand, victory already in sight. In the air above the Wang family ancestral ground, the scaly dragon king Sima Chue was forced to the point of not touching the ground, only barely able to drag things out. After smashing another spirit pattern, Yan Zhaoge stopped, leaping onto the top of the pillar of the divine palace, gazing at that tall golden tower. Standing by the side of the thick stone pillar, Ahu raised his head and looked upwards. "Young master, what is it?" "Something's not right." Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. It went too smoothly. Ahu scratched his head, perhaps because Broad Creed Mountain no longer has any decimating abyss spies, the other side not knowing of our plans, thus being defeated in a single blow. Yan Zhaoge surveyed their surroundings. The decimating abyss martial practitioners here at the core of the grand formation are mostly of the Wang family, with no martial grandmasters of Black Nightmare Mountain to be seen. Black Nightmare Mountain's elites are actually only that Heavenly Connection martial grandmaster who died at my hands at the outskirts of the grand formation. Ahu was shocked. "There's an ambush wanting to surround us instead?" Yan Zhaoge shook his head. "Our clan has experts in charge of guarding the outskirts, with the first seat elder of the Sand region keeping a close eye on them. It won't be so easy to surround us instead." As he pondered, Yan Zhaoge's gaze fell on that tall golden tower once more. Chapter 253. The monthly votes of the gurus are increasing so fast, please protect them with monthly votes. Thank you everyone. In this battle the enemy experts are also few. Other than the scaly dragon king Sima Chue, there are no other essence talisman martial grandmasters. Gazing at that golden tower, Yan Zhaoge fell into deep thought. Ahu grinned and said, "Even if there is an ambush, it won't be wrong to destroy this devilish domain formation first. We can't let the 9 serenities descend here, right? Furthermore, by destroying the demonic domain great formation, the enemy will also lose their geographical advantage." Yan Zhaoge did not answer as he surveyed his surroundings, looking at those intersecting spirit patterns as he began unceasingly deducing and analyzing them. After the incident of Clear Concealed Lake, having learnt his lesson, Yan Zhaoge grit his teeth and put in more effort in the Tao of formations. Although due to time constraints, it was impossible to have earth-shattering changes in a short period of time, there was still considerable progress. At the end of the day, the ultimate goal of this devilish domain grand formation is to allow the 9 underworlds to descend. It is a formation that can break through the boundaries of space and time. Yan Zhaoge pondered, then if they want to hide something, could it also be in the area of spatial distortions? Opening the door in reverse, sending us from the 8 extremities world into the 9 underworlds? Doesn't feel like. Yan Zhaoge unceasingly deduced the principles of the formation, countless thoughts flashing through his mind at lightning speed. While he and Ahu had stopped here, the other experts of Broad Creed Mountain did not cease their attacks. An essence spirit martial grandmaster chopped out with an 8 scenery spirit saber, his true essence transforming into 8 screens of light, enveloping that tall golden tower within. In the next moment the 8 light screens shattered together. Even the golden pagoda, which was already on the verge of collapse, began to completely collapse. Yan Zhaoge carefully felt the collapse of the golden tower as well as the changes in the devilish domain grand formation. Suddenly Yan Zhaoge detected a problem. The devilish domain grand formation before him, compared to the one he had destroyed at Clear Concealed Lake, was much more powerful when it was in operation. There was no difference, it was exactly the same. But when the formation began to reverse and collapse, there was a slight difference. The golden tower was collapsing, and the red door of light was completely obliterated. The chain-like black runes broke one after another. The dense black demon chi in the air began to pour into the bodies of the fallen evils, causing them unbearable pain. Everything was so similar, as if the scene of the incident at Clear Concealed Lake had been replayed. There was only one difference. Accompanied by the collapse of the tall golden tower, Yan Zhaoge could vaguely feel it. The power of this infernal domain grand array seemed to be secretly being directed to other places. Yan Zhaoge abruptly raised his head, not bothering to speak any further as he leapt off the pillar of the divine palace. Next he picked it up and shot swiftly towards the collapsing golden tower. Seeing Yan Zhaoge carrying the massive stone pillar as he rushed towards the golden tower, the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners were all slightly taken aback. The core of the formation is already about to be destroyed. What is he doing, greedy for merit? But if we're talking about greed, there are so many of us watching. What's more, you took the lead in breaking through the formation and helped everyone break through. You should have a share in the credit. The Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster closest to that golden tower also looked at Yan Zhaoge in shock, frowning slightly. No need to worry, Zhaoge. That saber of mine can guarantee the destruction of this golden tower. Not waiting for him to finish, Yan Zhaoge hurriedly cut him off. Elder Tsong, first protect this tower, don't let it collapse. As his words left his mouth, everyone was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Even the remaining decimating abyss martial practitioners and fallen evils present. They were all stunned on the spot, unable to recover as they looked at Yan Zhaoge. Never in his wildest dreams would Elder Tsong have thought that Yan Zhaoge would suddenly say something like this. He looked shockingly at Yan Zhaoge. What exactly? Halfway through his words, a wary look suddenly flashed through Elder Tsong's eyes. He appraised Yan Zhaoge with a scrutinizing gaze. He thought of a possibility. While he felt that this possibility was very absurd, however absurd it was, it could not compare to Yan Zhaoge's current actions, which were like two completely different people. Fallen to the dark side. The other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners all looked rather hesitantly at Yan Zhaoge. If it was said that Yan Zhaoge had fallen to the dark side, they would also not believe it. First, not mentioning the incident at Clear Concealed Lake. The descent of the 9 underworlds had been stopped by Yan Zhaoge. In the descent of the Wang ancestral ground this time, in breaking through the devilish domain grand formation, Yan Zhaoge had also played an important role. If one had to find a martial scholar of the 8 extremities world whom the decimating abyss and the 9 underworlds wanted to kill the most, if Yan Zhaoge claimed to be number 2, no one would dare claim to be number 1. For such a person to fall to the dark side, it was really hard to believe. However, Yan Zhaoge's current abnormal actions were really hard to understand. Could it be that in breaking through the formation earlier, he had been temporarily aroused by the devilish intent within his heart? The 9 underworlds specialized in digging holes in people's hearts. No one knew when they would suddenly fall for it, only able to remain vigilant at all times. The tall golden tower had already completely shattered, collapsing downwards as it was about to be reduced to rubble. Yan Zhaoge could not be bothered to explain as he leapt into the air, descending the pillar of the divine palace, forcibly suppressing the shattered golden tower. Luckily, his usual reputation and performance had left too deep an impression in everyone's hearts. While they were suspicious, they did not stop him in the end. Suppressing the collapsed golden tower, Yan Zhaoge's expression was still grave as he concentrated on analyzing the changes in the formation. Seeing that Yan Zhaoge was completely unable to spare any attention to speak, Hu hurriedly said, Elder Tsong, young master feels that our trip this time has gone too smoothly, and that the other side has probably set up a trap. Hearing his words, Elder Tsong nodded slightly. Yes, I also feel this way. However, whether it is an ambush or something else, we can't just watch as the 9 underworlds descend. First, destroying the devilish domain grand formation would definitely not be wrong. No matter what the other side plans, their target is still the 9 underworlds' descent. And once the great 9 underworlds door opens, the consequences will undoubtedly be unimaginable. However bad the result, it can't be worse than this. The other Broad Creed Mountain martial grandmaster experts all nodded. Now finally understanding the sudden changes in the formation, Yan Zhaoge said, the 9 underworlds descending here is indeed an extremely bad result, but it is still not the worst. Elder Tsong and the others were slightly taken aback. Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, raising his head to look into the distance. With the 9 underworlds descending here, at least we are prepared for battle, especially with eldest apprentice uncle here. Even if the door to the 9 underworlds truly opens, we can still fight to the death to obstruct the evil devils, buying time for the clan's other experts to arrive and for the nearby civilians to evacuate. However, what if another gate is suddenly opened in another place that we are not prepared for without any sign, leading to the arrival of the 9 serenities? All the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners present were shocked. Be it Clear Concealed Lake or the Wang family's ancestral ground, The reason why they could obstruct the descent of the 9 underworlds was because the formation of the devilish domain Grand Formation and the opening of the 9 underworlds door required a certain amount of time. At the same time, setting up a great formation required time and treasures. It was not impossible to find it. It was possible that it would be detected before the formation was properly set up. This gave the martial practitioners of the 8 extremities world a chance to wreak havoc. But what if a door to the 9 underworlds was instantly opened at a certain place without any signs and without any process? Just the thought of it sent chills down everyone's spine. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.